Alrighty. Alright, do give it a second. What's good, everyone joining up the live right now? How's everyone doing today? I know it's a bit early on the live, I have to do a live a bit earlier today. My girlfriend does get back, so I am very, very happy to be able to see her later because she's been away from it for a few days. So I made sure to hop on a bit earlier today so that I can make sure to see her later. Sam Yellow, thank you so much. Really appreciate the subscription. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What's up, everyone joining in? Are we starting World War III? Okay, so I mean, it depends on who else gets involved. I did actually look at Truth Social, and I'm just gonna let everyone know it's not looking good. It is really not looking good. So I'll just read off what he put on Truth Social. This is just today, within the last hour. Everyone, we now have this is Trump on Truth Social. We now have complete and total control of the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to the American-made, conceived, manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. He literally put stuff, like actually put stuff. Secondly, he said, we know where the so-called quote-unquote supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, in quotations, unalive, right? At least for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. And then he just randomly, in all caps, put unconditional surrender. Yeah, it's crazy. This is actually insane. Actually insane. I gotta. Dean just messaged me back. I'm like, do you see what Trump said on Truth Social? I'm gonna ask Dean. That's like actually fucking crazy. So this is literally him essentially like involving himself. So he's actually getting a lot of blowback right now by Trump supporters. So we're gonna see that on the live. Dean just said he saw it. So he said the convos today are gonna be nuts. MAGA is now pro-war. We will see. I think he's been getting a decent amount of pushback, but I mean, I don't know how far that pushback's going to go. Like similarly with the tariffs. Hey, Parker, when did you get on? I just hopped on. Here, I'll ask him if he wants to come up and talk about it real quick. Sorry, I'm just texting Dean everyone and seeing if you wanted to come up and do that. Can you read it again? Yes, I will read it again. Just to remind everyone. Literally, this is 2 hours ago. Donald Trump just on True Social put out, we now have complete and total control over the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. And then he, 1 hour ago, said, unconditional surrender, with all caps, and also said, we know exactly where the so-called quote-unquote supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out in quotations unalive, at least for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention, matter. That's what he said on True Social. So this is just unfolding literally right now. Literally right now. So this is actually insane. You can be live later too? No, I'm just going to be live right now. I'm going to be live until... It depends on whenever my girlfriend gets back. Essentially, whenever my girlfriend gets back, I'm going to get off. So that's how it's going to be. But if you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up here. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now. We'll bring you up. It's just like, I just want to be real, everyone. This is like really, really bad news. This is not good news. This is like really devastating, actually. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so? Or wait, you said, what's your birth
Because
year?
When a deadly epidemic spread through the area, they were...
Okay, he left. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Everybody for MAGA, type in the comment section right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your birth year?
'06.
What month?
August.
Okay. Why so? Or actually, no. Let's ask you. What are your thoughts on Donald Trump, right, trying to involve himself, right, in taking over Iran?
I'm not. I don't like that.
Okay. Do you think that goes against everything that he ran on, like being anti-war? He ran on like the idea that no new
Mhm.
wars.
A little bit, yeah, but I mean, nothing's happened so far.
What do you mean? Have you seen what just happened on True Social? I just read it off. Did you hear it?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so he just literally put on True Social. What's it called? He put wait, why is it not scrolling? He put, we now have complete and total control over the skies of Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. That's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
So that's literally him saying that the United States, specifically, has total control over the skies over Iran.
Yeah, I mean,
So wait, I'm confused. Why does the United States have the full control over the skies over Iran after Israel did a preemptive attack on Iran?
I'm not sure.
Is that something that you stand behind? Is that what you voted for?
No, but the main reason why I voted is because, like, I'm a Christian, and I felt like Kamala wasn't really like.
Yeah. Do
Like,
Christians start war? Kamala, by the way. Do you think Christians are like seeking out,
No,
like
no, no,
starting war, and like
no,
on the side of the people who started wars?
no.
Really? So do you think Jesus would oppose Donald Trump in this context?
Mm, maybe.
Maybe. Okay. So, okay. Well then, if you think that Jesus would oppose Donald Trump in this context, would Jesus prefer Kamala Harris in this context?
If she didn't start any wars or do anything, probably.
Okay. Okay. So
But back then when it was like January, I mean, like at that one rally, she was like, "Oh, if you're Christian, you're at the wrong rally."
yeah,
Like,
yeah. That's not if she said you're Christian. She's Christian herself. She was that was a Trump supporter. There was a Trump rally close, and she was saying to essentially that they're at the wrong rally, that they should have gone to the Trump rally instead.
I don't know. I think she could have just done a little bit better on the Christian side.
On the Christian side, yeah. We can talk about that here in a sec. I'm gonna mute you quick. I just want to hear what Dean's thoughts are about everything.
Yeah, well, MAGA is now pro-war, everybody. The reason why I say that is because as of this morning, as some of you may know, Donald Trump came swinging on Truth Social, saying that we control the Iranian airspace and that we know where their supreme leader is, and we could kill him, but we're not going to kill him yet. I think that this makes it pretty clear that Donald Trump is interested in getting into the war in Iran. And it's also worth pointing out that, once again, the supposed motivations for these things are that they're really close to developing nuclear technology. But it's funny because Tulsi Gabbard, Donald Trump's appointed director of national security, not director of national security, what is that? Director of national intelligence or something along those lines, said at a Senate subcommittee in March that they're nowhere close to developing nukes, and they're years out. And then that was brought up to Trump today, and he just said, "Oh, well, she's wrong. She doesn't know what she's talking about." So, for that reason, it kind of just seems like the threat that Iran is really close to developing nukes coming from Netanyahu and Trump today, that they're using to justify the fucking quote-unquote preemptive self-defense for their strikes against Iran, is just the same fear-mongering that we've seen from Netanyahu since the 90s. So, Iran is obviously the victim here. Israel's obviously the bad guy. And seemingly, Donald Trump has made it very clear that he intends to help the bad guy and hop into the war. But, right now it's all just war plans being posted on social media, and we'll have to see what ends up happening. But I will say, from what he said, he's saying that he is really okay with the idea of hopping into the war, taking out nuclear enrichment facilities and killing their leaders. So, I mean, I'd say we're on track to going back into war in the Middle East.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. What's your response to that, Reddit?
I mean, I don't really know, but I mean, if Iran like hit Israel, like what would you like Trump to do in that scenario?
Well, we'll stay out of war, right? I think the global tensions are already high enough, and I'd actually say that we have enough global conflict right now that if it were to all be connected with one another, would be World War III. But the only thing that is preventing a third world war right now is the fact that these global conflicts aren't connected. Like Russia and Ukraine aren't connected to Israel and Iran, and so on. So I mean, I just think that we're kind of at a point where we should try to avoid more global conflict to the best of our ability. And like the low likelihood of this, like there's a very low likelihood of this occurring. So I don't want anybody to take away from what I'm about to say that World War III is imminent. Nobody take that away. But I mean, like we have seen like Russia, China, Pakistan, India, North Korea, and a bunch of other countries, come to defend Iran, saying that they're the victim and that Israel's the aggressor. So I mean, once again, very low likelihood of this occurring, but it still needs to be talked about. We go boots on the ground, we take out their nuclear enrichment facilities, we kill their supreme leader. Well, I mean, then, what's to say that all these countries that have came out in support of Iran, won't join in, and then all of a sudden we have, this huge conflict. So, I mean, it's just definitely worth keeping in mind that, this is a very bad play for global tensions, a very bad play for a multiplicity of reasons. But I mean, basically, I think if you have a brain, like you should be able to recognize that more war is not a good thing, especially right now. And Donald Trump seems to be, toeing the line, pushing for more war. So I'd say like now's a really good time to stop supporting Trump and put public pressure on him not to do it.
Yeah, like why did Donald Trump cry specifically about like defending Ukraine, right, and all the money that we were giving to Ukraine, and then simultaneously now is advocating for an offensive conflict on behalf of Israel?
Yeah, I don't know, but I think Donald Trump's like the type of person that he likes to like not show any weakness. So that's like the play he's going for right now.
You think giving
I
Putin
wouldn't
more
say
power in the context of Ukraine, giving them more control
No,
over the region is like a power play? You think
no, I'm
that's
talking
a
about
power play to
the
Putin?
Iran. Talk about the Iran. Talk about the Iran.
And then also, I don't think it shows weakness to say that like we're not going to get involved. Like, did you say that the U.S. was weak when J.D. Vance said that India and Pakistan in their conflict fundamentally like had no U.S. involvement? Like, do you think that showed weakness?
I mean, no, but I mean, at the end of the day, that's Trump's decision.
Okay, so that decision of his administration to stay out of India and Pakistan didn't show weakness. What about his decision to stay out of Ukraine? Did that show weakness?
No,
No, okay, so that didn't show weakness. So then why would his decision, or like the hypothetical good decision to stay out of Iran, show weakness?
I mean, I never said it was a good decision
Well, I didn't ask you. I asked you if it would show weakness.
to stay out of Iran. I mean, I'm not sure if it would.
Okay, well, so why are you not sure if it would show weakness to stay out of Iran, but you are sure it doesn't show weakness to stay out of Ukraine, Palestine, etc.? Oh, India and then India and Pakistan.
I'm not sure.
Okay, so see how I've kind of got you all tripped up here? And you have no clue what to say? Right. So like like the fact that you're all tripped up here and you have no clue what to say like probably shows that you're wrong, right?
I mean, yeah, but I mean, him like trying to defend Israel like against Iran isn't like the craziest thing.
Wait. So now you're saying defend Israel against Iran. So you think that Israel's a victim here?
No, I never said that. I'm just saying that's what Trump's doing.
You said defend. What do you mean by defend?
Yeah, that's what Trump's doing is defending Israel.
Okay, so like to clarify, someone hits another person, right? The other person starts fighting back. You go to hit the person that they originally hit. Are you defending someone?
I mean, USA is like close with Israel, so like if he's defending them, like that's his job.
Okay, well, like I want to clarify here, right? Even if we're close with somebody, right? Maybe like we shouldn't be close with them if they're just a warmongering, like evil person. But then additionally, right, it's still going to be crazy to defend an aggressor, even if you're close with the aggressor. But like we also need to point out here that like it's going to be crazy for more reasons than just the fact that we're defending an aggressor. right? Like imagine that there's like another country that we're allied with. Like let's just take Canada. If,
Okay.
if Canada just started if Canada, let's say, turned Mexico into a parking lot, and then turned around and started bombing like France or something, I would say if we stuck up for Canada, gave Mexico no humanitarian aid, and then like told France that we were going to kill their leader, like that would be pretty crazy, right?
Mhm.
That'd be unhinged.
Right, and right, and like we're like really close allies with Canada, right? Well, I mean, now just like replace Canada with Israel, replace Mexico being turned into a parking lot with Palestine being turned into a parking lot, and replace us threatening to kill the leader of France with us threatening to kill the leader of Iran, right? So like obviously this should make it like very clear that it's crazy, really bad for global tensions, and just an overall like terrible, 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 terrible idea.
I mean, yeah, but the leader of Iran is like he's a really big warmonger as well.
Okay, now you could definitely say that like there's a lot of issues with like Iran, right? But I bet like neither myself nor you like truly know like the nuances of it. But this still doesn't mean that it's good for global tensions, that it's good for like who is the victim and who is the aggressor in this circumstance,
Yeah.
and like foreign policy as a whole. Like we can't just say because the leader of Iran, right, isn't a good person, that therefore like increasing global tensions is justified, bringing us closer to like a third world war is justified, and defending like the aggressor in this specific scenario is justified.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, he's just trying to stand his ground.
Well, I mean, actually, no, because he's suggesting that he wants to stand this new ground. Okay, if we just simply like don't involve ourselves, if we don't go to protect Israel in this circumstance, right? Like that's not going to show weakness because we're not like backing down from ground that we have to stand. You know, like who says that we have to do what Netanyahu says, regardless if he's like the aggressor or victim in the scenario? Like who says that that is ground that we have to cover? Are you basically like implying here that like the state of America, our government, our leadership, our congressmen and women, and our military resources are just kind of like a pawn for the state of Israel?
No, but I mean, like we have NATO, like we're close to them. There's a bunch of other countries that are willing to defend Israel as well.
Is Trump really America first? Is
Right,
it
like,
is it like America first? It sounds right here. It sounds like Israel first.
Yeah, no, this absolutely sounds like Israel first, because what you're suggesting is that whatever Israel does, like we have to stand behind them, regardless of what it leads to. And I think that that's like a very like bad way to think. I think that this is a very like warmongering way to think. I think that this is just like bowing the knee to more global conflict, bowing the knee to like worse material conditions for like people on Earth. And you should like probably distance yourself from this way of thinking.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, like, what can you do?
What can you do? Stop supporting Trump. Yeah, like what?
I mean,
We've got the
I still
remedy.
don't
We're
really
showing
know.
you the remedy right here.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought Kamala was like
Kamala.
more was like what's the word? Like controlled. Like
How so? Controlled by who?
I don't know. It's like the government.
The government, controlled by the government. Isn't she the one who was the vice president? So who in the
Like-
government was controlling her?
It's like
Herself? Because she's in government?
like the Matrix.
The Matrix. Who's the Matrix?
So let me get this clear. You're willing to support. Oh, sorry. So let me get this clear. You're arguing that you still support Donald Trump, even though he's definitely increasing global tensions and making terrible decisions, because you think that Kamala Harris is quote unquote controlled by the Matrix. Is that like? Come on, bro. Like, get real. Like, you understand that like people are dying.
Okay.
Right. Like, increasing in global tensions is like materially bad right now.
Yeah.
It's not something to be like made fun of. It's not something to take lightheartedly. And when you just say, you still support him because the other lady was controlled by the Matrix, like, bro, like, not only like do you just kind of sound dumb, not only does it sound like you don't really understand like geopolitical conflicts on the global stage and what an increase in global tensions means for people abroad and us here at home, national security, humanity, etc. But it like also makes you just like sound like dangerous, bro. Like I think now's the time to kind of like drop like this.
I never said what Trump was doing is good. I just thought
propagandized view that whatever Trump does, ultimately Kamala Harris is worse for like no clear reason.
I never said what Trump was doing was good though. I'm just saying I thought Kamala was like
Kamala.
controlled by the Matrix and like
What does that even mean? What is the Matrix?
I don't even know. But
Right. So in other words, your argument is, although Donald Trump is making terrible decisions that are leading to more people dying, Kamala Harris is controlled by something, but
I don't even know what the fuck that
Yeah,
is, dude.
same thing with Joe Biden. Like he
Yeah,
doesn't,
yeah. You
like,
don't even know what they're being controlled by. What are you talking about, dude?
it's like
Right.
it's too high for us to it's
Can you
too
like obviously like tell that this is just like brain rot? Like please, bro, just like admit
Please,
No, no,
that,
no.
like, you're just
please,
actively
bro.
engaging in like brain rot.
No, I
Like,
know
this
what you
is
mean, but I
horrible.
mean,
Dude, are
I-
you sentient?
Yeah, like this is just indicative of like low sentience, bro. Like come on.
you
Brain
don't
rot.
believe in the Matrix?
I don't even know what the Matrix
I
is.
don't, we
Like,
don't even. You didn't even know what it
Yeah.
is. So what are you believing in?
It's too high. It's too like you can't understand it.
The only thing
Okay,
that's
well,
too
I don't
elevated
believe
is you
We
right
don't know
now.
about it.
Clearly.
Wait, why would I believe in something that's incomprehensible?
I mean, it's like basically just a group of people that control the world. We don't know who these people are though.
I appreciate it. Okay, what are you saying, bro? Like, I'm sorry. Do you
I
really
just told
think what
you.
you're saying is reasonable right now? Like
I
genuinely?
don't know if it's 100% true, but I do think there is it could be Jewish people, it could be a lot of people that just
Okay.
control the
There he
world.
goes. There he goes. Okay, so
What?
you believe like all the alt-right conspiracy theories that Jewish
Not
people
all,
control
no.
everything.
Yeah,
But
so
but
I'm
then
just
wait,
giving you an example. I don't know who it is.
wait.
first and foremost, like I want to put it out there, like it's anti-Semitic to suggest that Jewish people run the world.
I never
But it is
said it. I never
like
said
that is, if you'll allow me to finish, that is anti-Semitic.
for sure.
But like second of all, right? Like you do understand that like even in the conversation that we're having here, like
Mhm.
we're talking about how like Donald Trump is like apparently like shilling out to like the state of Israel, right?
Okay.
So it's like your argument is anti-Semitic, but it's also going to be contradictory given like the positions that we've described.
I just gave an example of Jewish people. I don't know who is controlling the world
Why would you specifically give the example of Jewish people?
because that's what a lot of people say. So I was trying to
Yeah,
make you
yeah,
guys-
which is an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory.
I was just trying to make you guys understand what the Matrix is. That's it.
Yeah, you're just saying that like there's a small so you understand that it's literally rooted in anti-Semitism. That idea that there's like a small group of people controlling the entire world. You understood the association, yet you still don't identify it as bad.
I mean, I never said it was Jewish people, but I do think there's definitely people controlling the world, 100%.
Okay, sure, there's people controlling the world. You have to be specific with who you're referencing. If you think it's a specific group of people in terms of like
I mean, I
an
don't know who
ethnic
it
group or
is.
something, or
I don't know who it is.
even a religious group, you'd have to be clear with what you're referencing.
I didn't know who it is. I was just giving you an example.
Okay. Yeah. So if you have no clue who it is, then how do you know that they're controlling the world?
There's just a lot of bad things that happen in this world. So
A lot of bad things happening in the world doesn't mean that there's some small Illuminati that controls everything. What are you talking about?
I mean, so many people sell their souls.
You're gonna
Sell
piss me
their
the fuck off.
souls? What are you
Let me
talking
tell you,
about? Sell your souls.
You're gonna piss me the fuck off, bro. It's like
Why,
we're
dude?
talking about people dying. We're talking about a president possibly putting us back into war in the Middle East after running on a pro-peace, anti-war ticket and saying that the opposite contender, Kamala Harris, was going to start World War III.
Never.
And then your response to all this is that you still support him because you think that Kamala Harris is controlled by Jewish people that sold their souls. Like it's just like God, man. This thinking right here is exactly what empowers Trump to do what he's doing.
Okay, what do you think Kamala would have done?
Hold
in
him
this situation?
accountable, like hold Trump accountable by like simply stop engaging and like rampant like brain rot conspiracy theories.
Okay.
Like, it's just like seriously insane, man. It's like conspiracy theories on their own are harmful and dangerous, serve as a threat to truth and intellectualism. But when you like like kind of like poise these conspiracy theories, right, in the sense that you're willing to accept them, even if it's for the reason that the person that you support is like leading to more people dying and possibly putting America back into war. It's just crazy to me, man. It's like I don't know. It seems like Donald Trump could seemingly do anything, right? He could like nuke China, and you'd still support him because Kamala Harris is controlled by people that sold their souls, and she's a part of the Matrix. Like I just don't really see like where the end, where like the end of the line here is, insofar as how willing you are to draw out these conspiracy theories. And use this mental decay to continue to support right, these like incredibly bad actions of Trump. Like, could we agree that for like the last 20 years or so, there's been like a pretty big consensus that Bush putting us into like war in the Middle East was a bad thing?
Yeah.
Okay, well then why wouldn't we just say the same for Trump?
Yeah, can I ask you a question?
Sure, after you answer my question, because
What was your question?
you agree with the consensus that it was like a bad thing for Bush to put us in war in the Middle East. Why can't we just say the same thing about Trump? If Trump puts us in war in the Middle East, that's bad.
Yeah, if If he does, it is bad.
So if he
If-
does, it's bad.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So then you'd agree that like Donald Trump's vocal support for such, in consideration of like bombing the nuclear enrichment facilities and saying that we might kill their leaders, like really bad, right?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So then you don't support him anymore, right?
I mean, nothing's happened yet.
W-
He hasn't
Nothing's
gone.
happened.
What do you
war with the
mean
Middle
nothing's
East yet.
happened? Didn't he just say that they have control over the skies in Iran?
What does that mean?
Yeah,
though?
that's something that's happened. Didn't they also said that they could kill the supreme leader, but they're not going to do it yet.
Mhm.
That's something that's happened. Just considering bombing the nuclear enrichment facilities, that's something that's happened.
But that's all
Having the
considering.
same-
He hasn't done
Even
anything.
touting the same conspiracy theories that Israel's used to justify like their attacks on Iran, of saying that they're close to having nuclear weapons, even though our director of national intelligence has said that they're years away. Like that's something that has happened that is bad, right? And like I hate the view that it's like you're going to continue to support him until he actually does it, right? Because that's what will allow him to do it, right? Like I feel like right now he's testing the waters, seeing what the public support / backlash would be for these ideas. And it's really important for us to provide backlash to them, right? It's important for us to say, this is terrible, this is bad, I can't support this, right? And not just wait until he actually does it. You know, like if he came out tomorrow and said that he's going to like, decimate, an entire hemisphere of the globe, would you like still support him even though he hasn't done it yet? Like, hopefully not, right? So then why would
No.
you say anything differently here?
Yeah. I mean, no, I see what you're saying, but what do you think Kamala would have done in the situation that Trump's in right now? Kamala, yeah.
I think the most likely scenario is that she just would have left it alone.
Left it alone. Okay.
Like I could agree that she's pro-Israel, not as pro-Israel to the extent of like Trump. So I don't think that she would have come out in support of Iran, right?
Yeah.
But I think that she would have just left it alone.
Left it alone. And do you think leaving it alone is better?
I'd say leaving it alone is preferable to like declaring war on Iran. Absolutely.
And why do you say that?
What?
Because
one
one-
puts us in significantly more conflict. Didn't he already describe this to you?
Yeah.
One leads to like more global tension and puts America into war. The other like doesn't.
Okay.
Is that all you got?
Well, I was getting a phone call. Go
Phone
ahead.
call?
Yeah, I got a phone call, so I muted me.
Okay. Is that all you got though? Or...
I mean, we could talk about anything else you guys want. I mean,
I'm just saying, like, do you have any
Uh,
response to what Dean said, or?
that. No, I mean, he's right.
Okay, all right. Did you change your mind?
I mean, I can agree that some of the stuff that Trump has done while being in office isn't good. Do I like fully not support him though? I mean, he still has like so many more years left to like, so he can make it better.
So you think he can redeem himself after starting war?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't start a war yet, but I think he could.
Okay, I'm confused. Like, why is MAGA acting like there isn't a war yet? Like that he didn't say that he had control over like the airspace in Iran, and that they defeated Iran's like technology and weapons and shit.
Yeah, I think saying that he has control over the airspace, like, we could definitely use this to indicate that like America's already joined in the war. Like, I'm not gonna lie, like imagine if we like said that we could kill Putin and that we have total control over the Russian airspace. Like, would this be a direct involvement of America in the Russian-Ukrainian war?
Yeah, I mean, but Putin's a way bigger deal though.
Oh, okay. Right. So then, from your own view, because we said that we could kill their supreme leader and that we have control over their airspace, you'd say that this is a direct involvement in the Israeli-Iranian war.
Yeah.
Okay. So you think that Donald Trump has directly involved America in the war? Congrats. You lose.
What happened to no new wars?
Right. Now he's like started a new war that is directly involving America.
I mean, okay.
You got nothing?
Yeah.
All right. Later.
Peace.
right, let's go on to the next person. Everybody, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Today's actually unhinged. Like, I really wonder how every conversation's gonna go today.
Yeah, man. Yeah, these conversations are going to be crazy. I'm going to go ahead and drop. I'm probably going to put out a video, then I'll be live soon. Feel free to join if you want.
For sure, bro. For sure. I'll see you.
Right. Yeah, I'll see everybody pretty soon. I'll probably be live in the next 10 minutes. Peace out.
All right, peace out, bro. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Chat, what's the likelihood Dean's actually live in the next 10 minutes? I say it's pretty low. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
What's up?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
How do you feel about him literally taking over the skies of Iran?
Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, so I'm not too familiar with the specifics on the whole deal with Iran and Israel, but
You accept
know
that
that Iran-
justification for going into the Middle East again? Like, they have weapons of mass destruction. Like, really? You're accepting
Well,
that
it's
again?
not
Really?
us in the Middle East,
You
it's
bought that
Israel in the
propaganda
Middle East right
again,
now.
bro? There's no way. He literally told you that was fake shit. Really, literally when he was originally running, and now he says that's true, and now you believe it? You can't even make this shit up, dude.
When Bush said Iraq, not Iran, had
I understand.
nuclear weapons.
Wait. I said the
Yes.
Middle East. I said the Middle
But
East. I
just-
didn't say Iran and Iraq are the same country.
Okay, so do you think Iran should have nuclear weapons?
No, and that's why the nuclear peace agreement
we
that
should
Donald Trump
allow it.
wait, and that's why the nuclear peace agreement that Donald Trump pulled us out of, right, was so harmful to pull us out of.
Yeah, he wanted a better deal, which he has been trying to negotiate. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Israel, but
Wow, he did such a great job renegotiating that one.
well, the Israel's plan has been in the making for 8 months, so it's not
Plan for what?
entirely Trump. This whole thing with Iran, this whole plan of taking out their buildings, their military buildings, has been in the makings for 8 months.
So you're saying that like getting Trump elected was a part of them doing this?
No, Israel's been planning this for months.
Yeah,
way
and
before the election.
was a part of their plan relating to getting Donald Trump elected because it was before the election?
No, it had nothing to do with Donald
Push the
Trump.
fish and chips. Thank you so much. Really, nothing. Absolutely nothing.
No, Israel's plan was planned before the election.
Yeah, that would mean that they would project that probably that they should, influence the results of the election so that they would have a better shot, particularly at doing this and having
That's
there be
a
support on their
logical
side.
leap,
And
wait,
what do you mean it's BS? We just saw it happen. So when you say the
You
logical
think-
when you
you
say that
think
when you say the
that-
quote unquote logical leap is BS, when
You're
we
arguing
literally
Israel
just watched it happen is the most insane take ever.
You think this wouldn't have happened under any other president? If any other, it wouldn't have happened under Kamala Harris.
I'm not convinced that like Kamala Harris specifically would have done this.
So do you think she would have stopped Israel from doing this?
No, I don't think that she would have involved herself.
Okay, well, America's not in Iran; it's Israel.
Okay, I don't know what your point is saying.
Okay, then I don't know why you're talking about Israel and Iran when your thing's about Trump.
Well, dude, I'm talking about something Trump just tweeted about today on True Social. What the fuck are you talking about?
Excellent.
What do you mean? This is clearly relevant to the conversation we're talking about.
Which Truth Social post?
Oh, you haven't seen this
What?
yet? Okay, so I'll tell you about it. It's totally fine. So he posted on True Social saying, "We now have complete and total control over the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. We know exactly where the so-called supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out." In quotations, unalive, at least not for now. But we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to the matter. And then he just put like literally 2 hours ago again, unconditional surrender in all caps.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
Dude, what are you talking about? What do you mean? You just said one. That where was this? Two. You were like, oh, he's not involved because
what's
of three, and then you're
okay?
now
We
you're
have
supporting
military
it, dude. That's
bases.
hilarious. Wait, I have a
We
question.
have
Were
military
you
bases in the Middle
against
East.
him defending Ukraine?
Was I again? Ukraine is a touchy subject because, frankly, he had no control over what we do in Ukraine, and he gave
Really?
Ukraine
He
tank
cut the
missiles
funding. He cut the
during his
funding.
first term.
Dude, what do you mean he cut the funding?
He cut the funding, but didn't he authorize the that big missile attack that Ukraine had? What was it, a month ago?
Wait, I'm confused at all how that is at all going to like demonstrate that Donald Trump is like good for defending Ukraine.
I don't know why you
Donald
brought up
Trump.
Ukraine.
Yeah,
when we're
I mean,
talking about
let me
Iran.
respond.
Everything
Donald
got
Trump.
crazy,
Let me
dude.
explain. Donald Trump clearly engaged in actions that did not defend Ukraine because Trump supporters were like, "Oh, I don't want to spend my money on foreign conflicts. I don't want to be involved in that. Let's focus here at home." And then now he's like supporting an offensive war on behalf of Israel.
Well, yeah, he wanted a peace deal between Israel and Iran didn't want a peace deal. So he's basically showing Iran that they don't stand a fucking chance, which is like that's what you got to do.
Really?
If they want war, you got to go all out.
Why is the U.S.
they-
involved? Why is the U.S. involved? Why don't you say that with Russia? Why do you only say that with Iran, but you don't say that with Russia? Please explain to me that one.
Well, Russia is Russia attacking a U.S. ally?
Yeah, the Budapest Memorandum. You know what that
Ukraine-
is? What's the Budapest
the
Memorandum? Hey, wait,
is
wait.
not legally binding.
Oh, wait. Just because there's no
Not voted out by Congress.
Just because there's no legal enforcement particular aspect of it doesn't mean that there's not a particular agreement that we made to then uphold, right? You understand that, right? Just because there's not a legal enforcement aspect of it. Right, of course there might not be
Yeah,
a
but
legal
it's not
enforcement
voted
aspect of
by
that, but it's an
Congress.
agreement. There are plenty of treaties that don't have legal enforcements that specifically it is the case that it would just be like you go back to war if you don't do this. Like what? Like what are you talking about?
Can you
That's-
read the treaty clause in the Constitution, please?
do you want to read it?
Well, I got to find it first, but it says
Okay.
that Congress has to vote on it. Congress has to approve treaties.
Okay. What I'm confused. What do you define as what does Congress define as a treaty?
What do you mean? What Congress?
the club
defines? Let me
victory?
see. The United States Congress provides that the president shall have power by and with advice and consent of the Senate to make treaties, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur. Article 2, Section 2.
Yeah, what is a treaty? How is it defining it in this context? Is it talking specifically about just wars that the U.S. is involved in directly? Or is it talking about foreign conflicts?
Treaties are binding agreements between nations and become part of international law. Treaties to which the United States is a party also have the force of federal legislation, forming part of what the Constitution calls the supreme law of the land. So we are not in a treaty with Ukraine, buddy.
Okay, so we're not in a treaty, therefore then your point doesn't make sense.
Well, you mean my point doesn't make
Wait,
sense. We don't
wait,
have an
wait,
obligation
wait,
to
wait,
defend
wait.
Ukraine.
Wait, hold on.
We don't have a legal obligation to do so.
Just because we don't have a legal obligation doesn't mean that we don't have an obligation based upon what we said we would do. We said we would do this, and it is the case
mean
that.
what Clinton
Hold on,
said
I just
you
want to
would do.
clarify. We said we would do this, right? So it is the case that we have
mean
to
Clinton
uphold it,
said
and if we
that.
don't, hold up, if we don't uphold it, then that's going to harm specifically our credibility. You know, when it comes to loans or other sorts of things in general.
Buddy, is Donald Trump Bill Clinton?
Lovey, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's actually so based, Lovey. That's so based. That's so based. Sorry, what were you saying?
Is Donald Trump Bill Clinton?
No, I'm confused with your point.
Okay, it's not Trump's credibility. It's not the United States credibility.
Okay. Are you saying that
Not a
because
treaty.
something was established by a prior president doesn't mean that like the new president would have to uphold that? I'm sorry, your brain is not functioning
have to
properly.
uphold
It's
the
still our
executive
country,
order.
genius. It's still our country. Wow, dude, that was like that was
Donald
the most
Trump does not
ridiculous.
have to
That was the most
uphold
ridiculous
executive order
statement.
to kill
That was the
Trump.
most ridiculous statement I have ever heard.
How? So if Trump were to do something, were to go into an agreement without the consent of Congress, the future president would have to obey Trump's unconstitutional agreement, is what you're saying.
Wait, say that one more time.
So if Donald Trump were to make an agreement with some country and not get it approved by Congress, as the Constitution says, whoever's president next has to obey that agreement. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, for example, the Taliban, Biden had to obey the agreement. Yeah.
Was that voted on by Congress?
Well, it didn't necessarily. It wasn't necessarily voted on by Congress. It was established by Donald Trump.
I don't see why Biden has
That's
to.
why I brought up one that was comparable to the Budapest Memorandum, because it wasn't established by Congress. I don't know why you even brought up the Congress part when it's not relevant to this point. That was an
It is
interesting.
because the Budapest Memorandum is you claim that it's legally binding. It's not.
What do you mean by I claimed that it was legally binding? What are you talking about?
You claim that we have to obey the Budapest Memorandum.
I never said that was legally binding, genius. I said that we have to do it in terms of an obligation morally, and especially in terms of how our relations would be with other countries, that we're actually going to uphold our word. What are you talking about? I never once said legally binding. You just made that up.
Okay, I don't know why you brought it up then, because obviously it's.
Why did I bring it up? Because it was relevant.
Not relevant.
It was relevant to why we were defending Ukraine. You said, "Are we allied with Ukraine?" Yes, the Budapest Memorandum is a form of allyship.
Not legally.
What do you mean not legally? What the fuck are you talking about?
Well, when for example, NATO is actually our allies. We have
Bubble,
to
thank you for
join
the
NATO.
subscription. Thank you so
Congress
much.
had to approve it.
Okay, wait, so what is an ally?
An ally is someone we're legally obligated to defend.
Okay, so you don't think that we can have allyships or in any other context other than a legal definition. So I'll give you a question. Do you think that you can be allied with someone on an individual basis?
I'm not a country.
That doesn't mean you can't be allied, genius.
What you mean, me allied
Yes,
with?
you as a person. Can you ally with another person? Yes. So obviously there's...
That's a different definition of the word.
Exactly. Obviously,
That's not allies as a country. You're trying to change the definition.
Listen,
Dude,
I'm
taking
not
notes. I know
changing
you
any
stop
definition.
for-
I'm not changing any definition. I'm just saying, and I acknowledge that there's different contexts of the word allyship that we use in different situations. And the context of allyship that I'm using in this particular circumstance is saying that we have an agreement with them that we would defend them, specifically given the case that they gave up their nuclear weapons. Do you deny that form of
The
allyship?
Budapest Memorandum is not a legal agreement.
I don't know why you're using that as a response. That's not relevant to my point.
It's an agreement in the
What,
colloquial
it's
sense.
not,
It has
what do
no
you mean by a
legal-
legal agreement? Can you clarify? Like it is legal to do. I don't know what you mean by legal agreement. You're just saying it's not
It's
legally
legal to
binding.
do. It's basically a pledge. It's like the Paris
Yes.
Climate Accord. It's
Wait,
a
wait.
pledge.
And so
We don't have to obey a pledge. Trump doesn't have to
let
obey
me
the pledge.
let me
of the
clarify.
president.
You don't have to, but if you don't do so, it will very much hurt the country. And the reason why it will hurt the country is because it will destroy our relations with countries around the world in terms of them trusting our word. Like seriously,
I mean,
are you listening to anything I'm saying?
You got it legally binding then. That's,
Say that again?
It's not like it's a treaty. It's not like it's a treaty. It's just an agreement. It's just a pledge.
I understand. You've said that like 8 times. Are you able to
It's not
respond to
like
what I
a-
said? Is your brain functioning properly in terms of sentience?
I think you're mad because you don't know what an agreement is.
I don't know what an agreement is. Okay, then clarify to me. What's an agreement?
Legally, an agreement is a treaty. A treaty is something that Congress has to vote on.
No, not the only. If you think the only notion of an agreement is just a treaty, I'm sorry, but you're removed from reality. Right now,
If you mean-
everyone and I is agreeing that you're making a.
Yes.
Everyone and I are agreeing in this live that you're making a really bad point.
What, that the Budapest Memorandum is not legally binding?
No, that you're not addressing specifically any of my points, right? You just keep repeating the point that
and
it's
you
not.
can argue it's
Hey,
bad
hey,
for
hey,
the
hey,
country,
hey,
but it's
hey, hey! I was speaking, right? You can sit there and you can keep saying it's not legally binding over and over. That's not responding to the point that I've made that I don't care. It's not legally binding. That's not relevant. That's not irrelevant at all.
Why would
What's the
Trump
relevant
care
point?
if it's not legally binding?
What's that?
Why would Trump care if it's not legally binding?
Because it is the case. I told you multiple times, and I'll say it one more time. I need you to listen. Can you listen? Can you put your listening ears on real quick? Is
Can you
that
start
fine?
speaking?
Do I have to teach you, treat you like a kindergartner? I appreciate the
I
subscription.
don't know.
Thank you so much.
Are you my mommy?
Did you hear what I said before? Do I have to tell you again?
Yeah, start speaking, dude. I'm listening.
Yeah, it is the case that we made an agreement with them, and that if we don't uphold our agreement, It destroys our relations with other countries in terms of them
Okay, who
believing,
made the
right,
agreement?
the different types of agreements that we make as a
Who made the
country.
agreement? Who made the agreement?
It doesn't matter who made the agreement in the
Bill
past. It
Clinton.
matters that it was our country. We
Bill
uphold.
Clinton
You have
made
to have
the agreement.
integrity in upholding what our country is set up.
So we have to obey a non-legal agreement from 30 years ago.
Non-legally binding agreement that specifically is a moral agreement to defend Ukraine, given it is the case that they gave up their nuclear weapons. Yes. You have a moral obligation because they gave up their nuclear weapons in the idea that you were specifically going to
Moral
defend them.
obligation,
If
okay.
you don't defend them, well, then they would keep their nuclear weapons. If you don't want Ukraine to have nuclear weapons, well, then you have to fucking stand up to the plate. You are not. You're just showing that America is not trustworthy. You're showing that America has no
Did Biden
integrity.
defend
You're showing that
Ukraine?
America does not have a place, right? Particularly in terms of leading the free world, because it doesn't have integrity. That's all you're fucking
Biden
showing.
defend
So what's going to
Ukraine?
happen is that the rest of the world is not going to engage with the U.S. as much. That's what you're going to
Did
do.
Biden defend Ukraine?
Did Biden defend Ukraine? Yes.
How?
They sent funds to defend them?
That's not defending. That's giving funds for them to spend or weapons for them to use. That's not defending.
Does Zelensky consider that defense? Yes. Does basically everyone around the world consider that defense? Yes. Right? For example, if someone is utilizing like another country as a proxy, that they are providing defense for them.
You mean
We
that
provide
country-
that. Wait, let me clarify. Our funds and equipment, not defense. Not increasing their defense.
It's okay. If you want to do that, if you want that to be the argument for defending, okay, man. I don't see how, if I give someone a wheelchair a knife, for example, that's not defending them.
You don't think us giving billions of dollars of weapons and equipment and training Ukrainian soldiers to fight in Russia, helping them with war plans, you don't think that's helping defend them? I'm sorry.
That's helping them.
Dude,
That's not defending them.
What do you mean by defending them?
Defending them would be actually going into Ukraine and defending them.
Yeah, that's a circular definition because you use defend in the definition of defend. What do you mean by defend?
Defend would mean we use our stuff to protect them.
Yeah, so when we give them weapons, support, and aid, that is using our stuff to protect them. Nice job, genius.
Yeah, using our manpower, our people.
Yeah, we've developed goods and
If you
weapons
give-
specifically that we then sent to them. Nice job, genius.
If
We
you
sent
give
our
someone
money
who's
to
not
them.
capable of defending themselves something to defend themselves with, like you give someone in a wheelchair,
Yeah,
a knife, that's not
that's
defending
helping
them.
defend them. Yes, it
That's
is.
just arming them.
That's helping defend them, genius.
That's helping them.
If you give someone infrastructure, I have a question. If you give someone weapons and infrastructure to defend them against a foreign adversary, is that defending them?
That's helping them defend themselves. That's not
That's-
defending them.
Wait, what's the distinction? What is defending? Can you tell me?
Defending is when you get yourself in the way of the perpetrator and the victim.
Get yourself in the way of
Not
the.
when you just give the victim, a stick
What?
or whatever.
I'm sorry. So if you provide aid, that's not helping defense. If you provide weapons
That's helping
for them to defend themselves, that's not helping defense.
Okay, that's
Yes, it
completely
is.
different.
If you give them weapons to defend themselves, is that defending? Yes.
That's helping them defend themselves. That's not defending them. That's helping them defend themselves.
That is quite literally defending them.
That's grammatically, it's not even, you're completely wrong.
No.
I mean,
No. 'Cause
you're taking, if I defend you, it's not the same as if I help you defend yourself.
okay. To clarify, you don't think there's any connotation where you can defend someone specifically without doing so directly?
You're helping them defend themselves. I mean,
Isn't that defending them?
that's not defending them. That's different.
Clarify
For
the
example,
distinction.
we have a legal obligation to
I
defend.
want you to clarify the distinction.
I've given you it like 5 times, dude. If you can't understand English, that's a you problem.
I'm asking you to just clarify. It's not me not understanding English, dude. If you'd like to just
Dude,
clarify
I
the way you're
told
using
you,
the term.
defending is when you get yourself in the way. Here, I'm gonna look up the actual definition of defend.
Get yourself in the way is a horrible definition of defense because you believe that there's context of defending specifically that have nothing to do with physical relation. You can defend someone in terms of an argument, right?
Okay, here we go. Defend, verb, resist an attack made on someone or something, protect from harm or danger.
Okay, to clarify, giving Ukraine weapons, right, technology and infrastructure, and training them to fight against Russia, is that defending them under that
preparing
definition?
them for that harm.
Is that
That's
how,
not protecting them. That's just giving them stuff to defend themselves.
It's like you're purposefully trying to not understand. The definition you just provided literally does exactly define what I just said is protecting and defending. Like you just like you're you're
Who's
purposefully
protecting Ukraine? Who's protecting Ukraine?
now it's like Europe and Ukraine.
It's Ukraine.
Both.
Yeah,
It's
it's
both.
Ukraine.
It's both Europe and Ukraine.
Well, okay, Europe. Is America in Ukraine?
Oh wait. Europe. How's Europe defending Ukraine?
I don't know. Has the UK moved troops in there yet? I'm not entirely sure.
So okay, so then they aren't defending if they haven't sent in troops.
That would be defending. Yeah, that you move troops into Ukraine.
I said prior to sending in troops, would that be defending?
No, that would not be defending.
So the entirety of the time, you think that that the UK and the rest and a lot of countries in Europe have not been defending Ukraine at all.
I mean, they've been arming Ukraine.
Have they been defending Ukraine at
They don't have
all?
a population. They're losing all their men.
Have they been defending Ukraine at all?
What do you mean?
Have the rest of Europe provided any defense for Ukraine?
They've provided tanks and stuff. They've provided things for Ukraine to defend.
Is that
itself
defense?
with.
Is that defense?
That's spending on defense.
I'm asking, is that defense?
That is defense. But that's not us defending them. That's
What,
giving
dude?
them-
Oh my god, dude, I can't, man. It's defense, but we're not defending. What are you saying, bro, dude? What is
Okay,
this,
so
what
when
is
we
this guy
protect
talking
our
about?
own borders,
We are providing defense, but
defending?
wait, to clarify, are we providing?
Okay, if we
are
protect-
we?
if we-
Wait, no. Are they
we
providing
protect our
hold
borders,
on, hold
but
on.
we get some.
Hold up,
we
hold
get
up,
the
hold up.
tanks
Are
and
they
vehicles
providing
from
defense? Are they
Japan.
providing defense? Is the rest of Europe providing
It depends what you
defense for
define as
Ukraine?
defense. Yeah, if they're providing tanks and stuff, they're providing defense.
Oh, okay. So they're providing
But that
defense.
doesn't mean they're defending.
Wait, okay,
Defense is a
so
noun.
to clarify, they're providing defense, but then they're not defending.
Yeah, they're two different words. Defend and defend are not
What,
exactly-
dude? That's how.
One's a
Dude, what
verb,
are you
one's a
talking
noun.
about, dude? Dude, what do you mean by defending? What the fuck does that mean? I mean, you're providing defense, right?
Providing defense is. What do you mean by that? Like, if you're providing
What
defense,
does no?
we're not.
What does defending mean?
You're being confusing right now. What definition?
What,
of
typically,
defense
when I'm
do you
using
have?
this when I'm using the term defending, that you'd be providing defense, right?
Yeah, what definition are we using of defense?
You already provided the definition. I was operating off of your
provide the-
definition.
I provide the definition of defend. Defense is a noun.
Do you provide much of a distinction between that, other than tense?
Defense is a noun. Defend is a verb. Nouns don't have tense, buddy.
Wait, I'm sorry. Are you? Oh my gosh. So I'm sorry. Can you please explain to me what is the distinction that you make between the terms?
If defense in the geopolitical sense is like tanks and stuff, defend is when you actually put your
Tanks
own
and stuff is not an explanation. Jesus Christ, dude.
depend. I don't know where you're going with this.
When I'm using the term defending, all I'm saying is that you're providing defense. Like I'm providing defense, correct?
You're providing. Okay, if you want to do that, okay. And what do you define as defense?
Like, for example, if I was defending Dean's argument that he made, I would be providing defense for his argument.
that's
Present
a
myself.
different meaning of the word. You're using a different meaning of
Really?
the same word. That's a
Really?
logical fallacy.
Yeah. Explain to me how am I
You're using
how am I using the term?
it in a geopolitical sense. We're
Me
using it in a
using the
geopolitical-
term in this way is
You're
not a
using
logical.
it in a colloquial.
So me using the term in the way that I'm using it is not a logical fallacy. It would only be a logical fallacy if I was equivocating between the usages of the term, which I was not doing. Like what?
Yeah, defending an argument is not the same as defending a country.
Okay, I understand, but I'm giving it an analogy of how I'm using the term defense in this context. I'm using defense in this context to refer to, right, like well, in this context I was using the term defending as a providing of defense. So you might use the same context of terminology in other sorts of connotations, and that's how I was using the term. So how about how I'm using the term is wrong? Zach, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Sage, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
What this has to do with Iran?
Wow, dude, this guy just he doesn't. You just love not answering questions, right?
You're going in
is that your
circles.
favorite thing? Is that your favorite thing, just to not answer questions? Yeah, because you're not willing to engage with what I have to say here. That's why we keep going in circles.
You're
So-
going into circles. You're pivoting. You pivot. We went from Iran. You pivoted to Israel. You pivoted.
What do you mean I pivot,
Ukraine, you
dude?
pivoted.
What do you
You're
mean I?
pivoting?
What do you mean I pivoted? We had different talking points in a conversation. Do you know how conversations work, dude?
Yeah, and then okay. So, do you want to talk about the border? Do you want to keep talking about Ukraine and Israel's border? Because I
I would
frankly
love
don't
for
care
you to have answered my question, but you've just specifically talked about how we're talking about different things as a means to literally not address what I just said. It's really annoying that instead of addressing what I was specifically saying about how we're defining the term defense, because you were particularly trying to not say that Ukraine was, or that we were providing defense for Ukraine specifically before,
We're
right? It's
providing you
ridiculous.
defense. Yeah, we're providing tanks and stuff for Ukraine. Yeah, but that's not the same as like us.
Okay, well, you at least if you okay, I don't care if you fucking say defended at this point. You at least agree that we've provided defense for Ukraine.
Yes,
Jesus Christ, you're
we've
so
provided
annoying.
defense.
Oh my god, dude. Dude, I've like actually, you're like one of the most insufferable people I've talked to. The fact that you'd care so much about a distinction between defending and provide defense is fucking insufferable, dude. I'm sorry, no person in the world makes that distinction, but you. Literally, no one.
I think it's a distinction. It's not a distinction that's talked about, but it's pretty important, right? I mean, it's different.
No,
sending
it's
in
not.
tanks It's different than sending in our own people.
I
So
understand.
that's
I
not
understand
different.
those are different ways of providing defense, but that doesn't change you can defend people in different ways. Do you agree?
Yeah, you can defend.
Then why
people
are
in
you
different
acting
ways.
like two different ways of defending someone are meaning that you can't be defending them in one scenario? Like, why, dude? What are you saying?
I mean, the way you're putting it is very vague and not specific.
What's not specific? Just ask for clarification.
You're saying that providing defense is the same as us sending in our own people, our own.
No. I said that providing defense is a form of defending. That's all I was
All right, man, if
saying.
you want to go with that, sure. We can go with that. I'm still really confused how this relates to Iran.
We were talking about Ukraine.
Yeah, and before
Deanna,
that, we
thank
were
you for the
talking about
$5. Thank you so much. Originally,
I don't care about
originally,
that much about
you know
Ukraine
what? You
when
want me to
our
tell you?
borders
You want me
are-
to tell you why? Because apparently you don't know how to connect the dots. Okay, right? We were talking about how Donald Trump was so anti-defending Ukraine because he doesn't want the U.S. to specifically be spending money on foreign conflicts. But then he's so okay doing it when he's doing literally an intentional strike in defense of Israel after they were the ones that caused the conflict.
Okay, the difference is Iran has nuclear weapons.
There's no evidence of that.
There's no evidence of that. What's your no
You're buying
evidence
the
of that?
same
Is
set of-
Iran trying to?
You're buying the same set
As
of
you-
justification that Donald Trump was originally arguing against in saying that they have weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East, and that's a reason for the U.S. to go into the context of the Middle East. That is a horrible justification to defend going into the Middle East.
Do you think Iran is not trying to get a nuclear weapon?
I don't think that Iran is at the point where they have nuclear weapons. I think that Israel's been claiming that
you
Iran's
think they're
been
trying?
close to having a nuclear weapon since literally the fucking 90s.
Okay, you think they're trying? Do you think they're
as
trying?
as a defensive means so that they can specifically defend their country, probably against
And do you think
specific
we should allow them
against
to have
Israel,
nuclear
because it's
weapons?
mutually assured destruction.
Okay, do you think we should allow that?
I
We should
was
allow them to
I
have
was saying
nuclear
that we should
weapons.
keep up the nuclear peace agreement, right? But apparently, since you disagree with that, then at this point, yeah, there should be nuclear weapons on both sides for mutually assured destruction.
So you're pro Iran having nuclear weapons.
That is the point in which a
I'll make
country
that clear.
countries gain sovereignty by having nuclear weapons because of mutually assured destruction. Okay? I am not for the US involving itself in determining whether or not, right, the state of Iran particularly gets sovereignty. I think the US shouldn't be involved in that. Is that clear?
Dude, that's crazy if you want Iran to have nuclear weapons. That's fucking nuts.
How is that crazy for me to say the US shouldn't be involved in it?
Dude,
You are.
I know you've
What,
never been to
why is it?
Iran.
Wait, you're just like the fucking pro-war lunatics that sent us to the fucking Middle
I'm
East
not
for decades,
pro-war,
and millions
but
of
there's
people
certain
fucking
countries
died
that
because of
can't
that
have it.
policy. So don't fucking sit up here and grandstand on my live stream about fucking
Do you
Iran
know
getting
how
nuclear weapons when
anti-American
you're talking about
Iran is?
preemptive strikes
I don't
when you don't even have fucking any evidence that they have nuclear weapons or at the point where they do. You have no fucking evidence of this. You're literally creating the same damn conspiracy theory that there's fucking weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East to justify sending fucking the US troops into the context of the Middle East when people are going to fucking die. Stop involving us in things that we don't need to be involved in.
So you think that it's okay for Iran to have nuclear weapons? They're super anti-American. They hate America. They absolutely hate America. And I know that for a fact. I've been to Iran.
Russia has nuclear weapons and they hate America, right? Russia hates America. Putin hates America. That's why he disseminates so much misinformation in our country that has led to people like you supporting Donald Trump.
Putin is way more semi-reasonable than Iran.
How do you
Do you
even
disagree?
how do you even categorize that? What?
Dude, I've been to Iran. I visited the former U.S. embassy. You go there, and they have the most anti-American propaganda.
Yeah,
Insane.
wait, you think Russia doesn't have anti-American propaganda? You're delusional.
They do, but it's not about unaliving us.
You understand that it's still wait. Saying it's about unaliving us. You understand that Russia quite literally wants to literally go in and take a bunch of European areas that were previously considered the Soviet Union, and that the United States being in part of that, them spreading misinformation in our country, it leads to people in this country dying. You know, people have died in this country because of Russian misinformation, right? In this country.
A country wanting to take back its former areas is way different than a country that wants to blow up a country on the other side.
I'm sorry. Do you not?
That is
Wait.
way different.
Oh, really? Wait. Do you know that Iran particularly used to have a larger country?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, but was America
Oh,
part of it?
wait. So then, are you saying that they can go back and take back 4 more areas?
What, you want them to take back Azerbaijan?
Wait.
You
I'm
think
just asking if you think they have justification for that because you're running defense for Putin.
I'm not saying Russia has justification to take Ukraine.
Then stop
I'm
making it.
saying
Then what's the fucking
Russia's
distinction?
Way more
Wait.
reasonable than Iran.
What do you mean reasonable? What are you talking about? They literally fucking illegally invaded and are committing war crimes in Ukraine, ethnically cleansing the Ukrainian population, mass murdering Ukrainians,
Has Russia,
let alone a bunch of other countries that they've invaded and started taking. Like, what are you talking about?
Has Russia threatened to
Not you
the
literally
United
buying the Kremlin propaganda. That's actually fucking nuts. You literally are buying the Russian misinfo. Alexandra, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Tyler with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They have literally lost it. It's actually diabolical. Thank you so much, Tyler. I really appreciate it. Shannon with the $80 on Cash App. Give me some W's for Shannon in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Shannon, for the $80 on Cash App. Thank you so much. And then Megan with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know it's so crazy. Thank you so much, Megan.
You say I'm buying Russian misinformation when you say you don't mind Iran, an ally of Russia, has a nuclear weapon.
So yeah, I don't mind specifically that happening because I don't want the US to be involved in the conflict. I don't think the US if it happens, then it happens. Right, but I don't want the U.S. involved in the conflict. I thought you were totally okay with saying that when it came to Russia, Ukraine, and literally the entirety of Ukraine being taken over. But for some reason, whenever it comes to the context of supporting Israel, which is literally the one engaging in the offense in this scenario, the preemptive strike, they called preemptive, ridiculous, right? Appreciate that, Admiral Sush. Then you support them. What are you talking about, dude? You won't defend a country that's being invaded. But you want to run defense for a country that is literally running in and bombing a country without provocation.
Wait. You think Iran hasn't bombed countries without provocation?
I never said that Iran hasn't bombed countries without provocation. I said that Israel bombed Iran without provocation.
I think there was there. I'm not a pro-Israel buddy, but there was some provocation in the terms of funding a foreign terrorist organization known as the H Group.
Oh, okay. So you think because of their funding of H group that then it's justified for Israel to go in and literally bomb Iran? Okay, well then do you think it's justified for Israel to bomb Israel?
Wait, what?
Yeah, Israel
For
Israel Israel funded H group, right? That's happened in order to against the PLO. Appreciate. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you for the Pharaoh mask. So do you think it's like justified for Israel to bomb Israel?
To bomb? Can you be more specific?
Yeah,
What
like
part
I'm
of
just
Israel?
saying. Well, I'm just saying. You just said Israel can bomb anywhere specifically that does that. Well, that would be that. So themselves. First of the galaxy. Thank you so much.
They can take care of their domestic problems. I don't understand why that's an issue. I don't understand how that relates to Trump or our problem or our country. I mean, I'm more concerned about our own
Now you're
borders.
like, I don't know why it relates to our country. I'm so concerned about our own wars. Okay, so stop involving yourself in putting Israel first always. You said you're not a pro-Israel guy. Then why are you running defense for
Not
Israel?
Israel first.
You
don't
are
like
Israel first. You're supporting Israel first policy.
Which Israel first policy am I supporting?
Yeah, defending or no, going in and literally controlling the air of Iran, and like literally trying to
Because
take over
there's a
Iran
mutual
and kill the supreme leader.
There's a mutual interest because Iran
Uh,
wants to nuke
uh,
America.
okay. So then you say Iran wants to nuke America. So then why will they engage in
Iran
wait?
also has
To clarify,
attempted-
well then, are you saying that like the only way to prevent Iran from nuking America, again, weapons of mass destruction, they're going to nuke us, same justification provided in the past, right, is if we bomb them and destroy them?
if we do what we need to do so they stop, like they've threatened to nuke us. They've threatened us many times.
Wait, can you show
They've
me where
tried to
Iran is
undermine
threatened to
our
nuke the
president.
United States of America?
They have many times,
Where?
yes.
Where? Push the corgi. Like really? Like I haven't seen this. Can you tell me where?
Pretty sure it was a few years ago.
Yeah, go
I don't
ahead.
remember.
Who did it?
I don't know
I'd love
where.
to
I know
see.
they have. I know they have. I know they've tried to unalive
I
our
know.
president. Me that's muted.
Oh, Dean's back in queue. Dean, I got you, Dean. Where's Dean? Dean, wait, is he there? Oh, wait, Dean. Dean said he was in queue. Oh no. Did he leave? Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Yep, I think he left because I didn't see the text message. Very unfortunate. Gentle, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Gentle. That's so kind of you. Thank you so much. W Gentle. All right, I messaged Dean. Maybe he'll respond. Oh, he's back in.
Yo.
What's good?
Just some updates. Maybe we could even see what this guy thinks. First and foremost, okay, so I posted a video on Instagram and TikTok like 12 minutes ago. Right now it has 50,000 views on Instagram and 0 views on TikTok. So whatever reason, TikTok doesn't want this topic to be discussed. Seriously, not a single person has seen it. I doubt it's even on my my profile, at least publicly. But anyways,
Right there in cash, it helps.
Anyways, so we're even closer now. We have like F-16, F-22s, and F-35s deployed in the region. And Trump is meeting right now with his national security advisors to consider the use of the bunker bombers on the underground nuclear enrichment facilities. Rafa, I just want to clarify, you're pro-war?
I do not want Iran having nuclear weapons. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm not pro-Israel, but I'm not pro-Iran.
I mean, so our national security advisor, sorry, not the NSI, the NSA, our national head of domestic intelligence tells us that they're years away from having nukes. So you're obviously like going to be anti-war in this circumstance right now, right?
Years is not that long.
Yours is that long.
Yours,
Okay.
they're still trying. If
Right. You know that? Can you tell me
are
how
they going to tell us when they finished? I mean,
Can you
it's
tell
not
me how long
exactly.
Netanyahu's been saying this?
Yeah, he's been saying it a long time. Doesn't mean
Yeah.
there's no truth to it.
I told
Really?
him this
Well, I
earlier.
mean, yeah, it meant that there's no truth to it like the first 15 times. But I just want to clarify, so in this circumstance, like what was your stance? Are you pro-war or anti-war in this circumstance?
In this specific one,
Yeah.
I mean, there's times for when we need to use our military and times when we need to actually be strategic. But in general, I'm anti-war.
Okay, well, how about in this circumstance?
In this specific circumstance, I think it's necessary that we
pro-war?
don't let Iran have.
So are you
nuclear
pro-war or
weapons.
anti-war in this circumstance?
That's if I don't want America going to war.
Okay, so
I would
you're
prefer
against
to do
Donald
that.
Trump, like starting a war with Iran, right?
Is America in Iran right now?
But can you just answer my question? You've given me a bunch of pivots. What I'm asking you is, are you for or against Donald Trump starting a war with Iran?
Donald Trump's not starting war in Iran. Your question doesn't mean anything.
Okay, what was my question?
This
Can you
guy's
repeat it to me?
delusional.
Can you repeat my question to me?
Yeah, you're asking me if I want Trump to start war with Iran. I don't want him to start war with Iran.
Okay, great. So
He's
you
not
don't.
starting war with Iran.
So you don't want Trump to start war with Iran. So if he did start war
Iran,
with
not
you'd be-
Iran.
if he did start war with Iran, you'd be against it.
Yeah, if we went to war with Iran, I would be against it.
Great. Well, I mean, there you go. I mean, seemingly like this is probably what Parker's been asking you about
Yeah,
for the last 30
yeah,
fucking
and
minutes.
he was fucking freaking out at me because I was like, yeah, if Iran ends up getting nuclear weapons, right? I'm not okay with the U.S. going in and like trying to like take over their country in order to prevent
So are
that.
you okay?
And then he was like,
Would you
that's an
be
insane
okay?
position. That's an insane position. Oh my god, that's so crazy. You would let them get nuclear weapons?
Yeah, and then even about the
Would you-
nukes, bro. Why did we pull
Would
out?
you be
of
okay
the
with
nuclear
North
peace
Korea
agreement?
having intercontinental nuclear weapons?
Why did we pull out of the nuclear peace agreement with Iran?
Because we were basically paying them and trusting that they weren't making nukes.
So we were paying them and trusting them. Well, I mean, like, would you say that we had like good reason to believe that they weren't? I mean, like, this is what they indicated to the UN. They were even okay with like the UN coming in, looking at their facilities, like seemingly like the nuclear peace agreement was a good thing that worked. Iran liked it. The UN liked it. And you want to know like the only reason why like Trump didn't like it, why the GOP didn't like it?
Why?
It was because Obama liked it. Like in like 2016, 2017, 2018, whatever Obama liked, the GOP just like automatically hated it. Like unironically, if Obama wrote a note that said, "Please don't eat shit," signed Obama, and gave it to like every single Republican in Congress, well, like the first thing that they do, they'd turn around, they'd start eating their own shit, they'd start mining up all the fucking sewer lines in the cities, shoveling as much shit as possible into their mouths, and just eating it all, right? Because for whatever reason, they're just so anti-Obama, okay? And because Obama supported the nuclear peace deal with Iran, all of a sudden Trump and the GOP just hated it and pulled us out, even though that did give us some level of assurance that they weren't furthering the development of their nuclear weapons.
What assurance did it give?
Yeah, it gave the assurance that they weren't furthering the development
How?
of nuclear weapons. Because the deal was mutually beneficial to the country.
How do we know they just weren't developing without telling us?
I mean, didn't they give like access to like individuals from the UN to their facilities?
And how do you know they just didn't have other facilities?
Okay.
Okay,
Well,
so
I mean,
essentially
at
he's
this
saying
point-
that this is unfalsifiable and that we just essentially have to go to war with Iran. Like,
Yeah. So now you're basically
Yeah.
saying that even though we have a lot of evidence that they weren't, and we have no evidence that they were, because it's possible that they still yet were, that justifies
Actually, there was tons of
like turning their
evidence.
country into a parking lot.
what was the evidence?
This is
There was
this is
an
just
operation.
evidence.
I know that because I took a cybersecurity class. There was an operation a few years ago where we put a virus into Iran's computers, and it made it like turn the temperatures to the wrong degree in their facilities without telling them. And I forget the operation, but it was there's
Okay. What year was this operation?
I think it was. Fuck, I forgot. Let me look it up. I'm actually genuinely curious.
Also,
It wouldn't have been a thing if.
Can anybody see like my recent video posted or not? Like, if you click on my TikTok, does it show like a new video? Yet.
I can't quite see. Shrill, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it, Shrill. Thank you. Yeah, maybe that could be it. He probably wants to distract away from things to some degree.
Yep.
Sid with the
it's stuff, man.
$200 on
Stuff, man.
YouTube super chat for this is insane info to hear on my lunch break. We live in an insane timeline. Have a good rest of the stream, y'all. Thank you so much, Sid. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section for the $200 on YouTube super chat? Thank you so much.
Why is it okay? So okay, bro, I'm getting pissed. Like TikTok is censoring this video for whatever reason. They like I just try to re-upload it. Like TikTok won't even let this video be released, just like detailing the facts of everything that has happened in the last 24 hours. But like, anyways, like seemingly, like, yes, you did concede that it'd be bad for Trump to start war with Iran, even though you think that they might be developing nukes. So, I mean, I think that the solution here is just to admit that what Donald Trump is doing is wrong. And like, we should probably chase some other type of reassurance that they're not developing nukes, such as achieving like a new nuclear peace agreement that would like give you more confidence that, you know, they can't be doing it like covertly. And I'd agree with you, man. Like, I think that's a better solution. That's what Obama thought. That's what Biden thought. That's what the Dems have always thought. So, I mean, like, seemingly you're basically saying that the
Can you
left doesn't right, the
agree
right has
that-
it wrong.
Can you agree that Iran getting a nuclear weapon would be bad?
Yeah, sure. I think that we should denuclearize the entirety of the globe. So I think any country getting nukes would be bad. So I'm right there with you, man. And honestly, I'm right there with you as well as it relates to that it's bad for Trump to start war. And that what we should probably do instead is just achieve some better nuclear peace agreement. So, yeah, I mean, you're kind of conceding to what me and Parker are saying here.
What? But you're claiming that Trump's starting war.
Yeah, he definitely seems like it, sure.
I don't believe that.
Wait. I mean, would you say us saying that we have control of the airspace isn't like seemingly starting a war?
Was Iran not funding H Group in Israel?
I don't understand how that relates to my question at all, actually.
Okay, it's really Israel that has control over their airspace. It's
No.
Israel that did all the
So Trump
missile
said that
attack.
the USA has control over their airspace.
Yeah.
That the USA does.
He said the good old USA.
He said we have control over their
He
airspace.
said, and then he
Right.
said good old USA.
Right.
Yeah. but What jets are over Iran?
Well, actually, seemingly now, F-22s, F-16s, and F-35s are deployed in the region. So, and then once again, are you saying that when Donald Trump said that America has control of the airspace?
Seeing the
that
video's
Donald
up now.
Trump is the video's finally up. Cool, awesome, let's go. I just want to clarify here. When like Donald Trump said that like America has control over the airspace and that we could kill their leader and we know where he's at, but we're not going to do it yet. Like that's not like direct involvement.
I mean, it's a mutual interest between Israel and the U.S. that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so then you're basically saying because of that mutual interest, Donald Trump has directly involved himself in the war already.
I mean, we're involved, but it's not us in there.
Okay. Yeah. No, actually, this is kind of the way that I've been reporting it. Yeah. Sure. That's fine. I wouldn't say that like we've officially declared war. But I'd say that we're like dangerously close and we're already involved, right? I'd say that we're already directly involved, but like I'm fine with like rhetorically saying that a declaration of like war wouldn't come until we like strike their facilities. But I mean, like Donald Trump is considering that right now. So I feel like denying direct involvement and denying that we are like so fucking close to being in war with Iran is like absolutely delusional.
Yeah, I don't want to go to war with Iran, but I don't want Iran to get nuclear weapons.
Okay, so then what do we do? Because I agree. I don't want to go with it. I don't want to
force them to make a deal,
and I don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons.
Yeah, we force them to make a good deal where we can actually trust that they don't have nuclear weapons.
Okay, did you know that Donald Trump doesn't want that?
He didn't want Obama's deal because
no. He doesn't want a ceasefire with Iran.
Unconditional surrender.
Yeah, did you know that like this was like literally like 10, 15 minutes ago?
What's
So
wrong
this
with
probably
an unconditional
so
surrender?
this probably happened before like after you even joined the live. 10, 15 minutes ago, Donald Trump said that he doesn't even want a ceasefire with the country. He wants a total end.
He made that even clear after. That's crazy.
Yeah, no, this just happened. Like, I mean, this like just happened. I was like in the middle of like recording the video that I just put up on the TikTok, and as I was recording it,
on Truth Social.
Yeah, actually, that was reported on Truth Social. It's a clip of him.
All I see is unconditional surrender.
No, it's a clip of him in person. It's a clip of him like talking to a reporter. It came out like maybe 15 minutes ago.
That's actually nuts.
Yeah, it's like really new.
Yeah,
Joel, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Joel. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Joel.
Surrender. I mean, Russia's not backing Iran anymore.
Russia's not backing Iran?
Well, if you look it up, Russia has not done anything for Iran. Like Russia's been pretty much off to the side.
Oh, generally, I think I mean, I don't know what that has to do with what I said about him not wanting a ceasefire, but like, okay.
I mean, it's not like Iran is that formidable unless they have a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so you're basically saying that it's a war that we would easily win? Isn't that what Bush said about Afghanistan?
He literally has been using the same arguments. I'm not trolling. I literally
Yeah.
told him at the very beginning, like, dude, this is literally what Donald Trump used to argue against. In 2016, Donald Trump was like, they said that there were weapons of mass destruction, and there were no weapons of mass destruction. That's literally what Donald Trump ran on. And that's why I'm like,
Yeah.
Trump supporters should be anti this. This should be the point where you're like, dude, he's fucking conned me. You should be able to fucking realize at this point. And if you can't, I'm sorry,
Well, I
but
didn't
you
vote-
might
I
be
didn't vote
fucking
for it for the
lost.
Middle East.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
didn't
Well,
vote for it for
I'm gonna
the
go
Middle
ahead
East.
and start my own live. Like I said, Parker, feel free to come over and join. And if anybody wants like more insight in what's going on, I think the video just went live. It's like maybe a minute long, so go check it out. But yeah, I'm gonna go start my own live. See you, Parker.
For sure. I'll see you then.
Yeah, I voted for Trump for his border stuff, not the Middle East. So
Okay, so you voted for him for his border stuff and not for the Middle East. Okay, so what
vote
border
for him
stuff?
to crack down on
So-
illegal immigration.
Okay, so you support the deportations without due process?
They're getting due process.
You think every person who's been deported has been getting due process that's been kidnapped by ICE?
You need to define due process, because due process doesn't mean you get a judicial court hearing.
Well, in order for you to be able to say how you're using the term, I would actually like you to clarify, because I think you're the one that has a distinction in how you're using the term comparative to all of us. Because I think everyone else defines it as not having due process. So I'd love for you to define how you're defining it as due process that applies.
Due process just means you have a chance to defend yourself, which is what immigration court is. But immigration court's not a judicial court.
Okay, so do you get any court process? Is there any warrant? Is there any identification given by the ICE agents that particularly are taking
Warrant,
people? What?
There's an administrative warrant.
What administrative warrant? Signed by a judge?
For what? When someone has a deportation order, that's an order. That's a order from a judge.
So you're saying that the ICE agents had orders from judges, warrants from judges,
For some of
specifically
them,
to go
yeah,
and take
but other
people.
ones
Oh, for
didn't.
some of them. Okay, so who for?
Well, let's say, you can be detained for any crime anywhere, and if they have reasonable suspicion that you've committed a crime, they can detain you, check your info, and then take action from there.
I'm confused what you're trying to say. Like here,
Do you know the process for when you get detained for a crime?
Okay. Generally speaking, but like I'm asking you in this context in which it's applied, was there for everyone who was kidnapped, right? Was there, right, a judge signed court order?
What do you mean kidnapped? You mean arrested or detained?
People taken without due process.
Okay, so detained. Yeah, you can be detained for anything in the United States. You can be detained for drunk driving. They have the right to.
Yeah. So you think the police
Yeah.
can just go in, arrest you, and take you out without any due process,
If you're driving
without
you're
identifying
swerving,
themselves?
you get pulled over. They can.
Wait. That's if you're doing
detain
something
you.
in which is reckless or already against the law that is identifiable by the police already, right? Given the
Right.
Okay. So
There's reasonable suspicion.
okay. So then, are you saying that it is the case that everyone in the country, right, who is undocumented, that you have quote unquote reasonable suspicion? And what reasonable suspicion is that?
Okay, so when there's an ICE raid and you're with a bunch of illegal aliens,
Oh,
there's a good chance that
undocumented
you're
immigrants.
part. No, it's called illegal aliens. I use
Un-
legal terms, but
Okay. Well, if you choose not to, I will literally kick you because you're just being weird.
it's,
We don't.
it's
I don't
illegal
think. I don't.
terms.
Wait. Okay.
If you don't like legal
Wait. To
terms,
clarify, are
you're-
you saying that?
you
Are
can
oh,
be
to clarify, are you saying you only use terms in the context of their legal definition?
I try to use only legal terms because
Really? Okay, then I'll ask you a
undocumented
question. I'll
is
ask you a
not
question. In certain states where the age of consent specifically is 16, are you saying a 70-year-old man with a 16-year-old girl, that's not pedophilia? Because it's legal? Is that what you're
nothing to
saying?
do with pivoting. You're
Oh,
pivoting.
wait, are you going based on legal definitions? Is that the
don't
definition
know
that you're
the
going off
legal
of? Because I thought you're only going based on legal definitions, bro. What happened to that?
In certain states, it's not legally pedophilia. But I mean, you can argue that colloquially, yeah, you can call him a pedophile if you want.
Oh, okay, wait. So do you use the legal definition or the colloquial usage?
For illegal alien, I'm using the legal definition.
I asked you specifically for pedophile in this context.
That has nothing to do with.
Oh, he
this.
doesn't like this. He still doesn't like this.
I don't call random people p words because I don't want to get.
No, I'm sorry. In terms of how you use the term, I'm just asking about how you use the term. Would you call them a pedophile, a 70-year-old man that slept with a 16-year-old girl in a certain state where that's legal?
Dude, that's such a random question.
I thought. Wait. You just said you only use the legal definition. It's not very random. Just acknowledge that you. Wait. Just acknowledge that you know how easy this is to answer. Just say you don't always use legal definitions. Like that's all you have to say. This is how absurd this is.
Pedophiles, dude.
What?
I don't call random people pedophiles if they don't do something illegal.
I'm not even saying you have to do that. I'm just asking you, right? Do you use the context of the term pedophile only in a legal definition, or do you use it in the colloquial usage?
Yeah, you can. Fine. Yeah, I can use it in the colloquial definition.
Okay, so then
It's not
obviously
illegal.
terms. So obviously terms you use them outside of the legal definition. So don't say that just because. Oh, I'm gonna say this because it's the legal definition, and I've got to say it because it's the legal
nothing
definition.
wrong with saying
Get a
illegal
fucking
alien.
grip on reality,
There's
dude.
nothing wrong with
You do
saying
not.
that.
Yes, it is because it's incredibly dehumanizing.
What's wrong with it, buddy? What's
It's
wrong
incredibly.
with it?
You're
If you don't
calling
wanna be one,
someone.
don't be one.
You're calling someone an alien. That is dehumanizing by definition.
That's the term for foreigner in. Since
I don't. Wait.
If I
yeah.
If I go to
if
Australia,
the term since 1798 is not a flex, that probably
if I
makes
go
it
to-
more
if I go
fucking
to Australia,
dehumanizing.
I'm an alien. It's tough shit.
Okay, so stop. Okay, literally stop here for a second. Can you acknowledge that the term alien is by definition dehumanizing, and that there are plenty of terms
No, it's
throughout
not.
history
It's
that have been
foreigner.
legal
It's doesn't
definitions?
mean that's
Please stop talking. There have been plenty of legal definitions that have existed throughout the context of history that you disagree with and you wouldn't use, and that you would think would be bad.
There's probably would be, but I have.
So
the
then
right
stop
to
using
use
that as a
illegal alien.
justification.
If it's a legal term.
Oh,
and
then,
there's
well, then
nothing
I
wrong
have a
with
right to fucking kick you off my live because you're a piece
You
of
can
shit.
do whatever the fuck you want, buddy.
Yeah, I will.
but
I will.
that's the
Do it
legal
one more
term. You
time
just
and I
don't
will.
like legal terms. You're sensitive. I
No,
don't know-
you don't like legal terms. I just gave you an explicit example where you didn't fucking like the legal term. You
What's
want to know
wrong with
why?
legal alien?
Because you don't use
What's
the
wrong with
fucking.
legal alien?
Oh, yeah. I just fucking explained it to you. I
What
just
about
fucking.
illegal migrant?
I just explained it to you. I literally just explained it. Using the term alien by definition is dehumanizing. Can you acknowledge that?
What about migrant? What about illegal?
Can you
migrant?
acknowledge-
Is that dehumanizing?
No, because it's not. It's referencing a person. Migrants are people.
I don't know. Migrant sounds like homeless. That's
What
in
are
Europe,
you
it's-
talking? Your brain is not functioning properly in the context of sentience if you believe that. What are you talking about?
Illegal aliens, the legal term in U.S. code.
What are you talking? Dude, do you think migrant means homeless? And by the way, homeless isn't bad either. No one should have to be homeless in this country.
Yeah, but it is a little dehumanizing.
How is okay? Are you saying that you dehumanize homeless people? Maybe that's you. It's a you issue. I don't dehumanize homeless people.
I mean, I don't dehumanize anyone.
Are you saying it's dehumanizing to be homeless?
I'm saying it is not a good place to be, and it's definitely
Is it
not
is it
something
dehumanizing?
you want to be called.
Is it
To
dehumanizing?
be called homeless? Yeah, because it's a little bit. I mean, it depends.
Okay.
on what-
So then you associating migrants with the term homeless? Are you saying that was an insult?
It sounds like when you say migrant, it just sounds not like a good word, dude. Illegal alien makes
I say
sense.
undocumented.
Legal-
Undocumented. I say undocumented immigrants.
Well, they're documented. They have passports.
I say undocumented immigrants.
Undocumented means
Zach,
you
thank you
lost
for
your
$10.
passport
Thank you
in
so
fire.
much. You can say unauthorized.
I'd rather say illegal alien. It's a legal term. If you get upset about it, that's
No.
your own fault.
So, again,
There's
listen.
nothing wrong
Hey,
with it.
listen.
There's
I'm
nothing wrong
gonna
with it.
explain this to you one more time. Using terms that clearly are dehumanizing are not good for people because it
If you don't
depersonalizes
want to be
people
one, don't be
and it
one.
makes
Don't
you
illegally enter
otherize.
countries.
Okay, I want you to listen to what I'm
It's
saying.
a choice.
And there's a choice for you to be quiet on my life. If you cut me off one more time, I'll kick you off. Okay? I'm
Yeah,
explaining.
you want to kick me in your ass.
You're not kicking anyone's ass. You're just literally insufferable, and I'm trying to explain it to you, and you won't let me explain it to you. So do it one more time, and I literally will kick you. You're just being asked to get kicked off. You want me to kick you off so that you can be like, haha, he kicked me off from the stream. Like that's how you're fucking doing it. You're not gonna actually engage with any of what I have to say meaningfully. He did it again. You're not gonna engage with anything I have to say
Do it.
meaningfully. Okay, later. You're gonna do watch. You're gonna go do that. He's gonna go out and he's gonna be like, oh haha, I got Parker to kick me from his stream. Like as if you just like don't understand what boundaries are as a person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2002.
You said you're how old?
23.
You're 23, 22. Okay. So yeah. How do you feel about Donald Trump literally wanting to start war with Iran?
I mean, I don't think he's. I think Israel's trying to start the war.
No, Trump explicitly on Truth Social said that he doesn't even want a ceasefire and that he has control over that the U.S. has control over the airspace in Iran.
Oh well, I mean, I think Iran's probably got the most control over their own airspace. Wouldn't you think?
That's what Trump said. So he's lying.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's necessarily lying.
Heather,
Maybe
thank you
he
for the
doesn't know
$10.
that.
Keita, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10.
Maybe he doesn't know.
Shaden, thank you for the $10
Maybe he
or
doesn't know
$5. Thank
everything.
you. That's crazy. And then go ahead. What were you saying? Sorry.
I was just saying maybe he just doesn't know everything that's going on.
The president? You think you know more than the president right now?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that maybe he doesn't know everything that's going on in their airspace. I'm not saying I know more than Trump. I don't know anything that's going on in Iran.
You think the president of the United States doesn't fucking know what's going on in the airspace, bro? Come on. And then he's an idiot.
Probably,
then he's got so much cognitive decline that he doesn't even know what's going on.
I mean, he's definitely.
I think Joe Biden would have known what's going on in the airspace.
Maybe.
So Donald Trump's
Maybe.
just not cognitively aware enough to know what's going on, chat.
I mean, he definitely is. He's more cognitively aware than Biden is. That's pretty
Really?
apparent to see.
Okay, well, what based on what characteristics?
Did you watch any of their debates?
Yeah. Wait, so then watching the debates. Okay, I watched the debate against Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. Donald Trump clearly is showing significant amounts of cognitive decline, significantly more than Kamala Harris. So obviously you should think that Kamala Harris is a better candidate, correct?
No.
Oh,
Not even close.
Wait, so why do you do that with Biden?
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure.
Interesting. You can say where the road goes.
But I mean, what are your kind of thoughts on the whole Israel-Iran thing going on?
I think that Donald Trump was claiming that there's no new wars under his administration, first administration. That was a complete and total lie. He conned you again. He's pro-war. He used the same set of justifications that they used specifically and like under the Bush administration, quote unquote, weapons of mass destruction to go in and literally like invade a country. So
Okay, I guess that's a fair point.
so like he literally has become everything that he was fighting against.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like I said, I'm open to like different ideas and thoughts. I mean, I've kind of just been always, I don't know, supported Trump. I don't know, basically because off what everybody, I don't know, kind of says, but I don't know. I mean, I'm not like set in one way. I'm kind of like open to different things, if that makes sense.
Okay, so then you acknowledge that Donald Trump, like you might regret supporting him.
I mean, I wouldn't say I regret supporting him because I definitely think he was a better candidate than Biden was, just based off
What
like
about Kamala
how
Harris?
I think he was a better candidate than her too, just based off
Why?
how other world leaders would kind of view us from a standpoint of.
Really? Did you know that Donald Trump specifically or has not only worsened our relationships with our allies, but also he appointed people that literally said about him that he was a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world, that he's a fascist, unfit to be president of the United States, and a threat to our democracy.
How is he a fascist?
That's what
Like
that's
how,
I said specifically that's what one of the people in his administration said, but I can go down the 14 points of fascism if you'd like me to describe that. But I was just
I mean,
describing to you
I
that that's
would
like what someone in his administration said.
no, I would just like for you to explain why he is a fascist.
Okay, you want to go through the 14 points of
Like
fascism?
not you don't got to go through the whole thing. Just give me specifics about like explain some of the things that he does that makes him a fascist.
Yeah. So uh yeah, so in terms of the 14 points of fascism, oh hold up, I can just bring up the 14 points of fascism. I think that's like the best way to do it. Because otherwise
Okay.
I'm gonna be referencing the same things anyway. So, one, powerful and continuing nationalism. Do you agree that that's applicable to Donald Trump?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Do you agree that powerful and continuing nationalism is applicable to Donald Trump?
You got to slow down a little bit. You're talking really fast.
Do you agree that powerful and continuing nationalism is applicable to Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. So number two is disdain for the recognition of human rights because of fear of enemies and the need for security. The people in fascist regimes are persuaded that human rights can be ignored in certain cases because of the need of the people. People tend to look in the other way and approve of torture, executions, assassinations, long incarcerations of protesters, etc. For example, in this context, it would be the executions. Donald Trump called for people who are drug dealers to be put on death row. That would be an example.
I mean, I don't know if drug dealers specifically should be on death row, but I think that people that create like make like very heinous crimes. But I mean, obviously that's subject to case by case.
Okay. Number two is applicable then. Number three is identification of enemies slash scapegoats as a unifying cause. So like we can look at undocumented immigrants, trans people. He identifies enemies such as undocumented immigrants and trans people, right, as a unifying cause. I think you would agree with that.
Yeah, but I don't think he necessarily does it as. I don't think he necessarily points it at one group of people.
Undocumented immigrants, trans people, he absolutely is. Here, you know what? I'm just gonna explain them all, and then like you can like tell me what you specifically disagree with. Okay. Number four is supremacy of the military. He clearly advocates for supremacy of the military in terms of the overall spending. He thinks that we weren't spending too much. That's a very obvious one. Rampant sexism. I mean, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking in the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Right, etc. So obviously rampant sexism. When he specifically advocates for controlled mass media, he was saying that certain types of media organizations are quote unquote illegal, right? Restricting AP News, particularly from being within right the Oval Office, right? He constantly calls the press fake news, fake media, right? Specifically in order to try to
I mean, they do report a lot of things that aren't true. Do you
well,
think that everything that every
he
news, you
says it
think
about things
everything that
that
they
he says
report
it
is
about
true?
things that they are reporting is true, but
Okay, like what?
yeah, like the sexual abuse, him being held civilly liable of sexual abuse, like the election, the 2020 election, like the felony indictment against him or the felony charges and conviction against him. All the things that Donald Trump claims on a daily basis are fake news media, right? That were constructed by the media just to be against Donald Trump when there's good evidence indicating that that's true.
I mean, I
Um,
don't believe everything that the news media outlets say, regardless of what platform it is, whether it's
s-
Fox, CNN, ABC, NBC. It doesn't matter. I don't believe everything that they say because they're trying to get as many views as possible. So obviously they're gonna say whatever they have to get that.
sure. Sure. I mean, even if you don't want to accept that, that's still gonna meet the other criteria. We can keep going. Obsession with national security. Right, it is the case. Clearly, Donald Trump's
I
obsessed with
mean,
national security,
at this point
and
in
that
time,
fear
I
is
think we have
used
to
as a
do it.
motivational tool specifically by him in order to be able to control people, saying that like, oh, they're letting criminals and rapists in the country, even though that was literally just him. Religion and government intertwined. He specifically is utilizing religion in order to sway public opinion, particularly using Christianity. You know, selling the Bible, the book of the Bible, you know, things like that. He wants to, you know. Obviously involve it in daily life. You know, that's related to his abortion policy,
But
things such as
I
that.
don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, though. I think
Okay, well,
everybody
well
has
then,
the.
okay, you can say we'll get to that. I'm just still explaining. Number 9, corporate power being protected. He engaged in literally market manipulation, right? Literally said, you should buy now is a good time to buy, right? That was like clearly him engaging in market manipulation. He also went up to fossil fuel execs and said, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I will give you $110 billion in tax cuts. Labor power suppressed is a byproduct of corporate power being protected. And it's about like labor unions, which he also undermines labor unions and went on a call with Elon Musk bragging about that in the past, like literally getting rid of them and undermining them. A disdain for the intellectuals and the arts. They literally call like colleges places where like are Marxist institutions that are propagandizing our like citizens. So that's like an example of a disdain for the intellectuals, and the arts, especially when they refer to liberal arts. Obsession with crime and punishment. That's one's obviously true. He like claimed law and order, even though the only law and order we need to enforce is the law and order against him because he was a convicted criminal held civil liable for sexually abusing a woman. And then rampant cronyism and corruption. Again, literally engaged in market manipulation. Right, got a $400 million jet for Qatar, but dropped a meme coin where foreign governments can like literally put money into the meme coin to increase the valuation specifically for him, so they can funnel money. And then 14 fraudulent elections. He claimed the 2020 election was fraudulent with literally fucking zero evidence. But go for it. You can respond.
I mean, you bring up a lot of good points. I'm not going to disagree with a lot of things that you said, but I mean, I think that could apply to a lot of different presidents other than just Trump.
Okay, but like this is like practically every single point. It's just the points in of themselves are not fascist, but the points all together then become fascist, if that makes sense. So it's not every single one, but if you have like 10 out of the fucking 14, if you have 12 out of the 14, that's fucking crazy,
Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's pretty wild.
right? So like, yeah, why do people call him a fascist? Because he meets a lot of the criteria.
Yeah, I guess your points make a lot of sense. But I mean, when I just look at him from like a foreign policy view, I just like when I was voting, I just was like, this is just a better candidate, just in terms of
In
how
terms of
people
what?
see it, and in terms of how people see the U.S.
How so? Like in what way? Because like that's just not true. Approval ratings are lower for Donald Trump around the world. Donald Trump is worse off when it comes to how like in terms of how his administration literally addressed it. He was a laughingstock to foreign leaders around the world, according to his own administration, in his first administration. So like, what do you mean?
I just mean like in terms of like when you see Biden, walking up the stairs of his own jet and he can't even get up it, or he's falling over and
Oh
he's
wait, do
doing
you want to see the video of Donald Trump falling on the steps? Oh, you guys don't want to talk about that one.
Yeah,
Oh,
let's
does
see
that
it.
mean Donald Trump is cognitively declined? Donald Trump is so cognitively declined that he fell on the steps up to an airplane. So cognitively declined. You know, I have never heard conservatives bring that up once. And you know what's funny? I didn't like harp on that. But you know what? I'll bring it up every once in a while now. Maybe I should be bringing that up. I should. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna start bringing it up. Fuck MAGA. I'm not gonna be nice. I don't care. I'll bring that shit up. He fell. He's cognitively declined. He's not fit to be president.
No, I think he's cognitively okay to be president.
Really, he's falling on steps, dude. How can you trust in him?
I mean, I'm waiting for you to pull up the video.
You actually want me to pull up the video?
Yeah.
Okay. Will you accept this?
I mean, what do you mean? Will I accept it?
Yeah, like will you accept it?
I mean, if I if I see it with my own two eyes, I mean, it's not gonna lie to me, is it?
Yeah, no, it's totally gonna lie to you, man.
Okay, so let's see it.
Alrighty. One second. I am trying to. Hold up, everyone. We gotta.
These people in your comments are very mean.
I'm sorry. Would you like a tissue?
No.
Sorry. I'm trying to match it up with the screen. Everyone, give me 1 second. I'll put this right here. Oh, there he is falling. Give me 1 second. Let me make this smaller, everyone. Give me 1 sec. 1 sec. Literally like 15 seconds and it will be up there. I promise. Anita, thank you so much for the 20 pounds. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Anita. I know. It's actually nuts.
What's nuts?
You'll see in a second. You see this?
Yeah, I can see it. Dude. That's the video you pull up? That's nowhere close to as bad.
Dude, look at this cognitive decline.
Dude. That's not even close to as bad.
What do you mean? That's cognitive decline right there.
Dude, come on now.
What do you mean? That's literally cognitive decline. You see how he just defends it now? Falling is falling. Like if that happened with Biden, you guys would be like, ha 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 ha.
I mean, it already did happen to Biden.
Yeah, and you guys did that. So like, I that's why I'm bringing it up.
I see.
Nothing else? Is that it?
Yeah, that's all I got for you, man. Hope you have a good day, though, Parker.
Okay.
This dude's mean.
Wait, what'd you just say? What did you just say? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. He called me mean. Aww. I'm too mean. I'm too mean for him. He literally voted for a rapist, by the way. I'm too mean for him. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Sarah, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And then Heather, thank you for the $10 again. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. It will help get it out to more people. Really appreciate it, everyone. Keep it going. Keep it going. Yo,
Hello?
what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. I'm not a Trump voter, but I have a question.
Questions are great for the comment section. I am going to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you support Donald Trump and you did vote for him. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's go on to the next person. Please, everybody, again, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm done. I don't want to listen to him anymore.
How old are you?
I don't. Come on, get up. Ugh.
How old are you?
Ugh.
JV, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know we're the meanest liberal snowflakes. Seriously. We are the meanest liberal snowflakes you'll ever be around. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Dude, make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. It helps get it out to more people. I would really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Well, okay. I'm 14, but I do consider myself educated.
If you're 14, you can't be on the live. Plus, I couldn't even hear you anyway, so. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Interesting. Let's go on to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Parker, how you doing? Nice to meet you.
Do you support
It's
Trump?
Rich. Yeah, yes, sir. I voted for him. I'm 47, dude. How you doing?
Good. Why do you support Trump?
So Parker, like straight up, like you might need a fascist, and that might be the best thing for the country. Why did I support Trump? At the time, he was a better choice, and in retrospect, it's a challenge today because I think he's being a fucking asshole, and so I don't know where I stand, and I'm currently like independent. What are your thoughts on like maybe you need a fascist for the country to succeed, or maybe a fascist can do a better job than a liberal or Democrat?
Explain to me what would be better if a fascist was in office comparative to like a liberal.
Well, you had like those 14 points, and you were justified in saying, look, they're individually, they don't mean anything, but collectively, the 14 fascist points could basically mean somebody's like not fit to be a president or leader. But if nationalism, like I think the United States of America needs a president that puts America first. And if being a fascist means you're like a nationalist or vice versa, that might be what the country needs for like 4 years to basically level set and get the focus back on American people and what's good for the American people and not the international scene. I believe Biden, Harris, that entire side of the political party were focused too much on external things that were not the concern of the American people.
You know, it's very ironic that you say that today when Donald Trump is literally starting a war with Iran.
Well, look, I don't think that I'm in the position, and neither are you, to have that type of evidence unless you actually do.
What?
And I don't want to.
He literally on True Social is saying that. He literally on True Social is saying that like they're literally not going to accept a ceasefire and that they literally have control over the airspace in Iran.
So,
That's one. And
so
then
here's
also
my-
like why would you like seriously, I want to go back on this. What the fuck do you mean like you would prefer a fascist leader? That's like actually a crazy fucking statement. I hope you understand that. Do you know what fascism is? Do you even know what you're saying?
If you want, you can read the final for me. I know you're a really smart kid, and I respect your definition, but I think the 14 points is way too complicated. I think it's a lot simpler.
Then what do you think it is, and why do you think it's okay to even acknowledge as like something like you'd be okay with for a president? Appreciate the Clark. Thank you.
So I think So I think being a fascist is going to be like the intentional mistreatment and abuse of people for no good reason and being inhumane. That's what I think fascist is.
Okay, if you just see fascism as like treating people badly and inhumane, then why would you say that you want a leader that treats people badly and inhumane?
As long as he does it to not Americans, it might be good for America for 4 years.
That's so fucking disgusting. You're a horrible person.
No.
You're a fucking horrible person. What a horrible person. As long as he does it to other people. That's so fucking crazy. Holy shit. Holy shit, dude. What the fuck, dude? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him.
Okay. Do you support him now still?
Yeah, for the most part. I wanted to ask you about the Iranian situation.
Yeah.
Mostly to get some clarity on what's going on, but so you agree that they were close to getting a nuclear weapon, right?
No, they're years away, according to people within our government.
I got you, but the IAEA says that they were within weeks of having.
Can you show me the title?
Yeah, if you just search up what proof do we have that Iranian was close to getting a nuclear weapon, AI pretty much gives you all the links.
AI?
Yeah.
You just use ChatGPT?
No. I just searched it in Google, just trying to get some more clarity on what's going on.
Okay. And what did it link to?
Give me 1 second. I apologize.
Because I would love to see that. Because you know that Israel has been claiming that Iran's close to a nuclear weapon since the 90s, right?
Right. It says the the IAEA suggests that Iran's breakout time, the time needed to produce enough material for a nuclear weapon, has been shortened to a matter of weeks, raising concerns about its potential to quickly acquire a weapon. Then it talks about the lack of transparency. Iran is not
Where are you
granting
reading this?
Here, so I can get you the exact link.
No, just tell me the title.
That's what I'm saying. That's just what, how you search something and then AI gives you the several topics that's related to your search.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that you should just believe something based on the AI, especially when we're talking about like what's going on with a conflict that is especially just happening right now.
Right. But wouldn't you agree that it would be bad for them to get a nuclear weapon?
Yeah.
Like for U.S., like for America,
Sure.
not just Israel,
Yeah,
but for America.
yeah, of course, sure. But like I don't think that means at all that you would like say that the US should be like get involved and should be like, fighting Iran right now.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you that I wish there was other solutions, but it seems like they're not willing to negotiate anything or come to a deal on anything.
Okay. So then you understand that's because Donald Trump pulled out of a deal that we originally had, right? So Donald Trump is the reason why we're in this circumstance in the very first place.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not familiar with that deal. You're referring to 2016, right?
I'm referring to 2016. Trump wasn't in office yet. It was under his administration. I forget which year it specifically was under his admin.
Right. But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, like, let's say if I knew somebody was going to break into my house and harm my family, if I knew that, but let's say they haven't got everything that they needed to do that yet, why would I not go ahead and prevent them from doing that?
Yeah, because I have a question then. Do you support defending Ukraine against Russia?
Yeah, I mean, I support anybody who's dying.
Then you disagree with
Unjustly.
Donald Trump undermining the aid for Ukraine, right?
I'm not. I don't really have an opinion on it because I'm not educated on it. I'm not familiar with it.
Well, Donald Trump is the reason why we got rid of the aid in defense of Ukraine.
What did it prioritize, like America's interests to aid Ukraine?
Yeah, because we have the Budapest Memorandum plus its containment of Russia, who's trying to go into previously Soviet-controlled territory to control that, which is also in Europe, which is our allies.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if we knew, as far as Iran goes, if we knew they were
Iran.
possibly weeks away, Iran, yeah, weeks away from potentially having a nuclear weapon, and you see like videos of them chanting "death to America" and all this stuff, why would we not get involved and prevent that? That is putting America first.
Wait, what is putting America first? Clarify.
To prevent them from potentially nuking us. I mean, I feel like
we're not gonna get nuked. Nukes are more about sovereignty rather than like they're actually gonna be dropped on us.
Right, but with what'd you say, Iran? With their history, it's not saying that they wouldn't use it.
What about? I don't think Iran's gonna nuke the United States. Like that would destroy everything Iran likes. There's something called mutually assured destruction.
Right, but I'm saying they're literally chanting "death to America" to the leader and all of that stuff. Like, what makes you say that they wouldn't?
That doesn't mean that there's going to be a nuclear, because that would destroy Iran as well.
How would it destroy Iran?
Because there's mutually assured destruction. If you drop a nuke on America, well, then there's going to be nukes dropped all around the planet, and then we're all fucked.
Okay, that link that I was referring to about the breakout time of Iran acquiring a nuclear weapon, yeah, is from nationalarchives.gov.
What's the title? And that might
The
be
historic
a
deal that will prevent
Republican.
Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon.
Hold up, let me see. Let me hear it. What is it?
It says the historic deal that will prevent Iran from acquiring a nuclear weapon, and it's dated back to 2016.
Prevent Iran from getting. It's dated back to when?
2016.
Okay, so in 2016, under Obama,
Mm-hmm.
it said. Did it say that they were going to get a nuclear weapon in 2025?
No, it says the time it would take to produce enough fissile material, or however you pronounce that, for a weapon were as short as 2 or 3 months.
That's in 2016, so that would have already happened then.
Right, but I'm saying what is that institution called? The IAEA. The IAEA is saying that they have our uranium enriched to 83%, and all they need is 90%.
Where are you seeing this so I can see what you're referencing? You said weeks originally, and then this was from 2016, so it's been a hell of a long time since then.
No, I agree. I didn't realize it was dated to 2016, but
Miley,
I'm
thank you so
honestly
much for
trying to
this
get
one.
clarity on this as well as I'm asking questions. I'm not just trying to make a point.
For sure. For this other person who's up here, Lily, how old are you?
25.
You said that I'm running on lies?
Yes, you are.
What do you mean?
I mean, you come at people sideways for using Google, for using AI, for using whatever. I'm pretty sure you're using the same thing. Are you not?
No, what am I looking at for AI?
Then what are you looking at? Support your sources.
For what points?
All of them. You keep coming at people, like you're coming at this guy saying, oh, well, you're using AI. That's not legitimate. Da da da. What are you using? What were you looking at?
Yeah, it depends on what you're referencing in terms of a source. Like, for example, economic sources, I'll use things such as the Bureau of Labor Statistics or the St. Louis Federal Reserve, or I can reference in terms of media, AP News, NPR, Reuters, or PBS. So what would
about
you specifically
CNN?
like me to reference?
Are they a reputable source?
I don't typically look
You-
at CNN, but some things are reputable from CNN, absolutely.
Well, CNN has a time chart here all the way back to a long time, but I can see from 2022 to 2025, and it says 2025. Iran now has enough material for at least 10 nuclear bombs, if further enriched to 90%. And in 2024, they had a stockpile of
When is this from?
60%.
It's a CNN estimation from when, and that wasn't the original source that you were providing.
Right. This is CNN World. And it says, note the data is
What's
from
the
the
title?
latest International Atomic Energy Agency monitoring reports for each year. And it's current as of
what's
May
the title?
17th. You're always asking for something I ain't got.
You just go find
Hold
the
on,
title.
let me see.
I'll talk to them while you go find the title. It's totally fine.
All right. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Guys, Lily. Lies?
I wasn't talking. I was waiting for you to finish with that guy. He was talking about something.
Yeah, so what lies were you referencing?
I was just saying that you don't cite your sources. That's what I was saying.
I do cite my sources.
Okay, if you say so.
Okay, what can you give me an example of something I said that I didn't cite that you'd like a citation for?
No, but your title of your video says, why do you support Trump? So that's what I was waiting for.
Okay, go ahead. Why do you support Trump?
Because he's trying to, well, I'm pretty sure he already did, but he's trying to get rid of Roe v. Wade personally, get rid of it because it shouldn't be a thing. It should have never been a thing.
Can you tell me what Roe v. Wade establishes?
Abortion.
Yeah, like when does it say that abortion should be allowed, and when does it say
Abortion should never be allowed.
It should be left up to the states?
That shouldn't no, it shouldn't even be left up to the states. Who are you to
I'm
decide?
asking you, what
taking life
does Roe v. Wade establish? Like, what's the standard for Roe versus Wade?
Depends on the state at this point.
No, I'm asking, like, what did Roe versus Wade establish?
That she wanted to have an abortion because she didn't want to have the baby, which is
No.
completely
I'm asking
stupid.
you, what did the law of Roe versus Wade establish?
I don't have the book with me. I'm just telling you verbatim what I remember from it, and I know what it means.
So do you even know the standard it used to say that, like, hey, after this particular time period, then it would be
But there
left
is
up to
no
the
particular
states,
time
and
period to
prior
have
it's
an
federally
abortion.
protected.
There's no time where an abortion should be legal.
Okay.
Ever.
Yeah, so you don't know what Roe versus Wade even says, seemingly?
Okay, abolish abortion then. That's what I'm getting at. It shouldn't even be a thing. It should never be allowed.
never.
There's no
In no
time,
circumstance.
Never. No circumstances.
What about if the woman's going to die?
If the woman's gonna die, you save whoever it has more life. I mean, come on now. That's like a dumb
wait.
question.
So then you would say the woman should have to die.
I have told my husband a time and a time again, if it's me or the baby and the baby has more life that it could provide, save the baby.
Well, I just want to let you know, if my girlfriend got pregnant and it was a circumstance where either she was going to die,
Well,
right,
how would she know she's
or
going to
she
die
got
without
or
going
she
to
got
the
an
doctor?
abortion, I would get her to get the abortion right away, and that's what she would do as well, because that's about
So
like
you're saying that
us
taking a
main.
pregnancy test automatically tells you you're going to die?
What? That's not what I said.
You just said she gets pregnant. Well, what if the doctor never tells her that? How do you know she's going to die?
I'm saying there is then a circumstance. It's a hypothetical.
Okay, in what hypothetical could you explain? How would somebody die from a pregnancy?
Do you think pregnancies don't ever lead to death? Do you know what maternal mortality rate is?
No, I don't.
Okay, so there are different types. So this takes a lot more research than me just telling you right now. Right, you probably need to do research in terms of how pregnancies can affect people. But absolutely, pregnancies lead to death. We can talk about ectopic pregnancies. We can talk about how there can be stillbirths for fetuses, negative impacts in terms of fetuses, where specifically that can cause harmful impacts to the mother if it isn't the case that there's not like an abortion that they get. There's so many examples, especially ones that I wouldn't even be able to provide to you, right? That you should probably look into the data on, right, and look into the
Well, I
evidence.
don't have to because I would never in a million years have an abortion. I'm not going to kill my
Wait,
child.
wait. But like, if you're going to die and the fetus is going to die, would you then say an abortion is okay?
No, because I mean, you could go to the doctor.
You're
They
both going to die.
procedures on how
If
it's
you don't get an abortion, both the fetus and the woman will die.
But there's so many more steps before that.
I'm asking you you're at this point right now. It is going to be the case. Either both of them die or they get an abortion. What should they do?
I mean, then it was my time to go, apparently.
Bro, you're insane. You're actually crazy.
No, I'm not.
Yes,
I'm
you
really
are.
not.
What is wrong with you?
No.
What do you fucking mean both of them should die? What?
I didn't say they should die.
No, that's
I
what you're
mean,
saying.
you
You're
can't
yes,
predict
you are.
Death is inevitable. No, death is inevitable for all of us.
Okay, but I'm asking you, in this circumstance, should they try to save their life by getting an abortion, or should they just let both of them die?
Abortion is not going to save your life.
No,
It's
yes,
not.
in this circumstance, it will. Sarah, thank you for the $2. Yes, in some circumstances, abortion can save your life.
There's never a circumstance. Trust me, I know.
You
I know
really? You
many
want to
people.
bet? You want to bet?
Oh, you want to bet?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's bet. Put money on it. I'm serious. I'm serious.
Okay, whatever you say.
How much do you want to put on it? Life
I'm
savings?
not putting any money on it.
Exactly.
No,
That's
why
what I
would
thought.
share my life savings with you? That's insane.
No, I said you should put your life savings on it. It's obviously in a
No, I'm
non-literal
saving my
sense
life
because
savings
you
for
won't
my
do it.
child so that he's well taken care of.
Yeah,
Thank
because you would lose it if you fucking made this bet.
I would lose it. Oh, whoa. Watch your language. I have a child in the room. You better watch your mouth. You're not going to curse like that in front of my kid. Absolutely not.
What swear word?
The F word that you just used. It's rude.
Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like a tissue because I said the word fuck?
Oh, you could use a tissue with how much you're crying and whining over everybody not agreeing with your statements on BS.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I cursed on the live. My bad. I repent for my sins.
Oh, don't even go down that rabbit hole. Trust me. If you're not a Catholic, don't ever say that.
What? You don't think non-denominational Christians can say that?
No.
Yeah, that's crazy.
What do you mean no? What?
If they don't believe in the Bible, then no. If they don't believe in Jesus Christ,
Non-denominational Christians do believe in the Bible and they do believe in Jesus Christ.
then no. Not all of them that I know. Trust me, we've had talks
What
about this before.
non-denominational Christian do you know that doesn't believe in Jesus Christ?
People that I know.
Really? What?
Yes.
Really? I'd love to hear this worldview. Can you explain that to me? Did they just leave? What is going on, bro? What just happened? All right, Joshua. Do you support Trump? Sorry, wait.
Yeah,
You were
we
on the
just
live. You
talking-
were sorry. My
yeah,
bad.
yeah,
My bad. That's a muscle memory.
Yeah, you're a little too fried, buddy.
No, I'm actually not really. I'm actually not really. It's actually just it's literally just the conversations. I probably
Nah, you're
should be able to
good.
deal with it.
Yeah, it was just from CNN.com. The title is "Everything You Need to Know About Iran's Nuclear Program."
Okay.
Hello?
Nick, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Oh, of course.
Why so?
Trump is way better than Kamala Harris.
Kamala, why so?
Yeah. Are you a libtard?
Am I a what?
A libtard?
Okay, you just used a slur. Get off my life. What a weirdo. All right. Yeah. So, what was the title?
CNN.com. Everything You Need to Know About Iran's Nuclear Program is the title. But the charts it's referencing are
You
from
need to know
International Atomic Energy Agency.
Iran's nuclear program. All right. Let's look this up.
Let's just say if it was the case that, just I guess a hypothetical, let's say if they were going to have a nuclear weapon built by next week, would you support us then
no,
helping Israel to prevent that?
no.
Even if that could be detrimental to us?
Well, I don't think that nuclear weapons are going to be used. I believe in mutually assured destruction.
Well, that's only if Iran would
Care
have
about
that kind of
mutually assured
moral
destruction?
compass.
Everyone cares about mutually assured destruction. That's the reason why it's a deterrent for war.
Well, what do you think about even the Iranian people, like their testimony saying that they don't support this regime, they support Israel, they've been like imprisoned basically by the Iranian regime, and how they don't have freedom or anything like that?
Hold up. Where does it say that it's ready here in a few weeks?
If you scroll down to the bottom, it gives you like some charts. And it says data from the latest International
So
Atomic
wait, hold on.
Energy
I
Agency.
just want to clarify. Having enough material doesn't mean that they can produce it.
But it says they could have enough enriched uranium in 2.5 days for one nuclear weapon. And then it gives you a chart in 5 months they can have
You
up
know
to
what's
22
really
nuclear
interesting?
weapons.
Damn, dude. The pre-2019 Iran adhered to the nuclear deal is so much lower. Wow.
What's that?
Wow. Since 2019, it was so much lower. Like the reason why it's so much higher now is because it's literally straight because of the nuclear deal. Like Donald Trump pulling out of it.
Oh, yeah. They said they ramped it up. And it says that they have
When
like
was
lack
this?
of
Wait, when was this
transparency, not
released?
allowing them.
When was this released? June 13th. Okay, it already says that Iran has nuclear weapons. This is ridiculous, actually. It says Iran could have enriched uranium in 2.5 days for one nuclear weapon. This was already released before. So before that. So this was released on the 13th. So that was 4 days ago.
No, I'm referencing that at the bottom. It says the International Atomic Energy Agency monitoring report for each year, and it's current as of May 17th, 2025. And these values represent the production of enriched
You said
uranium.
as of May 7th, 2025, they can?
May 17th.
Okay. Well, I'm confused what your point is with that. I see that. I see that information.
I guess what I've been trying to prove is
I'm
that
actually
they
looking
were
at that
close to
right
having a
now.
nuclear weapon.
But like the data that it's saying here, it says that they could have enough within 2.5 days, which was a day and a half ago.
Right, yeah. I'm not saying there's any way to say that for sure in so many days they're going to have a nuclear weapon. I'm just saying, why would we take the risk when we know that they're pretty much an adversary of America? They don't like us. They don't like Israel, which is basically
Russia
an
already
ally.
has nuclear weapons. So what do you agree that we should respond to Russia?
Right, but I'm saying Russia's not chanting death to America and all of this stuff.
Bro, so you think Iran is a greater threat to us than Russia?
No.
Then who's a greater threat to the United States,
I
Iran
just
or
believe
Russia?
Iran is reckless enough to not care.
Wait, who? No,
and they would
that's
just nuke
ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That's just you're insane for thinking that. That's not how it works. Do you know what mutually assured destruction is?
No, I don't. I'm not
Think of
familiar
the
with
court,
that
think of the
term.
public cases. So yeah, mutually assured destruction essentially means that if two places have enough nuclear weapons to destroy each other, they're not going to end up utilizing them because it then would risk them destroying the entirety of their own country.
But aren't these the same people that will commit suicide just to perform a terrorist act?
Wait, hold up. I don't think that you can categorize the entirety of
I'm
Iran
just
in
speaking
doing
of
that.
that
And also,
mindset. They see that most of the.
I don't think you can categorize the entirety of Iran as doing that. That's like insane for you to do that. That's like a crazy fucking assertion just to associate the
No, no, no.
entirety of
I'm not
Iran with
saying that
that.
it's like everybody. I'm just from what I've seen in videos with them chanting "Death to America" and stuff like. It just doesn't
Okay,
seem humane to me.
so again, you're literally assuming it's true of essentially like I think you're just like assuming this to be true about anyone who's Middle Eastern.
I'm talking about the regime, the leaders of Iran. I'm not talking about the citizens, the people. I think the
You did
people
wait.
are trapped in
You
that.
just gave examples of specifically people who have unalived themselves, right, in an effort
Yeah,
to.
those individuals, you would basically defend them, saying that they're normal.
What do you mean? I know. I would no. You're trying to argue that an entire group of people is represented specifically by a few people engaging in those particular actions. You associated it with an entire people group.
No, I'm speaking of the leadership of Iran,
It wasn't the leadership
not
of
the
Iran
people of
even.
Iran. No, they literally just published a video with the leader talking and they're chanting "Death to America." That is not humane. That there's nothing normal about that.
Okay.
Why would you trust that somebody like that would have a moral compass to say, "I'm not going to nuke them because I care about my own life,"
Yeah,
when
because you
those
care
type of
about your
people
own
are the same
country.
people that would commit
Because your
suicide to
country,
perform a
everything you
terrorist
care
act?
about in your life will be destroyed. If you care about something, then you
Right.
wouldn't do that.
I mean, I agree with that, but I'm not
Oh,
saying that they're.
okay. So then what you're assuming is that people in the Iranian government don't care about anything in their country?
That's how
Like
it
not even
seems.
themselves?
Certain leaders, I'm saying that's how it seems. If they weren't
Who?
willing to make a
Who are
deal
you
or
referencing?
anything, the leadership of Iran, I don't know their names. I probably.
Then why are you assuming this to be true? I don't think you have enough information to say that.
Yeah, I would say that's probably true. I'm just stating my opinion on what
Yeah,
I
but why
think,
is that your
just
opinion
from what
without
I've
any
seen.
good reason?
Because what reason do we have to not believe that they wouldn't nuke us or they wouldn't attack us if they were able to?
What reason do we have to believe that they wouldn't attack us? Well, mutually assured destruction, which has been true. Why hasn't there been a nuclear weapon dropped already?
I'm saying
Outside of the context of the two that the U.S. originally dropped.
have they agreed to a contract saying that or something like that? Or
It
is that
doesn't
why
need
you're
to be a
mentioning that?
contract. You don't, dude. The fact that you didn't learn this in school is the issue. I learned this in fucking middle school, dude.
Yeah, I didn't learn that.
You should have learned this in middle school.
I
Like
would say that's
genuinely.
common sense that I'm not going to nuke you because you're going to nuke me. I would say that's common
That's
sense, but I'm just saying,
yeah.
what if they don't
There
care?
doesn't have to be a contract. Well, that obviously if someone doesn't care, then the entirety of the globe's fucked, right? That's the reality of
Right.
things. But people do care. That's why it's called mutually assured destruction.
But I'm saying, well, I mean, if you want to look at it like that, I guess you can, and I think that's a good thing that you think that of people. But I don't know if I would have that much confidence because I don't see their history doesn't show that 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 kind of leadership would stick to that.
What? I don't even know what you're saying.
Yeah, I guess I'll let you go on to the next person, brother. I was just trying to get some clarity on what was going on. I was just saying that I don't think we should let them have a nuclear weapon, and if we knew they were about to have one, then yes, we should do something to prevent that for our sake, not just Israel's.
So, okay, this is the same justification used to go into the Middle East, right? They have weapons of mass destruction.
Right.
Are you really going to buy the same justification?
No, I wasn't just buying it. That's why I was showing you the sources that I looked. I didn't know if they were true or not, but it said that they would have nuclear weapons within weeks, and then I see videos
so you
saying
don't
death to America.
so you don't buy it.
No, I was showing you the sources that I read. I don't. You were saying that they weren't true, but I don't have a reason to believe they aren't.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
That'd be all.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Have
Let's
a
go
good
on to
day,
the
man.
next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Do you support Trump? Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
First of all, I'm 42.
So why do you support Trump?
I support him for a lot of reasons. He is basically he's anti-government. But what he does with the government is like what exactly do you want to talk about specifically?
We can talk about how he specifically wants to use the U.S. and he is right now to literally go take over the what's it called, the air in Iran, and to try and what's it called, take over their like government. He doesn't want a ceasefire. He wants unconditional
Okay,
surrender.
correct. So what's wrong with that? He wants peace. Do you not believe that we should have peace?
Wouldn't a ceasefire be peace? So then why doesn't he want a ceasefire?
Because he doesn't want to bring Americas to war. Is that I don't see anything wrong
If
with
he
that.
doesn't want to bring Americans to war, why is he involving us in a conflict that we didn't have to be involved in?
He wasn't.
He did.
How so?
He literally tweeted it out on True Social. Did you look at his True Social?
I did.
Okay. Do you want me to read it?
Sure.
We now have total control over the skies over Iran. Iran had good sky trackers and other defensive equipment, and plenty of it, but it doesn't compare to American-made, conceived, and manufactured stuff. Nobody does it better than the good old USA. We know exactly where the so-called
Okay.
supreme leader is hiding. He is an easy target, but is safe there. We are not going to take him out, in parentheses, kill, at least for now, but we don't want missiles shot at civilians or American soldiers. Our patience is wearing thin. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Then he puts out in all caps, unconditional surrender. And then he also brings up how he specifically wants to send places into Iran, and he doesn't want any type of ceasefire, and that he specifically just like wants them to unconditionally surrender.
Okay, we are defending Israel because we
Israel first?
hello.
So you're pro-Israel, Israel first over America?
No, I'm not about Israel first over America.
That's what you're
But,
doing here.
we do stand with Israel.
Well, that's what you're doing here. You're doing Israel. Do you not stand with Ukraine?
I stand with Israel. I don't stand with Iran. Iran
Do you stand with
is
Ukraine?
ran by a bunch of moggers.
Wait,
Sir?
a bunch of what?
Moggers.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Hello?
And I'm seeing that people are saying that I'm racist. I am not racist.
What? Can you answer my
I'm all
question?
about
Hello?
I'm all about the
Hello? Can you answer my fucking question? What the fuck does that mean?
Okay, can you stop cursing at me and acting like an idiot?
Can you answer my question then?
Okay, you were going in and out. I couldn't hear you.
What did you mean by that term? You said you think that their whole group is a certain word. It sounds like you were using it in like a derogatory way, but like I don't know what the term even means.
Okay, but there's a lot of evil people in Iran who's running Iran, who's trying to take over Israel. They've been doing it since centuries. This goes back centuries. This is not something new.
No, what was the term
So
you
what is
used?
your
It
belief on
started
it?
with an M. Can you tell me what it meant?
I don't know what you mean. Started with an M.
Yeah, you said.
I know. I want to know your views.
No,
What is your views? Do you
if you
think that we should
if
just
you
sit
don't
back?
I swear to God, if you don't fucking respond to me right now, I will kick you so fast from the live. It's unbelievable. I'm asking you a very fucking simple
Oh my
question.
God.
I'm
For
asking you a
what?
very fucking simple question. You should be able to respond
That's
to
gonna
this.
hurt my whole day.
I hope it does. I really hope it does. Now respond. Can you tell me
It
what
won't.
it means?
It
Like,
won't. It won't.
Can you tell me what it means? Like, why do you keep not addressing this?
I did. There's a lot of hatred going on over there. There's a lot of evil groups over there that are trying to take over Israel.
Did you say martyrs? Like, what did you?
They're wanting to use their nuclear.
Did you say martyrs? Is that what you said? I don't know. I don't know what you're specifically saying. I want you just to be clear. I want to know like what you were saying. You have to unmute your mic for me to be able to hear you. I can't hear you currently. Okay, I don't know if she can unmute. Yeah, it's in the bottom right. You have to click the microphone in the bottom right. Okay. In the bottom right, there's like a little microphone thing. You have to click it. There you go.
Yes. Okay. Okay, so what is your views?
Hello, are you sentient?
I'm not embarrassed.
Are you sentient?
What is your views?
Is she sentient? I'm asking.
Am I
Why do I have
am
to
I
talk to
what,
you?
sir?
Why do I have to talk to you, dude? I'm like asking you a specific question, and you're purposefully not engaging with what I have to say. Okay?
I did not hear what you were saying.
I've asked you multiple times. What did you say? It started with an M. You referred to like the Iranian government. You were saying that they were a word and it started with an M. What are you saying? What did you mean?
Meaning, like, they have all these evildoers. I had said it like 5 times.
Okay, so evildoers. So like what? What do you mean? What do you mean Iran is full of evildoers?
Not all of them. They have a lot of civilians over there that are just in the midst of all this, and they don't deserve it. I wholeheartedly believe that, it's not fair to them, but their government and, certain groups of people, they're trying to take over Iran completely, and they're trying to take over Israel. And I think it's sick.
You know that Israel is the one that struck Iran first, right?
Correct, I do, sir. Do you know why?
Yeah, because they're a terroristic state.
Who is?
Israel.
No. They're trying to defend and make sure that the Iran people are not going to continue to make missiles and bombs.
Do they not have missiles and bombs? Do they have do they have nukes? How come they can have nukes but Iran can't have nukes?
For the simple reason of Iran has all kinds of people who use it in an evil way.
So are you saying Israel doesn't use it in an evil way? The US hasn't used it in an evil way?
No, they don't. They don't.
Okay, so then what makes you think that Iran specifically would use it in an evil way?
So let me ask you a question.
No, I want you to answer this first. I want you to answer this first. What makes you think that Iran would use it in an evil way?
Because time and time they have always used it in an evil way. Every time that, even Obama, whenever he gave them
They've never had nuclear weapons. I don't know what you're talking about. They've used it in an evil way in the past.
Look, I don't know what you've been reading or whatever, but it's very simple. Obama even gave them the program where they can have nuclear weapons, but they can only use it for peaceful ways. They have time and time again have proven that they don't do that. They go against the program. They go against, even though they sign treaties and promises, they go against it.
Okay, I just want to clarify. I'm not in support of like any country in general having nukes, right? I don't like nukes in general. That's my view.
I think that we should.
I think we should denuclearize the planet. That's my position.
I agree.
Right, but to
I
uniquely
totally wholeheartedly agree.
but to uniquely apply this onto Iran insofar as you think you have to go to war with Iran to prevent this, I think is insane. When Donald Trump was the original reason why they pulled out of the why the nuclear peace agreement failed. Donald Trump could have kept preventing Iran from doing that without going to war by staying in this agreement. But he chose not to.
Okay, well, you keep blaming Trump, and that's the problem right there. Trump is.
I gave a specific
he's the one
reason.
trying to get a peaceful. He's trying to make them peace right now.
Wrong.
And as a matter of fact,
he literally just talked about like controlling their airspace. And like the U.S. taking over. Like I don't know what you're talking about.
today he did say that. Yes,
He said
he did.
unconditional
And it's,
surrender, no ceasefire. Like
it would be like somebody trying to do it to America. It would be the same thing.
if that was happening to
What
America,
are you going to do? You're just going to sit down? You're just going to sit down and act like a sitting duck?
well, I'm sorry. Based
You
on
know,
based on the same reasoning, you would have justified Japan engaging in Pearl Harbor.
I don't think you're understanding how it is. I mean, I understand.
Hold up. Was Japan justified in their preemptive strike of Pearl Harbor? Versus the shiny airplane. Silence. Hello? Hello? It's me. Hello? Did she just like... I can still hear you, by the way. I don't know why you're acting silent. I can still hear like stuff in the background moving. And it's coming from your microphone, so it's not like you just cut out in terms of connection. Did she just get Thanos snapped out of existence? Hello? I can hear you breathing. Why are you doing this? This is incredibly embarrassing. Wow. I can't believe that she just like she's just not responding now. Like that's unbelievable. That's ridiculous, chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm Tori. I am 27.
Do you support Trump?
Yes,
You have
I
an
would
echo. Is
say
there a way you
so
can
for
fix
the
that?
Well, honestly, I just got on here. Please don't come at me because I'm really not educated to like really even to be debating this. But I honestly just had a question.
Hey, you have an echo. Is there a way you can fix that?
Let's see if I can. Can you hear me a little better?
I think there's still an echo. Yeah, it's really bad. I'm just gonna go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. She's just sitting here. Hello? Jamie. Flip, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? MAGA 55, are you there? Hello? MAGA 55, I cannot hear you. You have to be in the app for me to be able to hear you. You are swiped out of the app.
Hello?
Hello. You're back?
Hey,
Welcome back.
sorry.
Go ahead.
It's probably my internet or something. Or
I mean, we heard you, but it's okay.
you heard me?
Yeah, we heard the
I
background
couldn't hear
noise.
you.
Okay.
I couldn't hear you, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Well,
Okay, so what's going on?
yeah, where were we at? You were justifying Pearl Harbor?
Oh no, you were.
Do you think
You
that?
were.
Do you think that
Am I
Japan?
a Trump supporter?
Do you
Yes,
think? Do you,
I am a Trump supporter. I love Trump. I think he's the best president so far.
oh, how so?
You know, and oh my God, for so many different reasons.
Go ahead.
And I just think it's really sad that y'all, the Democrats are so biased to
Okay, give me
to not
one
see what's
policy he
going on in
passed
the
that you
world
like.
right now.
Give me one policy he passed that you like.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay, I can name like 5.
go ahead.
I love the fact that he closed the border.
That's not a
We
policy.
needed that.
What policy closed the border?
It is a policy.
No, what policy closed the border?
He shut down the border. And I love that.
What policy?
I love it
What
because
what policy did that?
My family came here. Of course, we all came here. You know, are you going to start looking in your notes?
What policy? What policy
It's a
did that?
policy, sir. I'm sorry to tell you, it's a policy.
What policy? What
He
policy
slammed
did that?
down, just like Obama did.
What-
Believe it or not, Obama even slammed that down.
What policy did that? What policy did he specifically do that with? Like, did he close the border with?
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know the name of the policy, but I know that he slammed it down. And that's why everyone's so mad about it. But, you can't be here illegally.
I thought
It's
you-
all
wait,
about
wait, wait.
legal and,
Can
and
you
illegally.
can you name a single policy? Because you said you could name 5.
Hold on, I have someone calling me.
She just left. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Jeez, that was so loud. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
I think that he's a president that does what he says he's going to do, and I think that's a good thing for the most part.
He does what he says he's going to do. Okay. So, for example, he, ended the war in Ukraine day one. He definitely drained the swamp. He totally didn't start any new wars. He, repealed and replaced the ACA. He built the border wall. What else has he done? He's gotten unbelievable trade deals. You know what I mean? Like
Okay,
domestic
but
manufacturing has been brought back to the country.
look at the situation he's put in from when he came in office.
Prices have gone down. GDP is soaring, even though it decreased by 0.3%, accounting for inflation.
The situation he was put in, you can't expect all of those things that he said he was going to do.
We're in a fucking golden age. No tax on tips. No tax on overtime. Gas is $1.50 in California.
It's going to take a little bit of time.
You know what I mean? There's peace around the world peace right now.
Okay. So I was listening to you and the last lady talking about everything in Iran and Israel. So I think that Iran should not have nuclear power because they have a regime and it is death to America. It's not good. They do not like the United States, and having them, which is unpredictable with nuclear bombs.
So to clarify, they have weapons of mass destruction. Have you heard have you heard this before?
Trying to build them. They're trying to
Okay,
build
thank you
them.
for $2. Have you heard this before?
They're trying to build them.
I'm just asking, have you heard this before?
What do you mean? Have I heard this
They have
before?
weapons of mass destruction.
Well, like pretty much every country has weapons of mass destruction.
Oh. Okay, so then I'm confused. In this specific context, are you saying that that's not a good reason to go like invade a country?
Well, no. I mean, I'm saying with them hating the United States, I feel like it's a good thing that we are putting a stop to it. This was preventable, as you know.
With them hating
Like
the United States.
We tried to make a deal. We tried to make a deal.
So to
with
clarify,
them
should we do the same thing with Putin because he hates the U.S.?
He doesn't hate the U.S. though. Putin does not hate the United States. Why do you say that?
Bro, you love Kremlin propaganda, don't you? You love Kremlin propaganda. You eat that shit up like it's cake, bro. That shit's cake, and you eat that shit up like crazy. How many fucking slices you going for, bro?
Okay, if he hated
How many
America,
slices?
why does he allow American citizens as tourists? If he hated America, would he allow American citizens to come in?
Let me give you an example of how this is ridiculous. I got you. You know that like plenty of investigative journalists in the context of America, they say anything critical of him, they would get arrested. Just clarifying. So the idea that like they wouldn't get arrested is fucking insane. Right? Secondly, if you want to talk about this, I genuinely don't understand how you can make a distinction when Vladimir Putin has gone and invaded and mass murdered and committed war crimes in the context of Ukraine.
Yes.
It's very clear that Putin hates the U.S. The idea that you have that Putin doesn't hate the U.S. is a Kremlin lie, right? You trying to view him in some sort of positive light.
I feel like if he hated the United States, he wouldn't. I don't know. He wouldn't be meeting with Donald Trump trying to, I don't know, have like a relationship with the United States.
He's not having a relationship with the United States. Didn't Trump just complain about that? And Lovey, thank you for the $5. I didn't plan on it today, but W. I do actually have stuff I have to do later. I am busy later. My girlfriend gets back today.
Also, okay, I'm not trying to pivot, but I kind of just want to like understand you because like you're a big creator and stuff, and I just want to like know your opinion on like the protests and everything. So I live in Iowa, and I went to Des Moines just to like see what everyone was like about and see if it was as crazy on the news. It really wasn't, to be honest with you. But
you're in Iowa.
Yeah. I mean, there's still a lot of people. Like at the Capitol, there was a lot of people. There's probably a couple thousand people.
Yeah,
but
I mean, Iowa's like kind of purplish. It's leans red, so it's like.
Okay,
I'm
like
confused
what's
with
your
your
point?
point.
Though? There's still a lot of people there. I'm just saying, like these people. I drove by in my car, and these people were like surrounding my car.
Based.
For what though?
It's a protest.
What the hell is that gonna do?
You understand that like it brings attention towards issues like going on the street and like going and protesting? I'm sorry, how would you prefer someone to protest?
I don't know. I don't think standing in front of cars is the smart thing to do.
So you're like the guy during the civil rights movement that would be like, dude, I don't like that they're on the streets protesting in front of cars.
Okay, well, people
like
get by cars and also the looting. What about the looting?
Yo, Dan, thank you so much for the Future City. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You think there was a lot of looting in Des Moines?
No, not in Des Moines. I'm talking about in LA and
I live in LA.
all the bigger cities.
Yeah, so
I used to live in LA.
Yeah, so that's funny that you used to live in LA and I used to live in Iowa. That's actually really funny. Why the fuck did you move to Iowa?
Most of my family lived up here, but it's like split. So my dad's side's in California, and my
Oh
mom's.
shit, Dan's with the fucking leopard. Can we get some W's for Dan's in the comment section right now for the fucking leopard? W's Dan's united in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the leopard. I really appreciate it. And what were you saying? Sorry.
Oh, I was saying my dad's side lives out there, and my mom's side lives in Iowa.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, I grew up in Iowa. That's why I responded that way originally. I was like, oh, fuck, he's from Iowa. Yeah, but like, dude, it's peaceful. Like the protests have been overwhelmingly peaceful. Of course, we would disagree with any violence. I mean, if you care a lot about the violence, I don't know why you're in support of Donald Trump, who pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. Like, that's a pretty interesting thing to do.
I agree. I mean, don't get me wrong. Donald Trump is not a perfect president, and I don't necessarily think that. I don't think him or Biden or Kamala Harris or whoever. So Kamala Harris and Trump were
Kamala.
Yeah, Kamala. I don't think either of them were the best candidates that we could have had, to be honest with you.
Dan's, I just
Like, I feel
appreciate
like
it. Don't worry about messing it up, Dan's. You're fine. Thank you, Dan's. Go ahead. Sorry.
I feel like as a country we could have had better candidates all around, but I don't know. That's just not how it turned out.
Yo, Dan's with the leopard again. Dan's W's, Dan's in the comment section right now for the fucking leopard again. Thank you so much, Dan's. I appreciate it. Yeah, so like you just like you want to bring attention to how should you bring attention to these types of issues?
Well, I feel like fixing the division in the country instead of it just being blue and red.
How do you do that? How do you do that? What's the process?
I mean, I don't know, to be honest. What do you think?
Yo, Dan's again. Thank you so much for the leopard. This is actually crazy. W's Dan's in the comment section for the leopard. Thank you so much. So what do I suppose I suppose we have conversations. I suppose we have protests. I suppose we have, any type of peaceful engagement that specifically is going to bring attention specifically to, right, these types of issues, right? So that more people, right, are knowledgeable about these things. More people involve themselves and critically think about these types of issues, and more people hold their politicians accountable. That's exactly what I'm looking for. That's why I do these types of conversations right now. But then I also acknowledge that not everyone can do these types of conversations, right? So I understand that, people engage in protests in different way, and that's actually incredibly useful. There's something that I believe in. It's called comparative advantage. For certain people, right, they're going to engage in protesting in certain ways in which they have a comparative advantage at protesting, and that's going to be best for the movement. If you do what you're most skillful at in terms of protesting, that's going to be best for the movement. Say you, in terms of protesting, you're incredibly gifted in art, right? Spending your time protesting, making imagery and art for protests is an incredibly effective mechanism for protesting. And that specifically for you is the best use of time that you could use because you're so skillful at art, right? In protesting. Does that make sense?
Okay, I get
Yo, Dan's again. Thank you so much for the leopard. Thank you so much, Dan's. Dan's in the comment section. Seriously, Dan's. I really appreciate it. That's incredibly kind of you. Go ahead.
Oh, also, back to talking about mass deportation and everything. So that was one of the things that Donald Trump said he was going to do. And I am in support of that, but I think they should definitely rewrite laws and extensively look case to case on how these people become citizens. So if they do have crimes in the other countries that they're coming from, they shouldn't be allowed citizenship. But like the innocent people or the people that have been here however many years or so, there should be a process of citizenship, also a test as well, I think, of their knowledge of English, because I feel like to live in this country, you have to know English.
No, you don't have to know English.
I feel like you should have to.
No,
for sure.
It would only be certain things like on for example, driving in terms of stop signs and, be reading stuff like that.
Okay.
But you don't need to be able to know English in order to live in this country. I know people that don't know English that have lived in this country their whole life.
Yeah, but that's
Dan's again, thank you for the leopard. Thank you so much. W's Dan's in the comment section being so supportive. W's for Dan's in the comment section. Seriously, Dan. That's incredibly fucking kind of you. And then Deaky, thank you so much for pushing the $7. Robert, thank you for the $3. Thank you. Sarah, thank you for the $5. Jenna with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jenna. Go ahead.
But yeah, so the people that are getting mass deported right now as we speak, There should definitely be a better system and rewritten laws on how to become a citizen. Like, what does it take on average for these people? Like 6 to 9 months to go through the process,
No,
and then
several
longer than
years.
that?
Several years.
Yeah, like
So like
I think it's like 5 to 7 years
yeah,
or
so
something.
yeah, so like that's obviously ridiculously too long. So then there's a lot of people who are going through the process undocumented that should not be restricted from the country, right? And they're just coming for a better life. So the idea that we would want to restrict them from coming to the country, I think is a bit ridiculous. So my point is that anyone who's in the country undocumented who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship. And that would also make it easier for law enforcement to identify people coming to the country who are specifically coming for nefarious means, because it is the case that less people are going to be going through the undocumented process that specifically are just coming for a better life. Actually, I would argue if you make it quick enough, no one will be going through the undocumented process who's just coming for a better life. Practically no one.
Well,
Hi, Desert
that's
Biker. Thank you for the
not
$2 and thank you so much. Go ahead.
because like you don't know, like you don't know these people.
That's why
That's
you
like
want a pathway to citizenship so that you can have identification.
okay, I
Dan,
can
think
agree.
description. Thank you.
So if Donald Trump were to make new laws and rewrite these laws to where it better fit the needs of these people that do want to become good citizens and help the economy and create good in the country, like you would be against that?
If it increased how quick people can come to the country, it would be great.
So if he did do that, then you would be fine with it.
Oh my gosh, all the subs. Holy shit. How many subs is that? I can't even. Holy shit. Oh my gosh. How many subs are that? Holy shit. Thank you so much for all the subs. I appreciate it. Dans, thank you so much for all the subs on TikTok. Thank you so much. W's for Dans in the comment section for all the subs on TikTok. Holy shit. That is crazy. Thank you so much. W's Dans in the comment section. Thank you so much, Dans. I really appreciate it. All right. Sorry. Ask the question again. I apologize.
So I was talking about like if Donald Trump were to propose new laws that would escalate or what's the word? Accelerate the process of which these people could become citizens. Like you wouldn't be opposed to that?
Yeah, anyone who's in the country who has committed violent crime or bad crime should have an accelerated process of being brought to the country, yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, well, your main topic was why do you support Trump? My main argument was because he does he's done some of the things that he said he was going to do. So.
He's done some of the things, like specifically what?
Mass deportation. I mean, that's pretty much the biggest thing. And I like that he's
do you agree with deporting people without due process?
I mean, no. I mean, that's not right, but they're gonna come back. A lot of these people that are you see getting deported, they're coming back, like right through the border.
Love you. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Yeah, no, I would love to. I'd love to. I'd love to see that. That'd be really cool to see the documentary after. So you said people are just coming back right after? Then I'm confused what you're doing by deportation.
Well, I mean, it's doing something, but it's not doing something. It's like, I don't know, to be honest.
I mean, did you see the video of the guy on TikTok who got deported? And then came right back into the country, and he was like, "Thank you, Trump, for the deportation."
For my week off.
I got like a week off. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's been all over my For You page, and same with the Iran and Israel war going on, and it's been all over it, man.
So here's my point: if you haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, then you should be allowed to stay in the country and be given a pathway to citizenship. Right, that's the best way to like incentivize people who are already in the country to document themselves within the country.
I can agree with you on that. That's why when I said, I was like, if these people are good citizens and good people, or just good people, there should be extensive like research done on the people, so you know what the case is.
What you mean, like documentation for people, like a pathway to citizenship?
It should be better documented, so it's not just getting rid of good and bad people. It's just the bad people.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So due process, you mean?
Yes.
And that's what Donald Trump is undermining. Did you know Donald Trump is undermining due process?
Well, then why is nothing being done about it?
There has been. What do you mean the protests are specifically about that?
Well, wouldn't you think law enforcement wouldn't do that if it wasn't right?
Yeah? Do you think that law enforcement throughout history in this country or in other countries has never done anything wrong?
Oh no, for sure they have.
Push the sunglasses. Okay, so then yes, they would do things that are wrong.
Yeah, but on this large of a scale, though.
Yes, that's literally what ICE is doing. ICE is literally going in and deporting people without due process. So yes.
Okay. Do you have any like other questions for me?
Nope.
Okay. Well.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna do one more debate here by myself, and then we'll probably go join Dean. I would recommend everyone who's on the TikTok stream right now to go join me on YouTube. Parker, get a job on YouTube. That is a great place to come join me, because whenever I go and join over on Dean, that's the only place I'm on, and everyone just goes to Dean, and they leave me. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Of course, bro. He's the GOAT.
Why do you support him?
Bro, look who he was up against. Fucking crooked Joe Biden and fucking Kamala Harris.
Okay. Why does that make him better?
Why, do you support either of them? Kamala or Joe?
Over Donald Trump.
Wow.
And Dan, thank you for all the subs again. Thank you so much, Dan. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't know why you would support them. They're pretty stupid.
Okay, why so?
Because look at what happened under Joe Biden. The country was asleep.
How so?
Look at what happened. Fucking all the immigrants came in.
Thank you for the description.
And then Ukraine got invaded by Russia. And then fucking Israel got invaded by...
You know that Donald Trump literally is literally trying to go invade Iran right now. Right.
Yeah, fuck Iran. They suck. They're a bunch of terrorists.
Okay, that's a fucking disgusting thing. You just get off my life, fucking weirdo.
Fuck you.
Don't just call an entire country. Oh my god. Yo! Dan's with the lion. Thank you so much, Dan's. Can we get some W's for Dan's in the comment section right now for the fucking lion? Thank you so much, Dan's. Let's get some W's for Dan's in the comment section right now for the fucking lion. Thank you so much, Dan's. I really appreciate it. W Dan's in the comment section. W Dan's. The fucking lion. Let's go. W Dan's in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 39.
Do you support Trump?
I voted for him, but the more and more he's been doing shit, I don't know, man. I don't know.
If you could go back in time, would you still vote for him?
There's a whole cross section of... Compared to Kamala, I don't think Kamala could have handled North Korea,
compared to
Ukraine, Israel. Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, that.
Okay, so
I don't think he could have handled Putin at all.
So to clarify, you still would have voted for Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
I can't. Yes, just like I voted for her over Hillary Clinton because I was in the military and she would have basically sent like 20
You're
years
cutting
in
out a
prison
lot. You're cutting out a
with
lot.
her stupid fucking emails.
Okay, well you just cut out a lot. I can't really hear what you're saying.
Sorry for the language.
Did you get MAGA mobile?
Yeah, I can't really hear what you're saying.
He must have bought Trump mobile, everyone. Yo, Dan's with the lion again. Dan's is going crazy with the lions. Thank you so much, Dan's. This guy's lagging a lot. Hello?
Yeah, man. Like, I got a question for you though. Are you like a clickbaiter?
Yes.
Do you just like start stuff with other people just to get clickbait?
Yep. Yep, I'm just a clickbaiter. That's it. That's all I do this for. Just for
Okay.
clickbait, nothing else.
Fine. Okay.
No, that's not the only
Yeah, is
reason
that
I do this.
sarcasm?
Yes, of course that's sarcasm. That's not the only reason I do this. So, of course, there's like, okay, for example, there's certain things that you have to do in order to be able to get people to click on the live. Like,
let's talk about something interesting, sir.
okay, well, I'm gonna mute you real quick just so I can explain it to you. Is that fine?
So,
you have a
why,
bit of a lag.
Why do you what?
I literally muted this guy and he's not muted. What the hell? I can't mute him for some reason, chat.
You support Kamala, right?
Kamala.
You support Kamala?
Did that work? Chat. Oh my god. It's literally not even letting me mute him.
Do you support Kamala?
Kamala? Yes, I do.
You do support Kamala. Can you give me a couple reasons?
I kicked him out and he's still there. Yeah, dude, you got Trump Mobile. He actually literally just bought Trump Mobile. Justin, why do you spend so much time in my lives? Appreciate the Elvis, thank you. Okay, all right. Let's go to the next person. If anyone remembers Justin, that was Justin. Yeah. Let's go to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Thank you so much for the woolly hat. Yo, what's up, howdy?
Hello, Parker.
Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes, I support Trump.
What time is it?
9:54.
Dan, thank you so much for the flying jets. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dan. Let's get some W Dans in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
15.
You got to be 18 plus to join the live. TikTok rules. TikTok rules, everybody. 18 plus. 18 plus. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo! Dance again with the leopard. Can we get some W's for Dan's in the comment section? Thank you, Dan's. Dan's going crazy tonight. Dan's going crazy tonight. Yo, how old are you?
What's up? 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
because of his takes on these borders.
His takes on these borders?
Yeah, controlling the border.
Okay.
Look how much less immigration has been since he took office.
Okay.
Look how strict he's been on kicking these guys out.
Do you think that restricting immigration to this degree is good?
Absolutely.
Why?
What? Because it's illegal immigration. That's what you gotta be strict on.
But you're just considering it illegal. That's one in terms of this. Two in terms of this as well. Anyone who's in the country who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, why should they be deported?
Because they essentially committed a crime if they came here illegally. If they doing good here illegally, they still committed a crime.
So to
breaking into the country, that's a crime.
So if someone has committed a crime, you wouldn't let them in the country, correct?
Well, I don't know. What are you asking? Like, I don't get the question.
If someone has committed a crime, you wouldn't let them legally enter the country, correct?
Well, that all depends. Like, if they're coming here legally and they committed a crime like a while ago, I mean, you got to look into them before you let them in.
So if they've committed a crime, you might still let them in the country?
Sure.
Okay, so then why
They
are
come
you
in
saying
legally.
so then why are you saying they should be deported just because they've committed a crime?
Because they came here illegally. Because committing the crime they committed was coming here illegally. That's
Yeah,
they
but why
should be
is that
deported
bad?
under that crime?
Who's the victim?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Why is that bad?
Who's the victim?
How is that? How in what scenario is that not bad? Is it
Anyone who
if
comes to the
someone
country who
breaks
hasn't
in-
committed a
listen,
violent crime or
Parker,
bad crime.
Parker, shh. So if someone breaks into your house, but they're like doing your laundry, they can stay. Like they're doing good, they can stay in your house.
No, because I specifically own my house. There's a specific owner of the house. There isn't a specific
You're
owner.
right. Yes.
Can I
Okay.
please
And if
finish?
someone
Can I please
breaks
finish?
in,
Can I please finish?
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
There isn't a specific owner of the United States, right? And if you do say that everyone in the country is the owner of the United States, therefore, right, anyone in the country then can give authorization to someone coming to the country. The same way that, like, if again, one of my children gave authorization for someone to come to my house, right, they necessarily wouldn't be, trespassing.
No, I never said that everyone in America owns the country. I was just asking you a question. If someone that you didn't answer, if someone breaks into your house, but they're cooking you dinner and doing your laundry, are they allowed to stay?
No, because it's
No,
specifically.
they're not. That's right. They're not.
I explained why. Did you hear what I said?
You didn't really give me a good enough explanation, but
Can
my
you
thing
repeat
to
to me
you
what I
is
said? Can you repeat to me what I said?
you gave me an example on how if your kids invited them in, they'd be allowed to go in or some bullshit. I don't know.
This guy just doesn't fucking listen. Okay, so they're in the scenario that you brought up. There is a owner of the house. Pretty sure they had a mustache. Who's the owner of the United States?
There is no owner of the United
There you
States.
go. So what the fuck are you talking about? How are you going to compare the two? For example, do you agree that there is no border between California and Nevada?
There is a border between California and Nevada.
I mean, no border that's enforced.
It's not enforced because you're already
So to
like in
clarify,
America.
so
It's
to
because
clarify,
it's a difference
because
between
I don't believe
states
that there
and
should
then
be,
countries.
because I believe that there should be an open border between California and Nevada, doesn't mean I believe that people from Nevada should be able to live inside my house or spend time in my house in California.
Repeat all of that, bro.
Just because I think that someone from Nevada has authorization to go to California, right, doesn't mean that I think that they have authorization to go inside my house. Do you understand
Okay,
the
that
distinction?
would be accurate. That would be accurate. My whole point to you is that if you came here illegally, even if you're like doing good in society, you still have to leave and then come here legally, then come back legally. So to Trump's extent on how he's deporting these people, I would say it's a little harsh, but mostly of these people that's being deported are violent criminals.
Wrong. It's not mostly people
Not
being
not
deported are violent
wrong.
criminals. It's just not
Then
true.
half. Then half. Definitely, mostly though.
No, you said definitely most. No, you actually can't provide evidence of that. But in terms of this, if you cared about violent criminals being released in the country, how do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th?
Something was wrong for that.
Yeah, but like, isn't
I'm
that
not
him
gonna agree. I'm not
intentionally
gonna.
doing that? Like, isn't that worse?
Yeah,
Because he
and
intentionally
I'm not
did
gonna
it?
dick ride everything that Trump does. Like the other lady that was in here, that was wrong of him to, especially people that attacked police officers. I didn't agree with it, but I do agree with him deporting. It's mass deporting. It's illegal immigrants.
Yeah. So again, anyone in the country who hasn't, well, actually, I'll ask you a question. A baby that was brought to this country, right? Are you saying they should be deported?
They should stay with the family. If the family's being deported, then yeah, keep the baby with the family.
Let's say their parents left and they're being left with family members that are in the country illegally. Where should they be deported?
I would, well, if there's, I would say it doesn't really matter which side of the family they go with. It's a baby that committed no crime. They were born here. They could stay with the family that's illegal here, or they could go with the family that's being deported.
Okay, so you're saying you can go with the family that's being okay, so they could stay in the country even though they're undocumented. They weren't born in the country.
If they were born here, so they weren't born here.
Yes, I said that. I said they were brought to here when they were a baby. The parents are still not
Then yeah,
here.
they stay with the family. Yeah, they leave too. They stay with the family that they came here with.
No, the parents that brought them here are not here anymore, right? And we don't know where they are.
Well, that's a really weird scenario, but at the end of the day, it's a child, and the child committed no crime, so it could stay with the family that is legally here in America.
Say that last part one more time.
I said that at the end of the day, I said it's a really weird scenario, but at the end of the day, it's a child, and the child committed no crime. So staying with the family that is legal here in
But they're in
America
the country
wouldn't be a
undocumented.
problem. In my opinion, wouldn't be a problem.
So being in the country undocumented isn't necessarily a crime.
The child committed no crime. The child didn't
So being in the
decide
country
to
undocumented
cross the border illegally.
so being in the country undocumented isn't necessarily a crime.
No, it is a crime, but to an extent. Your scenario that you're giving me is a child.
Dan,
The
thank you so
child
much for the
can't walk
leopard. Thank
across the
you so
border
much. I
itself.
appreciate it. Thank you so much, Dan. I really appreciate it. You were saying?
I was saying that it is a crime to an extent with the scenario because the scenario that you're giving me is that it's a child. The child can't make a decision and walk across the border itself. So like, though it's here on document, which would be a crime, it would be totally different considering that this has been done to the child. He didn't do this to himself. He didn't choose to commit this crime.
Okay, so they didn't choose to commit this crime. Okay, so if they didn't choose to, okay, so being in the country undocumented is only a crime if you chose to do it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I would say that well, to accommodate this scenario, yes. But I'm sure there's examples where not being chosen to be here can still lead to being deported.
Wait, repeat that one more time.
So like go along with your scenario and this like with the child, yes. But I'm sure there are scenarios where being here and it's not your choice of being here can still lead to you being deported.
Here, hold up. I think Dan's wanted to say something real quick. So I'm gonna let him say
Okay.
something, and then I was gonna
Yeah.
finish the conversation with you and then go over.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna get up. Sorry, that's my 3-year-old. So
You're
you
good.
be
You're
quiet.
good.
Be quiet, son. I love you, son, but be quiet. It's very important. All right. So I just wanted to say one thing about this whole immigration thing because can you guys hear me? Am I good?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, we hear you good.
Okay, great. So we keep talking about how immigration is so much better under Trump than Biden in terms of getting undocumented immigrants out of the country, right? But if you really look at the data, that's actually not true. And the reason why is the way that they calculate the data. Under Biden, he had an executive order that allowed people to come to the border and in between the border, and apply for uh, status, right? And so those numbers actually inflated Biden's uh, 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 border crossing numbers, right? Because there's no numbers unless they're actually caught. Does that make sense? So and then Trump rescinded that executive order, and on day one when he rescinded that, those numbers were gone. So we have to really be very clear about this. And the people, by the way, that Trump is corralling up with ICE are people that actually under Biden's executive order uh, documented themselves as undocumented people, and they're going and rounding these people up. You know, people that had been in the country for 20 years. They said, "Oh, here's an opportunity for me to become legal," and now they're rounding up those people that actually presented themselves to try to be American citizens. Do you understand? So that I think is the problem that's not being identified here with the whole ICE situation. Am I making sense, Parker? Or are you not understand? Like,
I think you're making sense.
okay.
Go ahead, Michael.
So
Respond if you'd like to.
yeah. So, that's it. I'm
I
done.
get what you're saying, but it seems pretty I mean, they're trying to get American citizenship, which I think you should have tried 20 years ago when you first wanted to get into the country, not now that Biden has opened up an opportunity for you to, because essentially you broke the law and you came here illegally. So they should be deported in that sense. But I think they should have like what I said, should have tried to
All right,
apply for
Michael, and
citizenship.
then I'm not gonna do what I did last time to Parker, but I promise Parker I won't do it. But quick question after what I just said. So these are people that yes, they're still undocumented, but they revealed themselves to our country, whereas before you wouldn't even know that they existed, right? Because
Right.
President Biden gave an option through an executive order, and now they're corralling those people because that's the easy one, so they could get their numbers, so they could look so good that they're corralling all these people that are not actual criminals. They're people that are trying to
Yeah, and
document
like I said,
themselves.
to Dean,
Make
a lot
sense?
of these people aren't gonna be. violent criminals that are going to be deported. I mean, are they not here illegally? You got to be strict on that. That's
Is
what
being in the
Trump has to
country?
do. They have to be.
Hold up. Is being in the country undocumented? Is that specifically a violent crime?
No, it's not.
So then, what's your point?
My point is that not all people that come into this country illegally are violent offenders, but it still doesn't like make you be able to like stay. Trump has to be strict on his deportation, like this operation that he started with ICE. He has to be strict on it. So if you came here
Why?
illegally and you're a good member of society, you still have to. You still got to leave.
Dan, thank you so much for the high. Appreciate it. Thank you, Dan's man. You're appreciated. Thank you, man. You're
I
up here.
support Trump.
Hold up. How old are you?
I'm like in 4th grade, but it's okay because
What?
Troll.
All right. You were saying?
No, I was saying if you're here illegally, but you're a good member of society, I still think you should be deported
Why?
and just try to come back legally.
Why? What's the point?
They broke the law. That's the point.
Who cares, dude? I don't give a fuck. Honestly,
Trump he has to be strict on the law.
No, he doesn't.
He ran his
Wait, hold on. I'm
his
sorry.
whole
I understand.
campaign on deporting illegals.
I understand.
So he has to
Undocumented
do that.
immigrants.
He has to be strict on it.
He can say that, but doesn't mean he needs to kick people out without due process. That's insane. That's one. Two, as it relates to this, I don't think that. I don't think that's what he should be doing anyway. Regardless of whether or not he ran on that, that's not what you should be doing.
He ran on that. He won on that.
I don't care.
So he
That's
has
not
to
what you
do it.
He doesn't have to do it because he doesn't. That's not what you should do. Thank you, man.
Is
Thank
it
you,
not
man.
okay?
I
Okay,
appreciate you, Dan.
Parker. Is it not the law?
Is it not the law? Yeah. So again,
Is
so
it not the law?
I understand, but so is jaywalking. If someone breaks the law in terms of jaywalking, you wouldn't be so upfront about it, like being like, "Oh, they really need to be held accountable." Like you wouldn't give a shit.
That would be right, but this isn't.
That's what
That's
I'm
like comparing.
So what's the distinction? Like I just genuinely.
Because it's much different than jaywalking is.
Then
Because if
is
you're
there more
breaking-
dangers? Is there more victims that come from this? Like what specifically is the difference?
Well, when you're looking at violent offenders, yes, there is a big difference. Jaywalking and killing and raping people.
Wait, yeah,
But
if you've committed a violent offense, I agree with deporting them on the condition that they'll be put in a prison in another country. So I don't know what your point is of bringing up undocumented immigrants who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes. But I just want to say undocumented immigrants have committed or commit violent crimes, drug crime, and property crimes at multiple times lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. So the idea that like they're bringing crime,
they
is
go to
just wrong.
jail. They go to jail.
What?
Natural-born American citizens, they commit any of those heinous crimes, they go to jail, do they not?
Yeah,
They
but
go
I'm
to
just,
jail in America.
yeah, I'm just saying that they are more likely to commit those crimes than undocumented immigrants.
How is that relevant? They go to jail.
They
go to jail.
I'm confused with your point. I thought you
You're
were
saying
bringing up.
that,
I thought you were
no,
bringing up that like undocumented immigrants are like bringing crime to the country.
No, I mean they are, but not. I believe
No.
it's true that American citizens commit more crimes, but my point is that American citizens, if they commit a crime, they go to jail here in America. And these illegals, when they come and they bring their crime, they get
Undocumented
deported and they
immigrants.
sent to the.
So they
Does
should
it matter
they should get
what
deported
way I
on.
say it, bro?
Yeah, it does. It does. It does matter.
Okay. Undocumented immigrants, when they commit these crimes, they get sent to these prisons in El Salvador and wherever.
Yeah, and that's not good.
Right, but I'm still telling you that these
You understand that
undocumented
people are being
immigrants that are
people are being deported there without due process.
well, do they go through any process to get here illegally?
Wait, that doesn't matter. You know, the 14th Amendment specifically grants anyone within the jurisdiction of the country due process, including, for
That's
example,
true.
tourists.
That's true, but they, that's kind of a gray area with this, bro. Because I would agree that they should get due process, but in certain these cases, I don't think it should matter. Just how you don't think that
What do you mean?
undocumented immigrants that came here illegally, but they're good members of society, should be deported.
And wait, in what cases are you saying? Like, give me an example.
I'm saying like the undocumented immigrants that come here illegally, but they're like well members of society. I think that they should go through due process, and some of them are, and
You're
that's wrong.
misunderstanding what
But
due
I think
process is. So,
it's the
So due process is for like them committing a crime, right? Not like it's equal protection under the law for like them committing a crime, right? Like them going through a process through the context of the courts. There being judges involved in authorizing certain
Yes,
actions
that's what
of
they go
arresting.
through before being deported. Am I wrong?
Yeah, that would be a point of due process. That's not what they're going through.
I know, and I'm saying that's wrong.
Yeah, that's a constitutional crisis.
But I told you that not all of them should get that. Like the one that
Okay.
commit violent
Well,
crimes,
then
they
you're
should just
violating the
be.
Constitution. You don't care about the Constitution.
But you already said that you don't care that ones that the undocumented immigrants that come here illegally, but they're good members of society, you think they should just allowed to stay, allowed to get processed to citizenship, which wouldn't be legal. But you said that earlier.
Someone who's
Now I say that not
someone
all of
who's
them should.
committing a violent crime or a bad crime should be deported, but that should go through due process. Like, I don't know what you're not understanding.
I just disagree with that. They should just be sent away immediately.
How do you know that they've committed the crime?
Are we serious?
Due process.
No. If like, what is that? If you commit a crime, it's known. You don't have to go through due process to know that.
You do have to go through due process to ensure that that's applicable to them.
Are we serious?
Yep. You know that, right? Like this isn't like a complicated thing to understand, that we need due process in order to be able to identify that someone's committed a crime. I mean, like, didn't you say this with Donald Trump specifically? Like, innocent till proven guilty. You know, we need due process to like figure out if he's actually committed this crime. And then even when there was, you still didn't accept it.
So when these gang members, MS-13 and other ones, are committing illegal activities, they shouldn't get to see a judge or anything. They should be deported immediately.
They should
That's
be
my
deported.
whole take.
They should be deported with due process. Like that's not a complicated thing to understand. Everyone who
I
commits a crime in the United States deserves due process. That's literally ingrained by the Constitution, the 14th Amendment within Article 1.
and I never disagreed with that.
Okay. Well,
But
actually
I
you did.
would,
You did.
no, I'm not mad that they're not getting it, is what I said. I'm not disagreeing that what they shouldn't get it at all. But if they're not, who cares?
Who
It's
cares?
just
I
like
do.
your
I
example
do.
of
Because wait,
jaywalking
wait, wait, wait.
earlier.
If their due process can be taken away, who's to say your due process can't be taken away?
I think that would be totally different.
Okay, but who's to say that your due process can't be taken away? I understand your due process being
Has
taken
that
away
ever
is different
happened?
from someone else's due process being taken. Yes, due process has been taken away, and that's not a good thing. That's not something you want. That's why we ingrain these rights within the Constitution, is because due process historically has not been respected. Equal protection under the law has not been respected, and that's why under the Constitution it's so important that this is continued to be respected. Otherwise, we're gonna be in lawlessness. We're going to have a king that's over the rule of law, over our court system, which
Are you
is not
calling
what we
Trump
want.
a king?
Well, Trump wants to be a king. He said he wants to be a dictator on day one. But, I'm not saying currently right now he should be designated that. I don't think he should be over the rule of law. But he's trying to act like one. He's
Trump, so
trying
he
to act like
isn't
he's...
over the rule of law.
He isn't, but he's trying to act like it. So he is doing things that allow for him to, violate things that are, the courts have established, through the Constitution. So he is violating it to some degree, right? Which is creating a constitutional crisis because of the lack of enforcement mechanism that exists for the court system.
There's never been a king in America. Trump does not think he's a king. He's not acting like a king. He is signing he's doing everything every president has done before. Give me examples on Trump thinking he's a king, acting like
Deporting
a
people
king.
without due process, literally talking about annexing Canada, Panama, Greenland. Dan Zidane, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Those are not acts of a king. If he says he wants to
Those are. Saying he wants to be a dictator on day one, sending the National Guard to LA without
I
particularly
never heard him say
California
that.
agreeing with
So
it.
he's the first president to activate the National Guard. Is that what you're saying?
Without authorization of Gavin Newsom? I think so.
He doesn't.
I'm not quite sure if any other president has done that. No?
Well, that would be news to me. I didn't know he needed the governor's.
He does. He does.
Okay, and it sounds accurate, so I'm not going to argue that. But Listen, I don't think those are actions of being a king. There were riots. They were overrunning the police. I think the National Guard would be a great
Well, then why did Gavin
use
Newsom
of
say
how
that
we
they
use
didn't?
them.
Wait, so why did Gavin Newsom say they didn't need the National Guard?
Because he is far less than he's supporting these protests.
Wait, okay, supporting protests is good, but he doesn't support
Well, yeah,
violence.
I'm not. I'm supporting it. I
Let's be
support
clear. Like I'm
illegal
not
protests too.
like a
But
100% Gavin Newsom stan, but like he definitely like is not in support of the violence. Like
then why didn't he agree? If you're correct and he does need the
because
governor's approval, then why didn't?
what they've identified is that they actually increase conflict in these areas. And actually from being in the areas, like absolutely, like that's where like people are targeted towards, like, you know, protesting oftentimes is
So
specifically
you're
the
saying that
buildings
the
that
National
have
Guard
Marines and
brought
National Guard
the.
there. They brought
So
conflict,
you're
yes.
saying that they brought conflict, but there's like videos of people like overrunning the police.
I mean, sure, in some circumstances, I would agree that
There's
is
nothing
existed.
peaceful about what was happening in LA.
Yeah, there was. What? I went to some of the protests in LA, right? And actually, one of them where they started tear gassing,
Burning cars
they hold up.
that's peaceful.
There was not a single car that was burnt while I was there. Not
I
a single
saw it,
one.
but
You're
probably
talking.
not when you were there. I didn't know when you were there, but I saw it.
I understand, and I definitely disagree with burning cars like that. I definitely disagree with that. I get that. That's not peaceful. But
Parker,
go ahead.
Parker, your point is that the majority of the protests were peaceful. Yes, there were a few things that occurred, and your other point, which was absolutely correct, in my opinion, I should say, is that when you inflame people that are already upset with bringing in more force like that, and besides that, the ICE folks had no jurisdiction with where they were. You make people more upset, and then a few bad actors burned a couple of cars, and now you're going to use that as the whole protest
No, they were.
was violent. That's
No,
incorrect, and that's
no.
why we didn't need the guard, which is duly for the states' rights. Okay, we didn't need the federal government to start activating the guard. The governor would have activated the guard if necessary,
He
and that's
supports
the
these
point.
riots. Newsom would have never activated the guard.
That's just not
Yes, he
true.
would, if needed.
Yeah, if needed, Newsom absolutely would. Newsom is actually trying to make a bid for the presidency, and he's trying to portray himself as like
Would
more
never win.
conservative. So like, yeah, he absolutely would. What?
I would pick. Actually, I'm not going to say that, but I don't think he'd win. But personally, I don't think that he would have activated the guard if Trump didn't himself.
That's ridiculous. Yeah,
It's not.
now if needed, he would. But now we would argue that he probably wouldn't because
It was needed.
It wasn't.
They were
needed.
riots. It wasn't peaceful anymore.
I'm sorry. Can you please tell me where the National Guard specifically helped with it? Like, I think the police had it under control.
I don't think the guard has done any different than the police, but I'm saying bringing them in was, in Trump's view, I would see why he done that. It's a better way of wording it.
I don't.
Is it under control now? Like,
No,
right?
I just said that I don't see how much
What
different
did the guard
they
actually
did.
do? They
No,
were
I
there
just
for
said.
literally a day.
Listen, Dan, I just said I didn't.
That's all.
I didn't say that they done anything different. I see
Oh,
why Trump
okay.
would activate them. I would see why he would call in the National Guard. I
For the
never said
first
that they
time
done
in history.
anything.
Okay.
I
Yeah.
never said that like they done
He
anything
likes.
different than the
Well,
police.
listen. He likes being
This
the first. He likes being the first to have to basically lose all of his companies and somehow survive. He's the first
is a $7
to be
billion
a
net worth.
douchebag and win the presidency. He's the first, right? He
Bill
loves
Clinton,
being the
George
first.
Bush.
So he's the first. And he wanted to be the first to activate the National Guard without the state, the head of state, actually agreeing. So he's the first again. Yay! Trump is awesome.
I mean,
He's first.
you can say that
He's
about
first.
his businesses, and there was a bunch of presidents that have been elected at
With
would be
six,
douchebags. Well, that's all your opinion.
with 6 bankruptcies.
A billionaire? Come on now.
6 bankruptcies. He
Billionaire. Billionaire.
yeah, if you inherit $400 million from your dad, I bet you could make that much money in the long run. Like, just by putting it in the S&P 500, you can, in the long run, be a billionaire.
You can say all of
Look,
his businesses
this
going
guy, this
bankrupt, but
guy's
that doesn't
actually
discredit his billions that are in his pocket or his net worth, at least.
this guy's actually smarter than Trump, and
I
he's
would
only
agree.
3.
I would agree.
Right?
I
And he's got
agree.
Cheeto. Look, what do you got on your hands? What do you got on your hands? Ah, Cheeto crumbs.
Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah. I take the
Unbelievable.
3-year-old over the president. I actually seriously do.
You actually do that.
W3-year-old.
I get I get
W3-year-old.
the joke, and then like, but you sound pretty serious.
I take the 3-year-old over Donald Trump every day of the week.
That's why no one takes you serious, Parker. That's why Dean. That's why you and Dean. That's why Charlie does not debate you guys.
What? That's not at all a reason why Charlie Kirk isn't debating. Charlie Kirk is not debating us because he realizes that we can question his views on a legitimate basis.
Because you guys are.
And
everyone questions his views.
Let's
You
be
guys
real.
are.
He has debated us, but he just hasn't debated us in a long form context. So really, when I say that he's like running away from a debate, he's running away from a long form debate. He has debated me short form.
I don't think he would debate you guys because he doesn't. I don't think Charlie takes you guys serious. And based off what you just said, I could see why.
Dude, I'm sorry. You're saying that just because you're mad. Just
Not
because
nothing to be
I
mad about.
disproved you. You literally are just saying that because you're hurt.
You have yet to disprove me. What are you talking about?
I've done that this whole time.
On what?
You should go back and you should watch this on YouTube after. It would really open your eyes to how much you've got dog walk this entire conversation.
That is. So, bro.
I'm sorry. I'm not even trying to sit here and be like, yo, I want. I'm just saying, like, dude, like if you're gonna play these games, I'll play a little back.
You have cooked all of them. You are yet to cook me. You are yet to disprove anything I said, debunk anything I said. I mean, it's all opinion based, really, so it's easy to like go against it. But you have like what?
So I have addressed everything that you've brought up, and we can continue to do that if you'd like. Right? Would you like to mention any policies of Donald Trump's you like?
Couple of them. I mean, I don't know them all off the top of my head. I like the tax on tips, tax on overtime, women out of men's sports. There's a couple of them.
Okay.
I'm not gonna agree with everything he's doing, like with Snap and
yeah,
Medicaid.
it was really funny that you said women out of men's sports. Interesting.
Oh, I'm sorry, men out of women's sports.
So to clarify, let's address this because this is absolutely brutal. You have the same playbook. One, there are more sexual assault allegations targeted towards Donald Trump from different women than there are specifically trans athletes within the context of the NCAA. Did you know that?
Allegations. Keyword.
Yeah.
Allegations.
What's your point?
Means not proven.
Okay. Wait, can you name a single trans person that's, dominating sports right now?
I can't, but I know there has been.
Do you watch any women's sports? Can you name a single women's sports team?
I wouldn't waste the time. Indiana Fever.
Is that just because you know Caitlin Clark?
Other
than the Indiana Fever.
Chicago Sky.
Okay. What's the last time you watched it?
I don't watch it. I mean, I see it on my Instagram feed sometimes.
Okay. So then here's my point. You don't care about women's sports, but then you're going to specifically bring it up when talking about the election for some reason, like you care about it. Also,
no,
if you specifically cared,
I'm not saying that I care about women's sports. I'm saying that there shouldn't be transgender women that are like originally born men in women's sports. Are you saying that there should be?
I'm saying after multiple years of HRT and or not going through a male puberty, these particular unfair.
Hell no, bro.
These particular unfair.
Are you really defending this, bro?
Yes.
This is common sense.
All right, one thing, real quick, and then I'm going to shut up again. I promise. Sorry, Parker. I just couldn't.
You're good.
How many trans? Like, what is the percentage where this is such a big problem? Right? There's so many transgender people, transgender human beings, by the way, that are trying to break into women's or men's sports. Do you know the numbers? I bet you don't.
I never said that it was a big problem. He asked me what did I like about what Trump's doing, and I said I liked that. I never said it was like some big thing. I like the fact that there's transgender women that were originally men can't be in women's sports anymore.
So that's one of the reasons why you support the guy?
I mean, it's one of them.
Yeah. So I have a critique here. So are you saying?
Listen,
Listen. Are you saying because of fairness?
I mean that, and just the fact that you're originally a male. Just play with
Okay,
the
so
men's leagues if you are good enough.
Can we address this? So there's a few things here. One thing, right? After multiple years of HRT and or not going through male puberty, these particular unfair biological advantages that you're pointing to don't exist insofar as that it'd be so unfair that people shouldn't be allowed to play. Secondly, in terms of this, right? Even if we were to give you a circumstance where there's a particular trans person that's worse than the average cis woman, would you let them play? Because then it's technically not unfair because they're worse, right?
My main thing is not the fact of fairness. So being unfair
Oh,
wouldn't.
okay. Okay, so it's not about
What?
fairness. What
No,
is it
I never
about?
said it was. Did I say it was?
Yeah, you did.
I said I don't think. Okay, if I did, I didn't mean to. I don't think I said that. But I think it's about like a moral thing. You were originally a male. You can't play in women's sports. I
Why?
don't know how.
Why?
I don't know why you would even
Wait,
try to
why
defend
should there be
this.
a separation of sports? Is it about fairness?
It's just a moral thing.
It's a moral thing. Why?
I mean, in my opinion, if you were originally a male, play in the male sports. If you're originally a male, go into the male bathroom. This is my
Are
opinion.
you like you're not okay? So then I'll ask you this question: do you think that trans men should go into the women's restroom? They're biologically female. They're masculine presenting. You're saying that they should go into the women's restroom.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Well, then then I'm going to show you a picture of a trans man, right? Or I'll show you a picture of a man, and I want you to tell me what
No, trans man. You said it right the first time.
trans men are men. I'm going to show you a picture of a man, and it is the case that you're going to tell me that you think that they shouldn't be in the women's restroom. I mean, in the men's restroom.
Don't waste your time. I'm gonna say yes either way.
That they should go into the restroom.
No, they shouldn't go into the men's restroom. If they're transgender men, meaning they're originally women, they should go into the women's restroom.
So you're saying that he should go into the women's restroom.
To the women's restroom, yes.
Really? Okay.
Absolutely. If you're originally a woman, you go into the women's restroom.
Okay, so you're saying that he should have to go into the women's restroom.
She should have to go into the women's restroom.
Yeah. I just typed in man. That guy's cis man.
I didn't even look at your
that guy's a cis
picture,
man.
but
That guy's a cis man. You just said that a cis man should go into the women's restroom.
I didn't look at your
here's my
picture.
point. Here's my point. You won't be able to tell the difference between trans men and cis men, right? But just looking at trans men and cis men. So the idea that trans men would go into the women's restroom would just reinforce that cis men would be able to go into those spaces without even changing their presentation.
Well, I didn't
does that
even.
make sense?
Can you show me the picture again? Well, you already can't anymore because you just said you picked up a random picture of a man. But I mean, it's gonna be hard for anyone to prove like what are you actually. I'm just saying it should be like a knowledge. You gotta teach it to kids for the future generations that you don't want to be transgender. I'm not trying to I don't mean to be disrespectful to transgender people because at the end of the day they are humans, but it should be taught at like
Do you think this guy should go into the women's restroom?
if that's originally a woman, then yeah.
You don't know?
I don't know. And I just said you're
that's
not
the
gonna
point.
always.
So this is a trans man. That is a trans man. You're saying he should go into the
Okay.
women's restroom, right? And also you couldn't tell the
Right.
difference. You couldn't tell the difference. So the idea
And
that
I
the idea is very
I said to you before, that you're not going to always be able to tell the difference. That's why you got to teach it to these kids while they're young. So for future generations, you don't have to go through this. This shouldn't be a topic.
Then here's my question: trans men who are masculine presenting that look such as the trans man I showed you, you're saying they should go into the women's restroom. Well, then isn't that dangerous?
If they're originally a woman,
wait, but that's dangerous for them because it is the case that everyone's going to assume that they're a cis man. That's incredibly dangerous for them. So the idea here you have that like people should just go based on their own biological sex, that's going to get trans people harmed. It is. That's the reality. So this idea here you have that like, trans people shouldn't be in the bathrooms to identify with, not only is it worse for the people specifically who are cis, but it's also worse for the people who are trans.
It's an easy fix to this problem. And I just explained it to you.
You didn't explain to me a fix to anything.
I told you. Well, you're saying that it's going to be a scare for trans people. It's an easy fix. Don't be trans. And you got to teach this to
Don't be
kids
trans.
while they're young.
Wait. You think you can choose to be trans?
That's definitely a decision somebody made.
Wait, no.
No, okay.
No.
I got to interject. I'm sorry. You know, because you talked about what do we want to teach our kids. You see that I have a family, right? I have
Right.
young kids.
Yeah.
You know what we should be teaching our kids, in my opinion, again, right? Everybody's got their own opinion. But
Yeah.
we should be teaching them that you respect humanity. You respect people as humans.
You
You
should.
understand the fact, thank you for that. You understand the fact that you really have to use a little bit of logic here. If you had a choice, right? Why would your choice be to change your sexual organs and be ostracized by the entire community? Even in the LGBTQ plus community, some factions are don't understand that part of it. So to me, that statement makes absolutely no sense. Nobody would choose to do that to themselves. Let's be real.
So how do these people get transgender then?
Okay.
How does
They're
this
born
happen?
that way.
Yes.
Oh, so you're
Exactly. Wait.
what?
So let me
No, they're not born that way.
Can I clarify with you? So
Yeah, go ahead, Parker.
it is a desire that they have ingrained into them that they did not choose. The same way I have a desire to be in accordance with the certain things that I like that I didn't choose. I didn't choose for me to personally, right, being committed towards like masculine characteristics as a prescription of my identity. I didn't choose that. I just happened to have those commitments. And if you would have taught me as a kid, right, that I should have, or like, you know, showed me different types of characteristics or told me that trans people existed, I wouldn't have been trans because it's not a choice, right? The only people who are going to be trans, right, that you are showing that to, right, are trans in the very first place. Right, that is the type of example, because it is the case that people aren't going to put themselves in communities that literally experience marginalization, right, just for the hell of it. They aren't going to experience bullying just for the hell of it. They're not going to experience stigmatization just for the hell of it. Go for it.
Moreover, I'm in the medical field, right?
Okay.
I'll leave it at that. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to promote anything, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
scientifically speaking, okay, and this is based on data, right? When you look at how an embryo starts to form, right, in the womb, there are a lot of different factors and features, right? And when the brain is being formed, which is the most intricate organ we have that we still don't fully understand, there's wirings, right? Wirings within our genome, within our body, and it explains it in a way that says the person cannot control. They cannot control how they feel or who they are or how they identify, and this is a fact. This is a fact. So you could look. I could actually cite studies. I could send it to you if you wanted me to, and if you actually chose to read them. But there is more and more every year after year, more scientific evidence and data to show why somebody might be gay and why somebody might be trans and why somebody might be all these different things. It's not taught. It's not taught. Like, did you get? I have a question for you. Did you get taught to be straight? Like when you first, and I'm going to be a little slightly vulgar, not vulgar, but
it cut out.
Eventually get to an age in our lives
Wait, can you
where
repeat
we're
that?
like, what's that? Oh, sorry. Did I cut out?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, a
Did I
little
cut
bit.
out? All right. Am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to walk away from this little guy before I make this statement. Can you say masturbation? Can you say that on this? I don't even know. Probably not.
What did you say? Say
I don't know. But when we get to that masturbation,
oh, I think you should be.
I don't know if you could say that on here. Okay. So when you get to the age where you realize what that is, right? 14, 15, 16 years old. Do you remember that moment or that time, Michael?
No.
You don't? So I guess my point is, when that time comes, you start to get aroused by certain things, and that's where this genome kind of kicks in, and you figure out who you are sexually in a way, and through over time you figure that out even more. You don't choose that.
Oh, Dan, it's cutting out a bit.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I think he got what your point is, and I can just
Yeah, I
relate
get it.
a little bit. Is that like these types of things you don't choose, right? When I was a kid, right, when I
Okay.
had my first crush, right, on a girl in the class when I was 5 years old, right, that was not something that I chose. I just and happened to occur, right? So like that's the type of explanation. But
I
yeah,
would disagree. Well, kind of disagree. I would say that people that are gay or trans, I think it's an outcome of their environment. If you're growing up and you see that, like, if you're like being like sexually harmed by, say you're a dude and you're like being sexually harmed by a grown man, you might come out like older as a gay person. It's just that might, a traumatic event that happened to you that
no.
makes
So
you this way.
I'm just gonna. I'm
Okay.
one. I'm just gonna. By the way, I was just gonna end this conversation anyway, just because like I was gonna go join Dean here in a bit. But I just want to say I actually have a bibliography in my bio that goes over this and actually shows evidence the otherwise that it's not as a result of these types of things. Obviously, there's an element of correlation causation here, where people are just saying because two things are associated means one caused the other. So that's definitely something I would bring up. But yeah, Dan, is there anything else you'd like to bring up real quick before I go join Dean real quick? Oh, I can't hear you. You're currently muted, I think.
Yeah. Sorry. I mute myself because I don't have an ability to hold it.
Oh, you're good.
You're
Dylan.
the same, I think, a little bit. All right. No. I got nothing else to say. I appreciate you letting me back up, and just keep doing what you're doing, man. I appreciate it so much.
Appreciate
That's
you.
all.
Thank you. Have a great time. Alrighty, everyone. I'm gonna go join Dean. We're gonna go say hi to Dean. Everyone go into Dean's live. Say Parker raid. Say love from Parker. I would recommend everyone if you want to. If you would really be. I would really appreciate it. Thank you for the helmet reforged. Thank you. Go over to my YouTube, everyone. I'm gonna be hanging out on YouTube. I'll still stay live on YouTube, so I would really recommend to go over there. I would really appreciate that, everyone, because everyone's gonna join Dean right now. So there's probably not gonna be that many people that join that way. But yeah, you can do that. I love y'all so much. I'll see everyone there. Alrighty. Alrighty.
ZLIANA. Thank you so much for being here. Once again, if you're watching and like, hey, I want to support this Dean guy, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, on the link tree in my bio. All right, everybody. Also, Parker shot us a raid. That means that Parker will be joining us shortly. Who else is excited? Hell yeah, we're gonna throw an awesome.
Are you?
I am 25.
Yeah, for sure. Why do you support a president that's only hurt the world in the last 150 days?
Patriotism.
Okay, in order to be a patriot, does it mean that you support core American values?
No, I support Trump because of patriotism, because of his respect for our country. Like, you don't have to like him, that's fine. I appreciate, your view, whatever, that's cool. He is a patriot.
Okay, great. In order to
He
be a
looks out
patriot,
for us
what is a patriot?
and our military.
I just want to run this
And,
argument.
and that
real quick. I'll
includes
be
you
super
guys
quick.
as well.
I'll be super duper quick.
Go ahead.
In order
go
to
ahead.
be a patriot, do you need to respect core American values?
Yes, which I think he does.
Would you say that the American Constitution is a core American value?
I believe that the Constitution was written to be able to be rewritten.
To add it on.
Based
But like
upon
when I
how
say
the
respecting
world
the
evolved.
Constitution, I mean respecting the Constitution and its operations, including the operations of the Constitution to amend it.
Wait, I'm sorry. Could you say that one more time?
When I say is a core American value the American Constitution, I also mean like the parts of the Constitution that would imply that it's a living document that can be changed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dan, thank you so much for the future city. I appreciate you for the love, DNAS. Thank you so much. You're awesome. You shout out to you down below in that chat. Okay, so in other words, if Donald Trump didn't respect the Constitution, he wouldn't be a patriot, right?
I mean, I think anyone that disregards the Constitution would not be a patriot.
Would you say that an example of maybe how somebody could disregard the Constitution is calling for the termination of all the rules, regulations, and articles found within it? And also,
No,
Dan,
because
seriously,
once
just-
again, that kind of bounces around the fact that we both agree that it could be rewritten and was left open to interpretation.
But that's not how you rewrite it. It's a living document because you could add to it through the proper legal channels, such as an amendment or like a Supreme Court ruling, right? Reinterpreting what already exists. But obviously, yo,
Thank you so much, Dans. I appreciate the leopard. Thank you, Dans. W Dans in the comment section. Thank
Dude.
you.
Dans, that's so kind of you, bro. Huge shout out to Dans. So the Constitution, it is a living document that you could add to through the proper legal channels. But like obviously, just calling for the termination of it in its totality is not doing that. So it would be calling for its termination in its totality, like all rules, regulations, and articles found within it, be anti-constitution. Buddy Nate, we're waiting on an answer to the question that I asked. Do we need Jeopardy music?
I think he's lagging.
You
You know what you need to do, Dean?
So has he
You need to
pursued-
record yourself doing that so that you can play it as like a soundbite.
Oh, I like that. I do like that a lot. Are you back, Nate? Oh, he is lagging. Really
Yeah,
bad.
did you not hear me?
Yeah, you were lagging really bad, but it sounds like the lag spike is over. So just to clarify, if Donald Trump called for the termination of all rules, articles, and regulations, even those found in the Constitution, he would not be an American patriot, right? And Dan, thank you for the motorcycle. Holy shit, bro. You're being very kind today. Thank you, Dan.
Just to be clear, he can call for it all he wants, but he hasn't pursued it. He hasn't tried that.
Bro.
He hasn't
Okay, Nate, you're
done
being,
anything
you're
to
being
do that.
dense.
No,
I'm about to kick you.
Calling for something and saying something is completely different from actually
Wait,
doing
if I
it. That's what I'm trying to say.
If I call for the rape of children, but I don't actually rape children, am I a threat to children?
Okay, first of all, I was watching earlier, and you know, when someone else tried to go off topic, you were like, "Oh, I thought we were talking about Trump here." So how about we stay on topic because
It
we
is
don't
on
need none of
topic
that
because
in
it
this conversation.
demonstrates that if Donald Trump calls
That
for the
is
termination
not
of the
at all on
Constitution,
topic,
but doesn't
bro.
actually do it,
That
he's still a
is
threat to
not
the
at all on
Constitution.
topic. That's way off the topic of Trump. We don't need to be talking about pedophiles and children. Nah, dude, that's fucking weird.
Well, the conceptual analogy is as follows. So you said, well, if he doesn't
Yeah, I
actually
don't give
do
a
it,
fuck about your analogy. We don't need to talk about that, bro. You're a weirdo.
you possess the IQ of a second grader. Now you're getting pissed because I'm demonstrating that to over
I
20,000
possess
people
the
live.
IQ of a second grader. Yeah,
Of
okay.
course you do, because you
I
can't understand
possess
like a very simple
following a
analogy.
leader that supports American citizens. If you don't like this country, get the fuck out.
Oh, buddy, I think that you should get out because you support a leader that explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution in December of 2022, and you don't care. You still bow the knee. Holy fuck. Like, step on me harder, daddy. Like, where's that one fucking picture? Let me get it up here. Nope, that's Abrigo Garcia. There it is! Shut up me harder, daddy! Donald Trump loves America! Donald Trump is an American patriot! I don't care that Donald Trump explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution. Tread on me harder! I don't care that Donald Trump tried to rig and change the outcome of a federal election when calling for the termination of the outcome of the 2020 election. Tread on me harder! He's an American patriot. I don't care that he's explicitly violated the Constitution 5 times. Yo, thank you so much for the leopard dance. Shout out to Dance down below in that chat. I really appreciate you so much. Thank you so much, Dance. I don't care that Donald Trump has explicitly called for the termination of the Constitution 5 times since getting in office, and then when SCOTUS has ruled against him, he's said that he doesn't give a fuck. Tread on me harder. I think that Donald Trump is good for American citizens, even though he's reducing the after-tax income of 80% of them with a BBB, and it's costing our government $4 trillion to do it. Tread on me, daddy, okay? And let's also not forget, right, about how he raped Jean Carroll, committed 34 felonies, sending American troops into war in the Middle East for no goddamn reason, even though Bush did it for 20 years and fucking failed. Tread on me harder. Oh my God. Okay, I just hate it when we have these fake American patriots coming up onto this live, acting as the fascists is nothing more than exactly that. They want to paint him to be the glorious vicar of the Constitution, even though if he was alive in 1776, he would be at the end of the barrel of the American settlers in the Revolutionary War because he thought he was a king, right? And I can't do it. I can't do it, man. It's so delusional. And you really pissed me off there at the end when you said, if I don't like this country, I should leave. No, I love this country so much that I'm willing to spend 4 hours a day talking to people like you, trying to convince you that it is the right and that it is MAGA and that is Trump who is destroying this country.
Let me just
And
say,
Dan,
though,
thank you for
when I
another
said I
leopard. Holy
support Trump,
shit.
that includes you. When I said I wanted this country to
Thank
be
you,
safe,
Dan.
that includes you. That's the difference between me and you.
Thank you so much, Dan. I really appreciate it.
Wait, we're advocating for the country to be safer for you as well. What you're not understanding is that undocumented immigrants coming to the country isn't making us safer, right? What's making us actually, right, less safe is people like Donald Trump being in office that explicitly creates a culture where it's inviting of more people specifically and accepting of more people who have assaulted women, right, have been held civilly liable of it and are accepted now in their communities because Donald Trump has, made it more acceptable within communities for people like that to be accepted. You understand that, right? That's a byproduct, right? Or him going up to 10-year-old girls saying he's going to date them in 10 years, or him bragging about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without consent.
Right.
Whereas an 18-year-old came out and said there was 4 girls as young as 15 years old. That type of
what about transgenders
social
and women's
behavior?
sports? Let's talk about that.
You see how he can't address anything that I just said?
No,
do you see how
no,
that culture?
I'm
Do you see how him engaging
you
those
want to
actions?
talk about inter-America
promotes,
being like that?
Please,
Look at Iran. They would mutilate and murder people for not believing in Allah. If you believe in any other kind of religion, they would drop a
anything
nuke
that I
so
said?
quick.
Did you hear anything that I said?
I
What
did.
I say?
And that's literally what's happening in Iran right now. Everything you just said is what's happening in Iran right now.
So
It's been happening there for centuries.
Actually, no. There were definitely in the past points in time in Iran specifically where there were like significantly greater levels of freedom, and actually because of the West,
same with Afghanistan, but that was what?
Because of the West involved,
150
and
years
because
ago?
of the West involvement within the context of the Middle East, it's destabilized the region, which has led to more authoritarianism in places such as Iran. So
Exactly.
actually, what
So
you
it's
don't
not-
know. Oh my God, this guy's not listening.
Oh, Jesus.
Wait, Nate, let's slow down real quick, bro. You said this about Iran, which apparently justifies war in the Middle East now. But you also said that this was also true of
We're not in
Afghanistan.
the Middle East,
Listen,
but yes.
listen. Yeah, we actually are. Yes, we are.
Yeah, we're
As
there,
of-
but we're not
Nate,
there. We haven't put our feet
stop interrupting. Yes, we have. Okay.
We have not put our feet down.
Nate, you gotta stop, bro. You gotta stop. You gotta stop
Hey, I'm
interrupting.
just saying
me.
you do the same thing.
Dan,
though,
thank you so much for the flying jets. I appreciate you, as well as for the 2 leopard Dans. You're so fucking kind. Thank you so
All
much.
right, but go
guys.
ahead. I'll let you say what you guys. I'll be quiet.
Okay. Stop being a child. Seriously, stop it. Okay. You said that we're not in the Middle East. As
Look
of
at the
this-
tangent you just went on there. You're calling me a
Okay,
child?
You're doing it again. Yes, I am calling you a child. Do you need me to forcefully put the binky in your mouth because you are crashing out and you cannot control yourself?
Yeah.
Do you need that?
He does need the
Crashing out. Yeah.
Do you need that? Okay. I'm
I'm
gonna
crashing
I'm gonna
out.
mute you in 5. Yo, Cam, thank you so much for the speed beast. Thank you, Cam. You guys are being so kind today. Okay, good. I'm gonna continue with what I'm saying. All right. So the first thing that you said was that we are not in the Middle East. That is false. As of this morning, Reuters has reported that we have deployed a lot of large military resources, artillery and ammunition of the likes of F-35 fighter jets in the region on the border of Iran, awaiting upon Donald Trump's approval, right, to strike a handful of locations with bunker busters. So that's not true. But this also isn't what I was talking about, because what I said here is you said it was justified for us to go into Iran, or at least for Donald Trump to consider it, because you think that they mistreat people in the country. Now, you also said that this was true of Afghanistan and Iraq, which is where Bush went in the early 2000s. So did you think that the war in the Middle East that Bush started was justified because you think individuals were mistreated in those countries?
I didn't say Iraq, but I did say Afghanistan, and I never said that I was 100% on board with Afghanistan.
Okay,
just
so
because
you're against
support
that,
the
right?
current climate. I don't know. I wasn't alive, or I wasn't old enough to comprehend what was actually
Nate,
going on.
thank you so
I
much for the
haven't read it.
racing debut. Thank you so much, Nate. Holy shit, you guys are going crazy in Ava with a game bow. Wait, are you a Christian?
Yes, I am.
Were you old enough to comprehend Jesus' resurrection 2,000 years ago?
I'm sorry, 2000 what ago?
Were you alive and old enough to comprehend Jesus' resurrection 2,000 years ago?
Nope, but I feel it in my heart.
Right. So you don't need to be alive while something is happening to understand that it happened.
In terms
and
of
to make
war,
a judgment
absolutely.
or if it was good or bad. Wait, really?
And well, I'll say this: I don't think any war is good, and I've always stood on that.
Wait. So if you think that you have to be alive during a war in order to make a judgment about the war, I mean, how do you feel about like Hitler's like war directed towards every other country in the European continent?
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
Is that bad?
I've
Can you make a
agreed
judgment
with
there?
any war.
Okay, so you
Yeah,
can
I
make a
mean,
judgment there. So you don't
Hitler
need to
was
be alive.
absolutely
so
psychotic.
then make a
who
judgment.
thought he had some grand master plan.
So then make a judgment about America's war in the Middle East. Was it good or was it bad?
Afghanistan wasn't old enough to support it. Probably wouldn't if I was. Iraq wasn't old enough to support it. But here's the thing:
I'm
I wouldn't
asking
support
you,
it. I wouldn't.
Nate. You are
Go
like
ahead.
you have to have like the IQ of like a rock in order to misinterpret what I'm asking you. I'm not asking you if you supported it at the time. You like, do you really, truly, right, in your heart, in your brain, think that I'm asking you to reflect on when you were shitting in diapers, to do a complex geopolitical analysis on global tensions, involvement of America in wars overseas? No, that's not what I'm asking you. That's obviously not what I'm asking you. That's very obviously not what I'm asking you. What I'm asking you is very simple, right? From your position today, right? Do you support war in the Middle East that Bush had started?
I do not support any war. I do not know how many times I have to tell you that.
Okay, so then you don't support Donald Trump's involvement in the war in Iran and the potential direct involvement of
No, I do
declaring
not
war on them
support.
ourselves.
No, I do not support innocent people dying on either side. But I do understand the conflicts and the risk that is out there if they were able to create nukes. If they were able to come into our country. I mean, like,
Dan, thank you. Thank you for the leopard.
there
Thank you so
are
much, Dan.
actual terrible repercussions that the entire world could face if that happened. Now,
Okay.
look, I'm not even saying.
So then, why
hey,
do you
we
support
should
Trump,
have
even though he pulled us out of a deal with Iran that prevented them from further development of their nukes?
See, here's the thing though. So he gave them, I don't know how recent this was. You know, if you do, great. He gave them 60 days to
Shut up! You're not answering my question. I'm talking about the nuclear peace agreement that he pulled out of in 2018 under his first administration.
What's up, Christian?
to prevent Iran from
What's up, Christian?
creating nukes, because I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
Yo, Dance! Dude, Dance, you're going crazy today. Thank you so much for the leopards, man. Show some love to Dance down below in that chat, bro. Seriously, you're going nuts. Thank you so much, Dance. You're awesome. A huge shout out to Dance and also Christian tell you that I hope you're doing well.
So you said that was to prevent them from creating nukes, or
Yeah, we had a nuclear peace agreement that we'd enter into with Iran under Obama that Trump pulled us out of. Miles,
Okay, so what you're
go.
basically saying is by Trump pulling us out of that, he gave them the opportunity essentially to build nukes.
Yes, Miles, thank you all so much for all the galaxies. I
Yeah,
appreciate
actually, if you look at their level of enrichment, they've increased significantly since the nuclear peace agreement that they had prior. So actually, like, that was the only thing limiting them from increasing access to nuclear weapons. And then Donald Trump pulling us out of that just essentially led to them getting nuclear weapons. So not only is Donald Trump a result as to the reason as to why we're in this place in the very first place, but actively the actions he's engaging in are involving us in the conflict even more. So like, this is just straight like Israel first. This is not America first by any means. This is the same type of justification that Bush used. Weapons of mass destruction. They're specifically just to be able to go in and invade. Same justification that he was disagreeing with when he was in 2016 and he was on the debate stage. He was like, oh, they said there were weapons of mass destruction and there wasn't mass destruction. I'm anti-war, right? There weren't wars under my first administration. Yet now we see in the administration that he's actively doing things to cause war, right? So like, you should be against him on this. This should be like an eye-opening wake-up moment for you of like, wow, he totally conned me. He's absolutely not doing what he said he's going to do, and he's doing the complete opposite.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Like, I'll say this. Like, I am not with him on war. Like, the bare grounds of war, I am not on. I never have been. I think it's the most pointless shit that has caused detriment to multiple civilizations.
So then why do you support him
But-
even though he might start war in the Middle East? Why do you still support him?
Okay, one, let's back up. There's no starting it from him at this point. It's already started. It's
What?
been started. No, him personally, he can't walk. Look, Israel and Iran have been launching
Wait, he
missiles at
personally
each other
involved
for how
himself in the U.S. in this conflict. That was his decision, right? He could have chose to not involve himself, and that's especially why there are plenty of Republicans and
Yeah,
people
I'm
on the
getting
right,
there.
you
Can
know,
I,
that are
like,
specifically
finish
saying
what I was
he's
gonna
doing
say?
wrong.
Right, you understand, like, we're talking about starting a war between America and Iran, not Israel and Iran. That one's already started. We're talking about a war that would be starting between America and Iran.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Okay, just let me finish what I'm saying here, please. I'd appreciate it. What
I'm
I'm
really close to
saying
kicking you because you just don't make sense.
Oh my god, is that why you keep muting my microphone while I'm trying to talk, or like you're trying to make it seem like I don't make sense, or you're just not willing to listen to me like I sat here and listen to you guys respectfully?
Try to make sense. So why do you still support Trump even though you don't support the fact that he's
I support him
probably gonna
because at
start
the end
war
of
in
the day,
Iran?
he will be protecting Americans and America.
Okay.
That's
So-
the bottom line. If they
so
got
I'm
nukes
sorry.
in their hands, it would be the downfall of every country in the world. And that's the truth because of their beliefs. And that's
so
the
let me-
simple fact.
so let
Their
me make this
beliefs are terrible.
Okay, I'm going to make this argument to you one last time. If you're not receptive to it, if you can't engage with it, I'm going to kick you and move on because you'll be wasting my time. You're saying
All
that
right.
you're saying that you support him because he is protecting Americans by preventing Iran from getting nukes by possibly starting a war with it. This means that you think starting a war with Iran would be a good, justified thing to do.
I mean,
predicated-
I would assume he pulled out of the deal because
You know what? No, that's actually my final
because
straw. I'm
Iran
gonna kick
doesn't
you for
have
that one.
the material.
You know, I'm actually going to kick you for that one. That's right. I'm going to kick you for that one. Fuck you. Yeah. You know what? No, actually, fuck you. No, I told you I was going to kick you unless you were receptive to my argument. Then you interrupt me 4 fucking words in. Get the hell out of here. Literally, get the skedaddle. Let's go fucking douche. Get away. Run. Holy shit. Oh my God. Also, I thank you so much, everybody, for the very, very kind donations over on TikTok. You guys have been going nuts. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now, everybody. We're going to go to move on to the next guest right now. Parker, would you help us get that next guest up in here?
I got you.
Oh,
Priscilla, thank
who-
you so much for the $15. Thank you so much, Priscilla.
Dance! Thank you for the future city, my man.
Hey, yo, which one of y'all said the N word?
That was me.
Why you racist?
I'm not racist.
You are racist.
No,
You
no.
Democrat.
Because listen. I said the N word when I was a lot younger than I am today. And since
So, all right, so you
no,
can
no,
say
no,
you
no, no, no,
cannot
no, no,
be
no, no,
racist,
no, no,
but
no, no,
Trump's
no.
still racist?
No, listen to what I'm saying. Allow me to finish. Okay, so
All right.
when I use the N word, I was a whole lot younger than I was today, and a significantly different person than who I am today. So I've undergone a lot of change in my own character, the way that I interact with the world around me, the issues that I perceive in society, and I've held myself accountable for my prior actions. And in fact, this is something I'm very public about because I want to demonstrate that it is possible for people to become better.
Okay.
And for everybody in the chat, like, oh wait, what? Like this is something that I've always been very public about. This is very public information.
So you can change not being racist. You went from racist to not being racist.
Precisely.
Yes.
I thought you can not be racist, but how Trump is racist?
When has Donald Trump ever acknowledged his racism, his bad behavior, and tried
He's
to
never
actively
racist.
do
He
better?
never said the N word in
Really?
public, or
Wait,
he never said the N word.
in public is a crazy thing to say. 1, 2, in terms of that. Secondly, like he literally didn't rent to black people in the 1970s. He called for the execution of the Central Park Five after they were exonerated based upon DNA evidence.
That's all
He
false.
popularized the birther
That's all
movement,
false.
saying that Barack Obama was
It's all
born in
false.
Kenya with no sufficient evidence when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. He also said that Kamala Harris turned black. He said that Haitian immigrants were eating cats and dogs with zero evidence just because he saw a video of
Do you
a-
know any
of-
Haitians? Do you know any Haitians?
Do I? Yes.
Do you
And-
know? Yeah, no,
So
for real.
does-
Like, do you know the ones that like literally straight from Haiti?
Wait, does that matter?
Because you don't know nothing. But anyways, look.
Wait. Does that
So-
mean
so
that?
you
Wait.
can be-
To clarify,
so you
does that
can
mean
be-
that like?
so you can
wait,
change-
wait. Does that mean that you shouldn't allow Haitians into the country
No, I never
because
said
you
that.
don't know
You're
someone who's
putting words in my
Haitian?
mouth. You're putting words in my mouth. I never said that.
So then, why would you even bring that up as an argument?
I'm just saying. Do you know any?
Is that even an argument?
I'm asking you. Is yes or no question?
No, I don't know anyone specifically that.
All right.
that
So
just,
how do you know if it's true or not? Then
what? Because we have data and we have media
Data?
reports. Yeah.
Wait. So what, Parker? What claim are you making?
All I was making a claim that like Donald Trump saying that like Haitian immigrants were eating cats and dogs was something with no sufficient evidence, and he said that because I don't know any Haitian immigrants, right? Specifically that specifically come from Haiti, right? Is the case that like I couldn't know that.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go ahead and like explore that a little bit. So right? Like, I mean, let's just explore what the possible outcomes are. So he can know that they're not eating cats and dogs based upon a lack of evidence for that. The burden would be on the individual accusing or making the positive claim to demonstrate that the claim is true. And then B, like you could know like a singular individual from that's Haitian that isn't eating pets, but this doesn't mean that other individuals that are Haitian aren't eating pets. Like I don't know your argument, but the summation of it is there's no evidence for the claim.
exactly. So we don't know if they were or not doing it, right?
No, we do know that it wasn't. Like that the claim that he was
Are you
making-
sure?
Yes, because he was making a claim about sorry, there's a leopard.
Dans, thank you for the leopard. I really appreciate you for your kindness. Shout out to Dans, y'all. Shout out to Dans.
Yeah, he was making a claim about a specific video, right? That was someone from Canton, Ohio, right? But the reason why he assumed that they're Haitian immigrant is because they're black. So
Okay, I want to change. I want to change the thing. You guys supported the
Wait.
Russian and
I don't want to change it. I don't want to change it yet. Okay.
No, I want to change it.
No, because you call me racist. Okay, all right. I haven't had a chance to
Oh,
talk
yeah,
about
yeah.
that.
Oh,
I've been letting you.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Though. Like, why are you racist?
Okay, all right. So let's go over it because I wanted to have a chance to talk about that since it's about me. Okay.
Yeah.
So I condemn.
I like talking about you.
So I condemn the fact that when I was 14, I used the N-word. Okay. In fact, right, it's been the shift in who I am as a person, going from being right-leaning and viewing the usage of said terms as acceptable into no longer holding on to those beliefs through like resources, education, critical thought that incentivized me to even start doing these live streams in the first place, close to 2 years ago at this point, right? Okay. That's why I do what I do, because I think that people are capable of change. And because I think that people are capable of change, I think that people are capable of changing the world for the better, right? Now, right?
What made you change your mind?
Racist, critical thought, right? The same thing that I inspire on live. But I want to ask you, now real quick, I think when you call me racist, you're just simply rage baiting. All right. And I'm going to show you to be provocative rage baiter with one simple question that's going to absolutely gag you. Okay. Are you ready?
All right. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, you're either not going to respond and repeat your original claim. If you do that, you've been gagged. You're either just going to not respond and call me racist again, or you'll give a disingenuous answer, like once a racist, always a racist. And if you do that, you'll be gagged. But if you give a genuine answer, you'll concede the claim. Watch this. You're calling me racist, sir. How do I stop being racist?
You can't.
Yeah, guess what? I literally just said that that's exactly what you would do. That's exactly what you would say. I walked you like a dog, and that shows that you're nothing more than a provocative rage baiter.
But you can't.
And I'll prove this. So if you can't stop being...
That's who you are.
Wait.
I'll respect you more if you just...
Right. So if you can't stop being racist, how come you support a racist? If you can't stop being racist, then because Donald Trump called all black people lazy in 1992, he's still racist today. Why do you support a racist?
That's not racist though.
Wait, if it's if it's not racist to call all black people lazy, why is it racist to say the N-word?
Is it racist because I'm Puerto Rican, right?
Wait. No, you're going to answer my question. Honestly, I'm going to ask a better one. Define racism.
Look, bro. Listen.
I'm not listening to shit. You're gonna define racism, little boy.
Yo, why you mad?
Oh, I'm just assertive because I want to answer my question.
You too frail to be assertive.
Fail to be assertive?
Yeah, frail, breakable.
Yeah. Big talk for a small man. Now answer my question.
Big talk for a small man.
Define racism.
Define racism? I don't want to because I know you racist.
Okay, so if you can't define racism, then
I
how do you know I'm something that you don't know
That's
what
just
it
a
is?
stupid question.
Okay, then do it. Define racism.
I don't want to. I don't want to answer it.
Oh wow, look at that provocative rage baiter doesn't even know what the terms that he's using.
I do. You could, if you follow me, Trump troll everybody. That's my other thing because these people.
All right, so let's
Trump troll 973.
If you can do it, let's hear the definition. What's the definition of racism?
These liberals be taking lives down for the Republicans.
So are Trump supporters that fucking stupid that they can't even define?
Nah, you can't even know. You don't even know what a woman is.
I'll define woman if you could define racism.
A woman. Define her. If you define a woman, I'll define racism.
No, because I asked you the question first.
No, I want you because if
do you think that you run the live, little boy? Do you think that you run the live? No, fuck no. I asked you the question first, and then I told you that I actually would define the term woman if you define the term racism.
I will define racism if you define what a woman is.
I'm sorry. Who do you think holds the power here? Is it me or you?
I'm just chilling.
Right. It's me. It's me because this is my live. So not only because this is my live, but also because I asked you the question first. I'll be asking you to define racism. And if you can define racism, I'll tell you what my definition of a woman is. Now, if you can't do that, I'm just going to drop you. I'm going to revoke your 5 minutes of fame and then move on. And in around 45 seconds from the point in which I drop you, everybody will forget about your existence. So one last time, define racism.
No, this is all I needed. Thank you very much.
Cool. I guess little bro can't define racism. Thank you so much for coming up here and being a provocative, performative rage baiter with an IQ.
By the way, Tim, thank you for the $20 in gelato. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, both of y'all.
Here we go, everybody. Like I said, give it 30 to 45 seconds. Everybody will forget he exists. We're going to go to get that next Trump supporter up in the box literally right now, y'all. Everybody just do be patient while we're getting them up here, y'all. Everybody just do be patient while we're getting them up here, y'all. If you're a MAGA, make sure to hop in that queue. We'll get you up here, y'all. We'll get you up here. Hey, what's going on? Do you support Trump?
How's it going? Yes, I do support Trump. And
Howdy.
I'm 18 years old.
Where you're born in?
Oh my God, bro! I've been in all day. I just want to talk to you.
All right,
that's very unfortunate.
I'm sorry, man. Would you actually help get an next
I
guest
got
up here
you.
while I think a couple people? David, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Saying, Dean, you're a legend. Thank you so much, David. David also says, I'm a surgeon. Let's pull it up here. Looking for it really quickly. Oh, there it is. Dean, you're a legend.
It's
I'm a
acting
surgeon.
really weird, like the stream. I'm sorry to cut you off. It only says there's 12 guests.
Okay, it's also showing that on your end. Okay, then I'll load them up. What's up, P2 and Chase? Are you guys MAGA?
Mm-hmm.
How old are you?
25.
Great. All right, Chase, we'll have a Any left?
They both left. I'm just confused. There's 20,000 people in here, and there's only 12 guests. Is like insane.
Dans, thank you so much for another leopard. Dans, you've been incredibly kind today. I really appreciate you for your kindness and your generosity. Would you guys please show some love to Dans down below in that chat?
Sorry,
and
no,
while we're getting
I
that,
can get up for you.
Cool.
Yo.
Well, I guess we should ask him. What's up, Adam and Veal? Do you guys support Trump? Valley.
No.
Okay, so Adam doesn't. Goodbye, Adam. What about you, Valley? Do you support Trump? Okay, he doesn't either. Okay, well, we're going to go ahead and read off the message from David. Once again, let's get 500 David W's down below in the chat for the $50 donation on Venmo. Saying, Dean, you're a legend. I'm a surgeon and love that you hold him accountable for cutting Medicaid and Medicare. I'd really love it if you could press him in these moments to express what Trump's actual healthcare policy is, because he has absolutely none. Sure, yeah. I mean, I think that that's been overshadowed by other things, but I think it's important to continue to talk about. So I'll make sure I put more mental focus on bringing that up. Thank you so much for the $50, David. As well as Emily with the $10 on Venmo saying, W. Dean, appreciate that, Emily. Condra with the $10 saying you bring inspiration and passion every day. Thank you for the love, Condra. And Evelyn with the $10 saying I've been here since 2023. I just wanted to say I'm proud of how far you've come. Evelyn, that's awesome. You're an OG. Thank you for the $10. And then Zoya Z once again with a 9. Kelsey, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo. Kelsey says, you aren't just teaching MAGA, you're teaching us all. Kelsey, there is a lot of educational content in these lives outside of the direct conversations that I'm having, and that is so incredibly kind of you to donate $20. Thank you, Kelsey, guys. Let's show some love to Kelsey down below, as well as Natalie, also with the $20, saying they've moved the goalpost so many times that the goalpost should file for a restraining order and go to witness protection. Dude, they've fucking moved that goalpost so many times, dude. It is unreal. Natalie, I appreciate you so much for the love. As well as I would like to thank super duper quickly Jessica with a 15 over on PayPal. Thank you for the love. Charlotte and Felicity both with a $7. Thank you so much. Sandra with a 2 and Zoya with another 20. Thank you so much for the love, Zoya. Guys, I want to get 200 ZWs, as well as, oh my God, Christian. Thank you so very much for the $200 donation over on PayPal. Dude, I do not deserve that at fucking all, okay, dude? I do not deserve that at all. That is so incredibly kind. So while we're hopping into this next debate, please show some love to Christian down below in that comment section, literally right now. Thank you so much, man. That is so incredibly kind. Show some love to Christian. Thank you so very much, man. 2,000 Christian W's. And that is all for now. What is going on, Alexander? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Okay. What time is it?
3:10 p.m.
Cool. Were you up earlier?
Yeah, I was up earlier. I left the stream on my phone, and then I got kicked. So.
I'm gonna assume if I kicked you, then I probably had good reason. We're going to move on to our next guest. We got JP loading up in the box for the 19.3 thousand people watching live, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping on that phone screen. And if you're like, hey, this guy's cool, I want to support him, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms compared to like 30% of the proceeds here on TikTok or YouTube Super Chat. What's up, JP? Are you MAGA?
I'm not sure.
Gelata, you're not sure.
$5. Thank you, Gelata.
Okay. Well, I mean, honestly, if you're not sure in what your position would be, this is definitely a good place for you to be. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got Phil loading up in the box. Yo, Daniel with a $1 on Venmo calling me racist. I'm going to take that dollar and donate it to Planned Parenthood in your name, David. Take that, buddy. What's up, Phil? You support Trump?
I do.
Okay. You sound quite far away from your microphone. Can you come a little bit closer to your microphone?
Well, I got my Bose headset on. Is that any better?
Honestly, if you take the headset off, it'll make the audio quality a lot better. Is that something you might be able to do?
Yeah, 1 second.
Okay, while you're doing that, I'd like to thank the Encrypted Afro for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, as a black man all my life, if somebody recognized their bad character, the last thing I'd do is belittle them for that change. Well, he was bad faith. He wasn't doing that in good faith, but I appreciate you for the love, the Encrypted Afro.
All right,
Phil,
how's that?
10 times better, bro. 10 times better. Take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
I support Trump because the Democrats sucked ass this last election, and I don't think he's going to be able to run for a third term. And I think he's a fucking psychopath, and sometimes we need that.
So you want a psychopath to be in the position of presidency? You want someone you think is wildly insane to be in the position of presidency? Someone you probably would see as detrimental?
Well, there's this thing called checks and balances, and yes, he has a lot of power in the executive branch as the head of the executive branch, but we've had a long time of good presidents, Obama mostly, but yeah, we need sometimes strength, and sometimes strength is that psychopath. I support the war in Iran. I support the war.
What?
You support the U.S. going in and like literally invading Iran?
Okay, name one good reason why you would support that.
They're non-nuclear, and we can invade them all we want and re-educate them and stop them before they become nuclear. You said something earlier.
Wait, what do you mean by re-educate them?
Isn't that what Hitler did?
Yeah, that's what Hitler did.
Do you support Hitler?
I don't support Hitler, but
you support what Hitler did?
What? So Hitler did a lot of things. Okay, he did the Autobahn. Okay, he created Volkswagen. There's a lot of things that Hitler did that you could say that was a good idea, and then say Hitler's a piece of shit at the same time. It's not like his ideas were original.
Yeah, but like they're definitely invading other countries, killing their people, and forcefully re-educating them. That's going to be in the piece of shit Hitler things did category, right?
There's a shitload of piece of shit Hitler things that
right,
Hitler
but that's
did.
going to be in the piece of shit category.
Yeah,
right?
but there's a ton of things. The piece of shit category is far.
Right, but would that piece of shit category like include killing people in a country, invading them, and forcefully re-educating them?
Depends. On.
Well, this guy's just crazy. Hey, Parker, have fun. I'm gonna go pee real
I'm
quick.
not crazy. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I'll be back in like a minute, everybody. Parker's gonna take it from here. This guy's just lost the fucking plot. BRB.
I haven't lost the plot. You just don't want to look at the argument. It's a tough argument to take on.
It's not a tough argument. What are you talking about?
Well, so I support Iran, but I also support his
Iran. Wait, so again,
Iran, fine.
Yeah. So okay. So
I also support his immigration. By the way,
I have a question. Are you okay with defending Ukraine?
Yes.
So then you disagree with Donald Trump cutting the funding to defend Ukraine?
I think that he's doing it in different ways because Iran, I don't know why I have to pronounce it that way, but Iran.
It's Iran.
Well, it's whatever. It's whatever I say it is.
It's not whatever you say it is, but okay.
It is. I mean, that's how language works, though.
No, it's not.
It totally is. If you look at the etymology and the history of language, things change their pronunciation over time, and that's what they become. So if it's Iran,
can I just pronounce your name as much? Okay, Pill.
Yeah, well, no, right. So if my name becomes Pill,
your name is Pill. Your name is Pill.
If my name becomes,
the etymology of Pill is going to be why I call you Pill.
If my name becomes Pill over a certain period of time, then
everyone call him Pill.
Like
everyone call him Pill.
You don't like these arguments, so you're
Pill. Keep giving us the argument.
You're resulting in very juvenile arguments.
How? I'm not giving you any juvenile argument, Pill.
You are.
Well, you said based on the etymology, we can interpret. Wait. You said based on the etymology, we can use it however the way we want. We can say it however we want. Okay, Pill.
Guys,
you can.
What's going on?
He's attempting to call me Pill to shame my name because he thinks that Iran versus Iran.
That he was making. He was just like randomly making a big issue and being like, "Why do I have to say it a different way?" I wasn't even saying
say it like that.
I didn't even think I like.
Hey Phil, would you prefer Parker call you Phil compared to calling you Pill?
I don't give a shit.
There's no preference whatsoever?
Actually, if you knew my last name, and I'm sure you can look it up, then you would know that I've been made fun of enough.
All right, that's just disingenuous, so we're going to move on. Obviously, individuals would have a preference to be referred to by their proper name. So we're going to move on to the next guest. At this point, everybody, if you're watching the live, guys, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen. Apparently, we're getting a little bit of a lag spike over on TikTok, guys. Just wait it out or swipe it in and out. If you could hear me, wait it out or swipe in and out of the stream. Yeah, it's just going to be an issue with the TikTok servers. That should fix it. But let's going to get that next guest up in the box right now, y'all. So, yeah, we got Nick Turley loading up into the stream. While Nick is loading in, Marvin, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal, my brother. Marvin says, "Treading Me Harder was funny as fuck." Oh, yeah, that guy got dunked on, dude. Marvin, thank you for the $20, y'all. Let's get 200 Marvin W's down below, as well as Trinity saying, with a $15, saying, "I love you. I love you too, Trinity. Thank you for the $15. Shout out to Marvin and Trinity down below in that chat. As well as shout out to John for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so very much, Mr. John.
Can I thank
all
two
right,
people real quick?
Yeah.
Yeah, can we get some W's in the chat right now? Thank you so much. Kayla, I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Kayla. As well as Daniel with the fucking $500 on Cash App. Give me some W's for Daniel in the comment section right now for the fucking $500 on Cash App. That's fucking crazy. Said, hey, send me Dean's Cash App if you have it. Dean actually doesn't have a Cash App. He only has a Venmo, PayPal, and a YouTube Super Chat and stuff.
Wait, so you can, Daniel, first of all, that's very, very kind. I have Venmo and PayPal. Now, if you want to support me over Cash App, but you only have Cash App, I mean, I'd assume that you could send it to Parker, and then Parker can send it to me and write it off as a business expense.
Mm-hmm.
So, you're not paying taxes on that. Is that something you'd be okay with, Parker?
Yeah. I just don't like to do it all the time because if people would have to go through that. But yeah, if you can go through anything else, absolutely. But yeah, I would do that for you as well.
Yeah. That's very kind of you, Daniel. Anyways, what is going on, Nick? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 20.
Cool. Why do you support the worst president of your life?
I support him because I think he's the best leader this country we could have had.
The best leader this country has ever had.
No, we could have had.
Okay, why?
Well, Dean, he sent the 500 for you, so.
Oh my God, dude, it's Daniel, right?
Yes, it is.
Daniel.
It is Daniel. W Daniel's in the chat right now.
Daniel.
W Daniel's in the chat.
Daniel, dude, holy fuck, holy shit! Show some love to Dan, dude. 500 both to me and Parker. I want to see a spam of W Daniels down below in that chat for at least the next 20 minutes, guys. Show some motherfucking love to the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Damn Daniel. Down below in that comment section right now. I really appreciate that, man. Huge shout out to you.
W Daniels. W Daniel. At least like 500,000 W Daniels.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, for real. At least 500,000 W's for Daniel. At least 500,000 W's for Daniel. Thank you, man. I mean it. Thank you so much. Holy fuck. Thank you, Daniel. But anyways, no, Nick. So yeah, why do you think that Donald Trump was the best option?
Well, first of all, I think Hillary was a terrible option. I think.
Dude, Kamala Harris, 2024. Get with the.
I was gonna go
times.
through. I was gonna go through the different ones.
Now let's fixate on Harris. So.
Yeah, that's fine. I just think Kamala Harris never did anything meaningful when she was in office.
Okay. Can you tell me one thing she did that you disagree with?
I don't think she did anything meaningful.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
It's sort of just a waste of space, honestly.
Let me ask you a question. Can you name one thing that, let's see here, Mike Pence did as VP under Trump's first term?
I didn't like Mike Pence.
So you can't name one thing. Can you name one thing that Joe Biden did as VP under Obama's term?
Yeah, Joe Biden was big, and when he was in the Senate or when he was the VP.
When he was a VP, what's one meaningful thing that he did as Obama's VP?
Nothing.
Okay, now what about
JD Vance?
Now what about Bush's VP?
I know nothing about Bush's VP.
No, what about Al Gore under Clinton?
Can I say JD Vance?
What about Al Gore under Clinton?
I thought we were talking about recency. You said the 20.
We're going back through every single VP in American history under the administration prior and those prior to the prior administration. And I'm asking you to name a meaningful thing that the VP did. Now, the reason why I'm asking you this question is like, typically the reason why I'm asking you this question is because like the average American can't typically name meaningful things that vice presidents did when they were serving as vice president, right? They just simply can't. We don't know what they do. The average American isn't politically informed enough to know that. So honestly, I find your reasoning why you didn't vote for Kamala Harris to be incredibly fucking disingenuous, because the same way you can't name a meaningful thing she did, you can't name a meaningful thing that any other VP in American history did, right? It's also important for me to point out here that she did do meaningful things. It's also important to point out that she did do meaningful things, such as influencing some of the most effective domestic policy that we've seen in modern American history, alongside Biden, such as the infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, or the PACT Act. But you just simply don't know these things because you haven't educated yourself on them. So I'm going to go ahead and just cast that argument out the fucking window, labeling it as incredibly disingenuous. So try again. Why did you pick the rapists over the sorry, I can't fucking speak. The rapist over the lawyer, the fascists over the woman that supported the Constitution, and the warmongering idiot who wants to put us back into the Middle East over somebody that through diplomacy would have been better for global tensions? Take it away. Tell us.
And by the way, Dan with another. Oh my! Wait, holy shit! I don't even know. Did you send another $1,000 for 500 each? Oh my god! What is going on right now?
Daniel, dude, I don't deserve that. That is incredibly fucking kind of you. I thank you. Thank you so much, Dan. Like, I honestly, I don't even think I could like say it. I can't even like tell you how grateful I am for your incredible generosity, man. If you're watching right now, just know that I genuinely really appreciate you. That is fucking nuts. Like, I mean, that is insane. That is insane. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Daniel, the man in the building. We really appreciate you for the love, dude. I want the chats to show so much love to Daniel with the $1,000 to each me and Parker. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you so very, very, very much. Huge shout out to Daniel. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh my goodness.
Actually crazy. Daniel, thank you so much. It's so fucking insane. W's, seriously, holy fucking shit. W's for Daniel in the comment section right now. That's
Dude,
fucking crazy.
Seriously.
That's so fucking crazy. W's for Daniel. That is like so much fucking support. It's unbelievable. Seriously, I really cannot share how much I appreciate that. So fucking crazy. W's for Daniel in the comment section right now. Holy fucking shit.
Seriously, guys. W's to Dan. W's to Dan.
As well as Mary, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yes, we definitely will. We definitely will.
And Lilia, thank you for the $75 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Lilia. Oh my God. That is excuse me, Lilia with a $75. Thank you so much. Lilia says, please don't ever lose the fire kit out. Lilia, that is so incredibly kind of you. While we're showing some love to Dan down below in that chat, also show some love to Lilia down below as well as Autumn. Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Hannah, Hana, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Annika with the $10 and Mary with the $15. I appreciate that, you guys. Shout out Hannah, Annika, Mary, Autumn, Lilia, and fucking Daniel, guys. Thank you so much for the love. Now, we'll go ahead and recenter the debates. We'll get back into our conversation with Nick down here. Thank you for the galaxy. But while we are, please show some love to the donors. Daniel, Lilia, all of them, including everybody on TikTok.
So
I mean,
crazy.
you guys have been so incredibly kind today. Like, it's It's honestly like a little overwhelming. I know that I don't like put that out too much because, you know, like half of my brain is just locked into debate mode.
Literally.
But just thank you guys so much. You guys have all been so incredibly kind today. Seriously, it's been insane. So I really love and appreciate you guys, and I want y'all to know that. So thank you guys so much. But Nick, if you want to take it away, we'll recenter the debate. Tell us why you support Trump.
As well as Shy Poop, thank you for the $10, and Condra, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you.
Okay.
That's so horrific.
I think that another reason I support Trump is that under Biden, I think that America just looked weak. I think that people took advantage of that weakness. I think Russia especially took advantage of that weakness. And I think that we needed somebody back with a strong policy and just to bring America back to what it was.
What the fuck?
Did he get banned?
I didn't get a notification that he got banned. I don't know what happened. Okay, all right. I guess we'll move on to the next guest. I don't know what happened. He got booped. He got something happened. He got raptured. Maybe that's what happened. Okay. All right, we're going to try to move on to the next guest. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you support Donald J. Trump. Continue to show some love to Dan down below in the comment section, Mr. Daniel. And yeah, we're going to go to get that next guest up here. If you are in that queue, make sure that that means that you are indeed MAGA, that you do indeed support Trump. You are from America and you're at least 18 years of age. We'll bring you up here. Now, let's go to get that next conversation underway right now. As well as Brian. Thank you so much for the $13 over on PayPal. Shout out to Brian down below in that chat. Dan is the fucking man, dude. So real, Brian. That's all that Brian had to say. Shout out to Dan one more time. And Brian donating $13 just to shout him out once again. Thank you so much for the love. All right, moving on to the next guest, everybody. Let's go to get that next.
Dean, I'm lathering that ass up. I asked nicely yesterday, and you didn't accept my
Never
request.
come back. Never come back again. Jesus Christ. All right. Woo! Have you guys ever taken like those smelling salts before at the gym? They really just get you like fucking zoned in. That's what that shit does to me. You know, I'm just loosey goosey debating Trump supporter. Somebody comes up here, sexually harasses me, and I'm like, whoa! You know, I'm in the zone. Holy shit, dude! Just stop that nonsense. Get the fuck out of here. All right. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. All right. If you're in that queue, make sure that means that you support Donald J. Trump once again. All right. And Caitlin, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Shout out to Caitlin down below in that chat. Katelyn says, you both deserve every penny that you guys make doing this. Keep going. We love you. I don't know. I don't know. But Caitlin, thank you so much for the $50. That is so much. I love you too, Caitlin. Thank you so much. Huge shout out to Caitlin down below in that comment section. And what is going on, Dota Hater? Do you support Trump?
Sort of. There's really two things that I wanted to talk about. One is my most sort of right-wing opinion, which I think you might be able to convince me out of.
One second. Parker, are you okay? You good, bro? Let me check on the homie real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Daniel, with another fucking $1,000 on Cash App. For Dan's United on TikTok, I remembered. Oh my God, Daniel. Oh my Jesus, fuck. I can't even. I actually. What the fuck is going on? Oh my God.
What the fuck? Dude! Daniel! Dude! Daniel! Bro.
Do you remember that one meme?
What? Damn, Daniel, that one?
That's what I was about to say. Oh my gosh. Daniel.
I don't, dude, thank you so much, Daniel. I don't even know what to say.
This is ridiculous. Seriously, like I actually don't even know how to respond.
We appreciate you so much, bro. Like seriously, no, like Daniel. Dude, Daniel, thank you for your kindness and your generosity. like, like you're literally donating so much that when Parker sends me what you sent to him to send to me, like half of that, he's going to have to write it off as a business expense, or he's going to owe like an additional $500 at the end of the year in taxes.
Like, that's crazy.
Like, oh my God, that's crazy. That's that dude, Daniel. Like, thank you, Daniel. Thank you so much. And Parker, please. When you seriously, I'm telling you, when you send me half of that, do not forget to write it off as a business expense, or else you'll be paying like
I will.
like another $500 in taxes at the end of the year. Seriously, Daniel. Thank you so much, man.
Oh my god, Daniel. Jesus Christ, dude. I can't even respond to that one. Daniel wants to come up for 2 minutes. Can you add up Daniel, please? Daniel with another fucking $500. I don't even know what's going on right now. I don't even know how to respond. I'm actually gonna like freak out right now, bro.
Dude.
Oh my god.
With another 500? Are you kidding me?
What is going on?
Dude. Oh my god. Oh my god, Daniel. Okay. I'm looking for Daniel in the queue. Daniel, I'm trying to identify you. I'm not seeing.
I'll find him. I'm just. Oh my gosh, dude. What is going on right now?
Remember, on your end, you only have access to around half of the queue.
Oh yeah, I can't even see. So.
Daniel, I need to know your screen name, and like what your profile picture may look like.
I'll message you.
Okay, then honestly, Daniel, do you just want to start spamming the chat? Daniel, just start spamming the chat. I'll try to find you. Oh, it's Dan's. Oh, it's Dan's. Yeah, I didn't even make the connection. That's Dan's.
Jesus Christmas. Yes, it's Dan's United. What's wrong? No, I'm kidding.
Oh my gosh.
So listen, I'll be quick, because I know I've already ruined your show here.
You haven't ruined anything. Take your time, bro.
Oh my gosh, Daniel.
But I wanted to say something about you guys and the very patient Trump supporter down there. I appreciate his patience. So I just wanted to say that to the both of you. I mean, actually, Dean, I just looked you up now because I found Parker, and then Parker sent me to you, like because he was going to your thing. And you both of you guys so young. It's really refreshing, and I'm excited about that. We need more people like you guys out there, and I understand like some of what you do may come across the wrong way, but I think you're doing it in a genuine way to try to help help people, even Trump supporters, understand what's out there, and so keep going, keep doing what you guys are doing. It's amazing, and I'll support you guys the best that I can, and just thank you. That's all I wanted to say. That's it.
Dude.
Thank you, man. Seriously. I seriously.
Before you drop, man, I it's not often that I get an opportunity to like personally like talk to the people that support me, and I have that opportunity with you, so I want to take advantage of it. Thank you for your kindness, man. Like seriously. I see, like from my perspective, it's mind-boggling. It's something I can't compute it in my head. It will forever bewilder me. I don't get it, but it is so incredibly kind, so incredibly generous. I'm incredibly thankful and grateful for your support, just as Parker is, and I'm sure he'll want to say that himself. But it means the world, man. It truly means the world. It is so incredibly kind. Thank you so much, bro.
Of course.
Yeah, seriously, man. I really couldn't share it like out. Like I actually can't. I can't like express it. I don't know how to, and like the right way. I just want to say that I really appreciate it, seriously, and like I genuinely appreciate you coming up. And also, like, I thought you brought, like, when you came up on the lives, you brought up things that were incredibly, like, important. I think you were, like, incredibly smart as well. So Dan, I just want to say I really appreciate it as well. Like, Seriously, I want to see a million fucking W's for Daniel in the comment section right now for like the next fucking like 10, 15 minutes at least.
No, that's not even necessary. I mean, I think W's for anybody else that sends support is more important. Honestly, I really do. I'm not just saying that. I truly mean that. And positivity is really one of the things that matters the most to me, because I learned that as I was developing my companies and stuff like that. That when you follow a positive mindset on anything in life, that's where you get ahead. And you guys are very positive. I mean, even though there's negative connotations with some of the interactions, it's not on your end, in my opinion, I guess. So keep doing this, and keep letting folks that in our opinions, unfortunately voted for Trump, but keep letting them up there and showing them the respect. You let them speak, which is awesome, right? And yeah, you call them out when you have to. I mean, that's the name of the game. But we have to keep communication and conversation open. America is broken, and you guys are one of the ways that I think we can start to decrease the divide a little bit, because you're allowing conversation, and in a big way. I mean, look, you got what, 20,000 people, whatever it is. I mean, that's a lot of people listening, right? Whether they're pro-Trump and they do it because they want to get mad, right? That's the negative side, because negative sells too. We all know that Trump's the king of that, and Trump's not a king. Okay, I know they're doing that whole thing, but the main point is, there's a lot of people that are here and engaged, truly engaged, and that to me is worth more than whatever the hell I sent. Okay, so keep it up. You guys are doing awesome, and I'm definitely here to support both of you guys. I mean, I love Parker. I met him more recently, right? But I definitely now love Dean as well. All right,
I
that's it.
appreciate
I'll
you
shut
so
up.
much, man. Thank you so much.
Yep.
You have a good rest
So,
of your day.
W
You
Dan's in the
too.
comment section right now. Have a great day,
All
man.
right, kick me off, Dean. Kick me off, Dean. I don't
You
want to
got it,
ruin
bro.
the
Hey,
show.
man, have a
Wait. One more thing. If
Go
I
for it.
send anything else, don't worry about it. Don't interrupt your show, okay? Because I feel like that's bad. So if I send anything else, don't even say anything.
Okay,
Okay?
I'll try to be quiet. I don't know if I'll be able to hold it in, but I just seriously, I appreciate you.
All right, but just promise me that, guys.
Okay, I
All
got
right?
you.
Or else I'll stop. So don't do that. Okay?
I
All
got
right.
you.
All right,
have
ciao,
a good
guys.
one,
Bye
Dance.
bye. All right, kick me off.
Also, Dance, I dropped you a follow. I'm gonna send you a text after the stream.
Absolutely, man. I love that. Okay.
Have a good one, Dance.
All right, ciao.
All right, Dota hater. We wanted to talk to Dan there. We understand that you've been patiently
Yeah, it's
waiting.
no problem.
We appreciate you for that. But overall, do you consider yourself a Trump supporter?
Full transparency, I wasn't completely, and I still wouldn't consider myself to be one exactly, but
God damn it, bro. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm legitimately sorry. I'm legitimately sorry.
Wait, no wonder why he was so patient.
Yeah, I'm legitimately sorry. But hey, maybe like hanging out on the stream in front of like a bunch of people was a little bit more fun than just watching from the comments. I don't know. I'm sorry, but we are only looking to talk to people that support Trump. And I hope you have a good rest of your day.
That'd be fun though. Like they got to sit up on the live for so long.
Yeah. All right. All right, let's go to move on to the next guest here, everybody. Let's go and get the next guest up in the box right now, y'all. We're going to get them loaded in right now, guys. If you are in that comment section, make sure that means that you support Donald J. Trump. All right, y'all, we're going to go to get that next guest up here right now. Okay. Yep, if you're MAGA, if you're at least 18 years old, you're from America, we'll get you pulled up here. We are going to go to get that next guest, OBS, loaded into the box as we speak. And yeah, I'll do that. Would you say that's good, Parker?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, we're going to go and get that next one up into the box. And Yeah, it's probably worth clarification on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're gonna get Dustin loaded up into the box literally right now. Everybody, trying to get that next Trump supporter loaded in for the next debate, y'all. What is going on, Dustin? Do you support Trump? Hello, hello. Dustin, hi. Are you here? Okay, Dustin's not here, so we're gonna go to kick him. Do you want to try to help maybe pull somebody up from the comment section?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Moving on to the next guest. Here we are, everybody. Here we are. Right now. Phenomenal. All right. It has proven to be incredibly hard to get our next Trump supporter up here. Honestly, there's not that many people that seem to support Trump.
It doesn't really show like a lot of them. It only shows 18 for me. Like, I don't know why it does that.
Yeah, it's doing that on my phone too. It's only showing me like the full guest requests off of my computer.
Oh, that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, I know. What's going on, Gerald? Sorry for stuttering. Gerald and Rico. What's going on today? Rico, do you guys support Trump?
Dean, please go on a two-man with me.
Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everybody. We got Dylan loading up into the box. And Alexander, hey, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal. I appreciate that. All right, we got Laugh Off Shop loading up into the box right now, everybody. We got Laugh Off Shop loading up into the box. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
I do. I feel like he is the great white hope. I feel like he's done more for black people than anyone else.
What? What has he done?
Wait, come back. We want to talk.
Freed Larry Hoover. He freed Larry Hoover. He let countless people out of jail. He made sure that if a pregnant woman was having a baby in jail, she ain't got to be handcuffed. And usually that's people of color.
Are you talking about the First Step Act?
Yeah.
That's a bipartisan bill supported by both sides. That's not unique just to one side.
I think that, but Donald Trump made that happen though. You got to understand that. So Donald Trump, he's a great man.
Wait, actually,
you got to understand that.
Actually, that was something that was supported under like Obama's administration by Democrats, and specifically.
Who did Obama free? Because I know that when Trump got
wait,
office,
hold on. Let me just clarify.
people.
Let me just clarify. And Republicans wouldn't vote for it until a Republican was in office. So it's really just representative of the fact that Republicans wouldn't vote for that policy until they got some sort of political win from it.
So would you agree that the Republicans they move more with morals and with respect, and they try to build their family up?
Really?
And they try to do something that's great.
I mean, Donald Trump cheated on every single one of his wives. That doesn't seem like building up a family.
Who hasn't cheated? Who has? If you look at a woman in your mind, you had sex with her because she's beautiful. What's the difference?
What?
They're both sins.
What?
So they're both breaking the bounds.
You said everyone cheats. I've never cheated once in my life.
Well, if you looked at porn, you've cheated. If you looked at another woman, you cheated because in your mind you already had sex with her. You were detached from your woman. The woman that you love.
I don't necessarily disagree with the first part. The second part, in terms of like you just seeing someone that you see as attractive isn't cheating. Like if you just walk past someone on the street and
off that woman.
No, if you walk past someone on the street and you just like literally look to the side and saw someone that was attractive, that's not cheating. That's not what cheating is at all. Like you don't know what cheating is.
In your mind,
finding someone attractive is not cheating. That's not cheating at all.
In your mind.
Yeah, if I look over and I acknowledge that someone's attractive.
You know how women are. First off, you know how women are. So you looked at another woman and you're at the movies with your woman and this beautiful girl sits next to you and you look at her body. She's going to be so upset.
Wait. Why would you be looking at it? Why would you be looking at that?
This person just sat next to you. So you're looking at the person that's sitting next to you, just being conscious of your surroundings.
Okay, so you specifically said looked at like someone's body, like you were like.
Well, because no, I'm saying this. I've been on dates with chicks. Now
with women.
Now I see another woman and I look.
Real quick, I apologize for interrupting you. I just thought I know Dan, you're watching. Dan, I just sent you a DM. But anyways, take it away.
So I feel like Donald Trump, he is the great white hope. I feel like that he wants to build America.
Can we go back to what you were saying? You were like literally just justifying like you were saying that like just literally finding someone attractive is cheating.
I'm on a date with a woman.
Wait, can we be clear? Can we be clear? Donald Trump has cheated on every single one of his wives, meaning he has slept with someone else.
That's okay. That's what men do. That's a man thing.
Oh, so you think it's okay for men to cheat on their wives?
Now I gotta ask a follow-up question. Is it okay for a wife to cheat on her husband?
That happens all the time.
Is that
If
okay?
you think that that doesn't happen, you're crazy.
Wait, are you okay with it just because it happens?
Unless you have a camera on that woman, you have no proof.
What do you mean?
No,
What?
I'm asking you if a wife cheats on their husband, is what the wife did morally wrong?
Y'all are powerhouse.
I feel like it's morally wrong, but
Okay,
these
so why
women
is
do it anyway.
Wait, so why is
That's
it
just
morally
something
wrong?
that a man does.
Why is it morally wrong for a wife to cheat on their husband, but it's not morally wrong for a husband to cheat on their wife?
Well, it all depends. It depends if he's taking care of her and she's a housewife, or even if she has a job and he makes sure that he takes care of all the bills.
Wait, can you turn off the audio in the background? Could you turn off the audio in the background?
Because we're gonna have a serious
I don't-
conversation.
Okay, he left. No, he just went on pause. What is going on today? Should we just move on?
This guy's insane. Yeah.
I'm back. Some app popped up. I'm sorry for Clubhouse, and I accidentally touched it.
Okay, so what's the claim here? Maybe you could give.
So
some
I feel
clarification.
like everybody cheats, and if
Okay,
your wife,
that's not true. So I've never cheated on any girlfriend.
How old are you?
Girlfriend I've ever had.
How old
I'm
are
20.
you?
I'm 20.
20. Okay, so when you stay with this girl for over 5 years and you get bored,
I've been okay. No. Not everybody that has a long-term partner gets "quote unquote" bored with their partner after a particular amount of time. That sounds like a you issue, not an everybody issue.
Yeah, that is a you issue. I'm definitely not bored.
I haven't met a woman that
and B, even if it is the case that you have a partner that you grow distant from over time, this doesn't imply that therefore it's okay to turn around and cheat on that partner. I think that when there's an example of like two individuals in a relationship and person A starts to grow distant from person B, falls out of love with him, that it is absolutely so sick and deplorable for that person to turn around and cheat compared to meeting them where they're at and breaking up.
Do you count swingers as people that cheat, like letting people like go
it's
into a swingers
consensual.
club?
It's consensual.
Okay,
It's-
so
it's
if
cheating
there-
if
if
it's
there's
specifically
situations-
monogamous and that you have boundaries on the relationship that you aren't going to sleep with other people. If you have
Right.
boundaries
So-
in the relationship that you are going to sleep with other people, well, that's totally fine. You've established that consent. So as long as it's
So,
consentful.
I have a question. If your girl, your woman, your wife, your lady, if she cooks, she cleans, she irons your clothes, the house is spectacular, she takes care of the kids, and she's a really good, strong woman, right? And you go out or she goes out and she cheats on you one time, right? And you're gonna fall out of love because of some principles and morals that you made up instead of being like, this is my woman. I know that if I kick her out, she's gonna be fucked up.
I'm sorry. If my partner, right, feels it within their own set of desires to disrespect the relationship in such a way in which they would not, literally uphold boundaries that we established together that we both think are incredibly important, right, and are incredibly harmful to violate, yes, I would feel heartbroken, and I would feel like they were the one that left the relationship, not me. So yes, I would leave a relationship if someone cheated on me. I'm not going to stay in a relationship where someone cheated on me, and I don't think that you should look at people weirdly if it is the case that they leave a relationship where someone cheated on them. That's incredibly harmful.
Is he arguing that position?
Yeah.
Are you seriously saying that? Like, you think it's wrong if I were to leave my partner if they cheated on me? What the fuck?
Yeah, well, that's unhinged.
No, I feel like this, right?
You got the live violation, so we're
Oh,
gonna get
I think
moved on.
Daniel wants to hop on again, real quick. And actually, I think I have to go here in like a few minutes.
Yeah, for sure. Dan wants to hop back in.
Yes.
Yeah. Send you an invite.
All right. Sorry, sir. So sorry. Okay.
No worries.
And I don't mean to do this, and I promise I won't. All right. Number one, some of the comments are correct in there. This guy was rage baiting you guys a little bit, I think, in my opinion. But I want to say one thing: we need more actual Trump supporters, right? And here's my kind of plea to the Trump supporters and to Dean and to Parker, right? And you guys could say yay or nay. Okay.
Okay.
Are you with me with that?
Got you.
Okay. So to the Trump supporters, I understand it would be scary to come up here, right? Because these two guys are, they're very intelligent. They know their stuff, right? So I always put myself in somebody else's shoes. So if I was God forbid, in a Trump shoe, okay, I would not want to come up here, even though I would hate what they're saying because it's anti-Trump. However, you do have an opportunity to voice your true opinion here with these guys, and I think you should come up, like really come up, not in the chat, right?
What
Yeah,
this guy's
really
saying right
come
here.
up.
Yeah, listen to this guy, everybody. Yeah, Dan for president.
No, please. I wouldn't want to do that to myself. But so again, I won't even talk about that. But I am actually, well, I'll talk to you privately about something that I'm working on. All right.
Oh,
Dean
dude,
and
hell
Parker.
yeah.
Okay.
Yes, gotcha.
All right.
Well-
but yeah. But guys, seriously, there's got to be an intelligent Trump supporter in 17,000 people right now. There's got to be one. Please show us one intelligent Trump supporter. Okay, you're
What this guy's saying.
there.
This guy's
You're
cooking.
there,
This guy's
and-
cooking.
Yeah, and don't be afraid to come up. It's not. They're not going to hurt you. They're not even going to mute you, right? Like I've seen that a lot of times in some of these TikTok things, right? Yes, there's been some muting, but that's after the person literally
Is insufferable. Yeah.
yeah, like okay, so but a smart Trump supporter, and I know a couple of them, literally, like I could only count on one hand, I could count two that I know that are actually intelligent. Okay, so who is it out there that's intelligent that could come up here and let's have a real conversation?
Right.
That's it.
Well,
That's
I mean,
all I wanted to say.
Hopefully we find one, Dan. And then also, I sent you a message, but I think it went to your message requests. If you want to be able to find it really easily, just like click on my account and then click message, and it'll just dictate you right to it.
Absolutely. Listen, if it's you, all right, with your whatever the hell million people, yeah, I'll. I sent one to Parker, but he's too big for me.
Oh,
Yeah,
it was in my message request. Off the chat.
It is, but don't worry about it.
It all goes
Don't
to the
worry
message
about it.
request.
Don't worry about it. All right, but here's one more thing, and this is going to help your show. Whatever Trump supporter comes up that is intelligent, okay, I am going to send them a lion. You know what that is? It's like I'll talk like Trump. You know, the lion. Everybody likes the lion, right? It's a lot of money, I think.
I'm guessing there's an if coming.
Yes, you are so smart. See, I knew this. If they come up with an intelligent, intelligible, coherent statement, they will get a lion.
Wait, how about this, man? See, I can't
All right,
be
you
endorsing
do it.
that.
You do it.
I can't
You're
be
better at
endorsing
this.
that. I
You're
can't be
better at
endorsing that.
this.
Not only if they bring up an intelligent statement, but an intelligent statement that wins a debate.
And you're pushing it too much. Then we won't get them. They're not going to win a debate
Well,
here.
see, I can't. I can't endorse giving. I can't endorse that on my stream, even
but it's
regardless of
my
how
money.
intelligent they are.
But it's my money.
All
How about
right,
this?
well,
All right, how about
I can't
this?
endorse
How about
it.
this?
You know, I disagree with it.
Okay, so let's do a little test thing, okay? You okay with that?
What's that?
All right, here's the test. Number one, I will not say a freaking word. All right? I will stay muted. Whoever comes up, right, will come up. I will stay on here just to, because it's my money, right? I will not interject your conversation. If I do, you kick me right off, okay? And after we're done, we will let the audience, who I think the audience is a little mixed, right? But also, I believe the majority would give a good thing. So we'll say like a 1, 2, 3 kind of thing. So it'll be like, number one, he deserves it. Number two, he doesn't deserve it. Number three, Dan, you decide. How about that?
Dan, I apologize. Once again, I want to reiterate, I really do appreciate you so much for your support today, man. You've been incredibly kind. But
you don't want to
regardless regardless of how much money an individual sends me, even though once again I really appreciate it, I don't want that to go unheard.
Kick me
I
off.
don't want that to go
Kick me
unheard.
off. Kick me off.
I do uphold the rules of we're just looking for some Trump supporters to debate. And I don't typically let individuals like that hang out on the panel. But well, I do really appreciate you. I don't want this.
I don't want to hang out. I don't want to hang out. But 1, 2, 3. How about that?
I'm confused. What's that?
1, 2, 3 is one is that he deserves the lion. 2 is the person doesn't deserve the lion. 3 is Dan's choice. And then you kick me off.
You know what? If you could convince a majority of my chat that a Trump supporter deserves a lion, send it. Sure. Yeah, sure. How about that? Yeah. You feel free to do it. If you
That's
could
actually
convince
a
a
good
majority
way.
of my chat, yeah, feel free to do it, Dan.
You'd
But,
be
all right.
surprised. If all right, kick me off.
All right, Dan. Then once again, I sent you a message. You can just find it via like the message request or click on my account.
Kick me
on
off.
Messages. All right, have a good one, Dan. We're gonna go to move on to maybe the last Trump supporter of the day.
I think I have to get off real quick.
Okay, for sure. Well, hey, man, Parker, I appreciate you for coming up.
Let me just say thank you real quick to Madi. Thank you so much for the $4.20. I actually am getting off right now, so I do appreciate you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that, as well as thank you so much, Caitlin. Thank you so much for the $50. I really appreciate it on Venmo. Give me some W's for Caitlin as well. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciated it. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I love y'all. I will see everyone tomorrow. Peace out, y'all.
Yeah, have a good one, Parker.
Good seeing you, man.
Also.
Seen you already.
Also, for those that were curious.
All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off for tonight. I love y'all so much. I will see everyone tomorrow. I love y'all. I'll see y'all. Peace.